Recording in progress.
The Deputy Speaker.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
There will now be a moment for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, before we proceed with today's business, I wish to announce that the vacancies which occurred in the National Assembly, owing to the resignations of Advocate B.J. Mkhwebane and Mr. L.G. Mokoena, have been filled by the nominations of Mr. S. Lonzi and Ms. T.J. Mokwele, respectively, with effect from 5 November. These members have made and subscribed the oath in the Speaker's office. I welcome you, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order.
On a point of
Honourable
order,
members,
Deputy
order.
Speaker.
Honourable Nklangwini, do you
Thank
have a
you,
point of
Deputy
order?
Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You would note that when you were swearing them in, Deputy Speaker, they indicated that they still need to go and do their permits. They will come back and we have prepared seats for them. Honorable Council is aware of that. So they are coming. You will see them and be ready.
Thank you, Honourable Nklangwini. I can confirm what you said. I have indeed just sworn them in. So I have seen the members and they have been duly sworn in. We will then welcome them in their absence. The first item on the order paper today is the statement by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure on the delays in completion of infrastructure projects. I now recognise the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, members of the National Assembly, Over the last 4 months, many of you in this House and South Africans across the country have lamented the number and cost of delayed infrastructure projects. You have shared stories of how these delays have affected your constituents who had hoped that these schools, clinics, police stations, and community centres would restore the dignity that they seek. Beyond this, these delays have hampered the growth and development of our nation's infrastructure, currently costing us close to 3 billion rand in delayed construction projects over a number of financial years. These delays are not just figures in a report. They represent stalled progress, halted economic growth, and deferred services for millions of South Africans. These are also crime scenes where individuals have been paid for work they have not completed. They are crime scenes that have robbed people of hope and a better life. The disruption to construction sites impacts our communities directly. It results in half-finished buildings, idle construction sites, and most importantly, wasted public funds, funds which could have been used to improve the lives of South Africans. Since my appointment as the Minister in July, I have made it my mission to address these delays head-on. Today, I will use this opportunity to lay out the root causes of these delays, provide specific examples of affected projects, and share the concrete measures we are taking to address this situation. The task before us is not for the faint-hearted. It requires decisive action, transparency, and accountability. Where others have failed, I intend to succeed because these projects are too important for the communities that have waited far too long for them to be completed. To address this challenge effectively, it is important to understand the extent of the problem we are facing. In this financial year alone, out of a current 206 infrastructure projects overseen by our department, 164 projects are experiencing delays for a number of reasons. This represents an alarming 79% delay rate across our portfolio for this financial year. These projects are critical to many communities across the country, yet they remain incomplete. These delays impact essential services, public safety, and community well-being, from homes and police stations to correctional facilities and hospitals. The financial toll alone is substantial, with an estimated 1.3 billion rand already invested in projects in this financial year that are yet to reach completion. Over several financial years, that number jumps to nearly 3 billion rand in delayed construction projects. These incomplete projects don't just stand as unfinished structures. They are monuments to inefficient management, corruption, lost opportunities, deferred dignity, and unfulfilled promises to the public. One of the most striking examples of these delays is the Telkom Towers project in S.O.E, where approximately 1 billion rand was spent on upgrades over 10 years with little to show for it. The complex, intended to become the SAPS headquarters, still has the Telkom sign in front of the building 10 years later. Instead of serving the public, this project has become a financial burden, costing the state millions each year for security alone. To avoid further waste of public finances, we are now exploring options to either repurpose this asset or remove it from our portfolio altogether, with an independent investigation underway. This project, amongst many others, highlights a pattern of stalled and mismanaged construction projects that we are determined to address. Another glaring example is the Sarah Baartman Centre of Remembrance project in Hankey in the Eastern Cape, launched nearly a decade ago in 2014. To date, 247 million rand has been spent on this project, yet it remains 37% complete, with its budget inflated far beyond its initial scope. The project has been handed over to multiple contractors, and each time resulting in additional costs without substantial progress. What is worse is that no one has been held accountable, neither officials in my department nor the contractors involved. This reckless and careless approach is an insult to the legacy of an icon such as Sarah Baartman. Officials and contractors have used her name in vain to satisfy their own greed. There can be nothing more offensive than what has taken place here. And this kind of mismanagement is precisely what we are committed to ending one way or another. Deputy Speaker, to address these issues directly, we are implementing several drastic measures to overhaul the way our department manages, executes, and oversees projects. First and foremost, we are establishing strict consequence management protocols for contractors who fail to deliver. Going forward, contractors who do not meet their obligations on time and within budget will face immediate repercussions, including blacklisting. And not just the businesses, the individuals themselves. They belong in jail, not on construction sites. Our blacklisting policy is straightforward. Contractors who underperform or engage in non-compliant practices will no longer have the privilege of working on public projects. This decisive action ensures that only competent, reliable contractors can participate in national infrastructure projects. Furthermore, working through the Construction Industry Development Board, we will ensure that only contractors of the appropriate size and with an adequate level of expertise are awarded large construction projects. In conjunction with this, we are enforcing new regulations for tender evaluation to ensure transparency and accountability. By adopting a public-facing system that records the tender process, we are committed to openness and transparency in contractor selection. Moving forward, audio and video recordings will provide a transparent view of how decisions are made, which will prevent any bias or irregularity in the awarding of contracts. This step, modeled after the successful approach in KwaZulu-Natal's Public Works Department, will help us restore trust and ensure that contractors are chosen based on merit and capacity to deliver. Another key contributor to delays has been the lack of enforceable oversight standards within our regulatory framework. We are addressing this by empowering the Council for the Built Environment, or the CBE, to set mandatory standards across the sector. Legislation will require registration from all practitioners in the built environment. We believe this measure will ensure that only qualified, accountable professionals are entrusted with our nation's infrastructure projects. This is not merely a bureaucratic requirement. It is a safeguard for public funds and a commitment to quality. Furthermore, the creation of a contract management unit within our department is another crucial reform. This unit will be responsible for actively managing all contracts by monitoring contract performance to ensure that these projects adhere to budgetary and time constraints. By centralizing contract oversight, we will identify potential issues early, implementing corrective actions, and holding contractors accountable at every phase of a project. We're additionally developing a pre-approved panel of contractors who have demonstrated their capacity to complete projects on time and within budget. This panel of contractors will also serve as an intervention unit to finish incomplete projects. It will allow the department to select contractors with proven track records, reducing the risk of project delays and budget overruns. However, the challenge of delays does not rest solely with contractors. We have seen that client departments often contribute to these delays by withholding payments to contractors, which disrupt project timelines. We're addressing this by establishing payment protocols to ensure that client departments meet their financial obligations promptly. Moreover, the 14 billion rand owed to us by user departments must be paid, or else we will be forced to start treating government departments as debtors, and we will apply debtor policies which may include debt collection or eviction. Delayed payments have been a major source of frustration, resulting in project stoppages and ultimately increased costs. By holding client departments accountable, we're addressing a key bottleneck, ensuring that project funding flows efficiently from start to finish. Deputy Speaker, for too long, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has struggled with a skills deficit, undermining our project management capacities. In response, we are making a call for experienced engineers, project managers, and construction specialists to rejoin our department. Similar to Eskom's approach, we are reaching out to seasoned professionals with skills needed to oversee complex projects and help us deliver results. It is well known that too many projects have been allocated to too few competent project managers, and the return of these essential skills will help us to resolve this issue. This recruitment drive will play a crucial role in helping us address the close to 3 billion rand backlog in incomplete projects by ensuring we have the expertise required to bring these initiatives to completion. To streamline infrastructure delivery models, we're also enhancing our partnership with Infrastructure South Africa. This partnership will enable us to expedite projects where severe delays have been experienced, leveraging ISA's expertise and their resources. ISA has proven experience in cutting through red tape, removing bureaucratic barriers, and fast-tracking essential projects critical to reducing our backlog and ensuring that projects become shovel-ready without delay. We're additionally working closely with the Auditor General of South Africa to implement live auditing processes. This approach will allow us to address financial and operational issues as they arise, rather than waiting until little can be done to remedy the situation. Regular interim financial statements and live audits will provide a real-time view of project finances, prompting corrective action where necessary. This partnership with the AGSA underscores our commitment to transparency, accountability, and responsible fiscal management. One of the key initiatives we're implementing to address project delays is the National Construction Summit on Crime-Free Construction Sites taking place next Tuesday in Durban. The summit will bring together key stakeholders, including the Minister of Police, the Minister of Finance, Public Works MECs from all 9 provinces, to develop a comprehensive solution to combat the disruption to construction sites across the country. Often referred to as the construction mafia, these criminal syndicates have disrupted countless projects, costing both the public and private sector millions of rands. As I stated shortly after my appointment, we're committed to restoring the rule of law at construction sites across the country. Furthermore, we are formalizing our approach to public asset management with the introduction of technical task teams in cities across the country. Last week, we signed a first-of-its-kind memorandum of understanding with the eThekwini municipality and the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal to identify and repurpose neglected state-owned properties in the city. By releasing these properties for request for proposals, we aim to attract private sector investment to revitalize these assets for productive use. This initiative represents a significant shift in how we manage public assets, moving from passive ownership to active utilization. Properties like the police barracks, which have remained vacant for years, will now be considered for refurbishment or repurposing. This will help generate income for the department, attract investment, create jobs, and add value to the local communities. Deputy Speaker, as we address these deep-seated issues, we're laying the groundwork for a renewed, more effective Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Every measure we implement, from blacklisting to live auditing, is a step to restoring accountability and ensuring that every project undertaken by this department fulfills its purpose. This commitment is not only to the buildings and structures we erect, but also to the South Africans who rely on these services and the communities that they are meant to serve. Let me be very clear. I will not tolerate or accept shoddy work, delayed projects, or excuses, whether from officials or contractors. The days of taking advantage of South Africans and crushing their dreams are over. I want to assure the members of this House and South Africa at large that we are committed to overcoming the obstacles that have held back our nation's infrastructure plans. As I have mentioned, we have a significant task ahead of us, but I am certain with the determination, transparency, and the rigorous standards we are now implementing, we can bring an end to the severe delays that have plagued in construction projects across the country. Deputy Speaker, honourable members, we are truly building a better South Africa, one where public assets genuinely serve the public good, and every infrastructure project lays the foundation for future growth and for opportunity. We are creating a South Africa where the era of wasting public funds on projects that run over time and over budget comes to an end. I encourage you, honourable members, to work with us as we take action to achieve this goal. This is our intended purpose. This is our mission, to build South Africa together. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now call on the Honourable Reddy.
Kwaza mkonto kwaza. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, let me begin by greeting our leader, President Jacob Zuma, our commanders on the ground, and the supporters of the MK Party which is the true voice of the people and the official government in waiting. Today, as we listen to the Minister of Public Works, a DA minister now in alliance with the Ramaphosa's ANC, let us not be fooled by the excuses. This is the same DA that promised South Africans
members.
it would remove the ANC from power, only to form a coalition for the perks, the blue lights, and the comforts of high office. They are not here to serve the people. They are here to serve themselves. Members on my right, the truth hurts, especially you, my sister, beautiful sister. The minister may speak of cost containment and budget constraints, but let us be clear. Lack of money should never be an excuse for failing to build schools, hospitals, and police stations for our people. South Africa is super rich in mineral wealth. We have vast resources, yet our people wait in desperation for basic services. How is it that Mr. Ramaphosa, the Oppenheimers, and other South Africans are among the wealthiest in the world today, enriching themselves off the wealth of our land, while the majority struggle? The minister threatens to shut down and go as far as evict departments that owe public public works money. Some of these include our hospitals, schools, and other buildings that house key government departments that serve our people daily. Such statements.
Please take your seat. Honourable members, it becomes impossible to listen to the Honourable Reddy. You are drowning him out, and I think other members would want to hear what he says. Honourable members, the MK members, I am now trying to get order so that we can listen to the Honourable Reddy, but you are making it worse. That doesn't work. Yes, Honourable Member, do you have a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Deputy Speaker. It's just an appeal and a request from the authority that you possess to reprimand members of the government of national failure to stop interrupting the speaker in the floor. It comes with responsibility to maintain order in the House. Speaker, thank you so much.
Indeed, Honourable Member, it is my responsibility to maintain order in the House, which I am trying to do. So could we please just all settle down, calm down, and listen to the Honourable Reddy? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The truth really hurts sometimes, but sometimes the truth needs to be spoken. It is for this reason that the MK party, under the leadership of President Zuma, believes that our state resources must be nationalized. The profits from our land, our minerals, and our industries should not line the pockets of a few individuals. They should be used to uplift every South African, to build the infrastructure that will give our people a future. To the ANC, it's a disgrace that you sit and harp there, because your own resolutions, your own statements that you made said nationalize the mines, nationalize for the people. But today you've sold out your people. I don't blame you for making a noise here. Our minerals should fund our schools, our hospitals, our police stations, not the bank accounts of the powerful. While the minister blames his predecessor, key infrastructure projects remain incomplete. Unlike President Zuma's leadership, when schools, universities, and hospitals were built to serve our communities, this government offers only delays and deflection. And abandoned buildings, which could serve as housing for the homeless, are left to decay while millions suffer. Those are public assets, yet they are neglected by those in power, symbolic of a government that has forgotten the people. And rather than support black contractors striving for change in the construction industry, this DA-led GNU slanders them as construction mafia, refusing to address a sector still locked in privilege. This is not transformation, it is simply cowardice. The MK party demands that South Africa's wealth should be used for the people of our country, not to protect the interests of a few. Our communities need real infrastructure, real progress, and real hope. And we will not let this government hide behind empty promises any longer. South Africans are watching you, and we will not let them down. I thank you.
I now call on the Honourable Barth.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, today I address a key pillar of government service, the state of delivery of public infrastructure. Infrastructure, like any building, relies on a solid foundation. Yet after years of neglect and mismanagement under the previous administrations, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has become a crumbling structure, riddled with delays and inefficiencies. With our 7th administration, the time to confront these issues head-on has arrived. For this, we need strong leadership that not only is afraid of external criminal elements or obstructive internal officials. Deputy Speaker, the figures tell a very bleak story. A recent written ministerial response revealed that 78 out of 109 current projects under public works are either delayed or cancelled. This is an alarming 72% rate of delay. The worst offenders are the department's own KZN regional office with 1.2 billion rand in delayed projects, followed by the national head office with 850 million in delayed projects, and the Gqeberha regional office with 420 million. The impact, Speaker, is most felt across our justice system. The Department of Justice faces a 1.4 billion rand backlog, while Correctional Services suffers from 600 million rands worth of delay, and SAPS with 350 million installed projects. These delays represent failing infrastructure for our courts, police stations, and correctional facilities. Let us consider just a few projects. Barclay East Prison Repair and Maintenance delayed by 12 years. The Namakwe Police Station stalled by 10 years. The Mount Fletcher Police Station and the controversial Sarah Bartman Centre of Remembrance both delayed by 8 years. Alone, these 4 projects, which all happen to be in the Eastern Cape, account for 38 years of lost progress. Deputy Speaker, across all these delayed projects, we are looking at a cumulative delay of 119 years, more than a century of missed opportunity. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge the steps taken by Minister Macpherson, who has inherited a department of dysfunction. His initiatives to introduce stricter tender management, establish a pre-approved panel of contractors, and create a dedicated contract management unit are the support beams needed to stabilize this shaky structure of a department. However, the minister must accelerate the blacklisting of non-performing contractors to prevent further damage to the department's reputation and the public purse. Furthermore, I applaud the minister's decision to open the tender evaluation process to public scrutiny, following the example set by KZN Public Works MEC, the Honourable Martin Mayer of the DA. The step is a vital move towards restoring public trust. The GNU has committed to building a capable and ethical state, and we applaud the DA ministers for leading the way. Let us also commend the upcoming National Construction Summit in Durban to be held on the 19th of November, led by the minister. This is a bold, whole-of-society approach in tackling the criminal interference that plagues our construction projects, bringing together key stakeholders to find practical solutions. Speaker, we must also celebrate the recent 1.4% decrease in South Africa's unemployment rate over the past quarter, a positive market response to the renewed efforts of the Government of National Unity. Notable is that the construction sector alone saw the largest job gains, with 176,000 new jobs created, a fitting testament to today's discussion. Members, let's note that investment in infrastructure can deliver up to 2 times the return, meaning that for every 1 rand invested, there's the potential to generate 2 rand in economic value. This makes infrastructure the most effective sector for driving economic growth and job creation. So the department must ensure that emerging contractors are well equipped and projects are awarded to capable firms, helping small businesses grow to higher tiers, boosting job creation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is critically important that we do not overlook the importance of infrastructure maintenance. Focusing solely on new projects while ignoring maintenance is like patching one hole while ignoring another. The building will still collapse. Arguably, Parliament wouldn't be operating out of a tent today if our assembly buildings had been properly maintained and looked after. Preventative and ongoing maintenance is therefore key to extending the lifespan of our infrastructure. Increased collaboration with other government spheres and the private sector is a welcome change, particularly through public-private partnerships. Institutions like the Construction Industry Development Board and the Council for the Built Environment must play a stronger role in elevating industry standards and holding our contractors accountable. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges facing public works that must be acknowledged for negatively affecting infrastructure delivery is the non-payment by client departments. 11.5 billion rand is currently owed, although disputed, to public works, 9.8 billion of which is owed by the Department of Defense, Correctional Services, and SAPS. Speaker, when payments are withheld, projects ground to a halt, and client departments are quick to blame public works for their self-inflicted issues. These intergovernmental issues must be quickly resolved to ensure timely project delivery. Honourable members, we stand at a turning point where we have an opportunity to lay fresh foundations and build public works because South Africa can only work if public works works. It is time to move beyond broken promises and deliver tangible results. Let's construct secure police stations, functional courthouses, and modern correctional facilities to serve our communities and inspire confidence in our public services. Infrastructure should be our cornerstone, not our stumbling block. South Africans deserve more than scaffolding and red tape. We must turn this country into a vibrant construction site, efficient, productive, and focused on delivering projects on time and within budget. The Minister has laid the groundwork. Now we must all work together to build on it. Thank you.
Honourable members, before I call the next speaker, Honourable Blosi, can you just wait a minute? Honourable members, I wish to remind you that the space between the two sides is sacrosanct. When the mace is here, this space in the middle may not be breached. And we've now had an incident where a member of the MK and the Minister were throwing sweets to one another. This is absolutely in contravention of our rules. Honourable member, I am speaking to you. Honourable members, I will deal with this as a warning, but then it will be referred to the Rules Committee. We do not throw things across the floor. We now proceed, Honourable Blosi.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, maiden speech, please. Can I have that acknowledgement? Deputy Speaker?
Please proceed, Honourable.
No, can I have the acknowledgement? It's a maiden speech.
4-minute speech, a 5-minute speech, yes. Let's put the
Maiden speech, Honourable.
maiden speech. My
Yes.
Jeez, your whip didn't inform me. Honourable members, if the honourable member says it's his maiden speech at the podium, Honourable Mshlawe.
Point of order. Honourable Bloss has been here since the start of this parliament, and I've seen him in numerous occasions making statements and making a speech. It's not his maiden, he's misleading the House.
Honourable Mshlawe, let us refer to the EFF whip, Honourable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Though the member have been active in committees, this will be his maiden speech there at the podium. Can you please also reset his time, Deputy Speaker, so that he can start with his debate? Please start with your debate, fighter. Thank you.
Honourable member, I will say when the member must start with his debate and his speech. We have dealt with this. Honourable members, the Honourable Blosi and his whip says it is his maiden speech. Honourable Doug Moore.
No, thank you very much for your ruling, Deputy Speaker. I just think what's important on this point of order is to say that if the member is making his speech, he should not forget to mention the name of Julius Malema at least 3 times. He has to do that.
Honorable Dugmore, that is not a point of order. We will now proceed. Honorable Blose, please proceed with your speech.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Speaker. I mean, a big greeting to the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the EFF, greetings to the leadership of the EFF Collective and all fighters. Look, Speaker, we are here today to discuss the continued disarray within the Department of Public Works, a department that has, under the stewardship of an inept and directionless minister, become the very embodiment of government failure. The department, once an instrument of public service and infrastructure development, now stands as a tragic testament to the ongoing crisis of authority and leadership within this administration. Let us be clear here, Deputy Speaker, what we are witnessing is not merely just a failure of the department's mandate, but a deepening of the crisis facing our citizens. This is a department that is not just underperforming, but it has also developed a continuous failure of underspending. But it then cries crocodile tears about budget cuts. Why do you need more money when you can't even use it? This is a department that actively exacerbates the suffering of the South African people, the very people it's meant to serve. Let's just zoom in into the matters, Deputy Speaker. The Department of Public Works is gripped by internal power struggles. There is no cohesive vision. There is no unified approach. We are just subjected to 2 individuals who should be working in tandem to deliver essential services, but they are lacked in permanent states of perpetual dysfunction. How can we expect the successful implementation of policies when the leadership itself is fractured and divided? What type of a GNU is this one? Maybe we should give it a new name, a government of egos and self-importance. Having said that, Speaker, let's just take an opportunity, to encourage the Deputy Minister in his absentia. Squeeze that scrotum until the face turns pink. Now, as an example, Speaker, I just want us to look at the EPWP. This was an initiative that was once proclaimed as the cornerstone of government's jobs creation and poverty alleviation strategy. What was supposed to be a flagship program to create sustainable employment opportunities for millions of South Africans has now devolved into a disaster, including the announcement, by the way, by the President for Phase 5 of the EPWP, which promises 5 million jobs by 2029, is little more than a cynical attempt to placate the public with hollow promises. We all know that this is nothing but lip service, a paper thin facade that will ultimately end in failure, just like the empty promises of 1 million houses in Alexander and that so-called smart city dream that will never realize. Look, Deputy Speaker, the minister, much like the puppet leader of the so-called GNU, appears to have these unrealistic ambitions. He repeatedly speaks of a grand vision to turn South Africa into a construction site. This is like his greatest discovery of all time. What is striking, however, about this vision?
Honorable Bose, please take your seat. There's a point of order. Honorable member.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 82, reference to members in respectful manner. We acknowledge that the Honorable Member is making his maiden speech. However, he is saying the puppet leader of the GNU. And we all know that the GNU is led by the President. So therefore, he's referring to the President as a puppet leader. Can you rule on that, Deputy Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member at the podium, Honorable Blose, did you say a puppet leader of the GNU?
Deputy Speaker, I'm not responsible for what people hear. I'm responsible for what I say here.
Honorable Blose.
So I never said that. I never said Ramaphosa was a puppet
We will then check the Hansard. Thank you, and I will bring a ruling once I've checked that. Please proceed.
So, Deputy Speaker, I was saying,
you think that's
what is striking about this master plan? What is striking about the master plan is the absence plan to establish a state-owned construction company to carry out this vision. Look, we agree, turn South Africa into a construction site. Let's radically deal with South Africa infrastructural challenges. But the question is, who stands to benefit? How can it be that government leaders lack confidence in the capacity of the very same states that they govern? This is deeply contradictory. it means that they do not have confidence in themselves. We say this because the state should be at the heart of managing critical infrastructure development. By doing so, you could not only meet your targets, but you will also create millions of sustainable jobs. So you must not lie to the public. They must not lie to the public, Honorable Speaker, and say that the EFF does not teach them anything. We provide free education here for them to by refusing to go to school. We are telling you now, Honorable Minister, without massive industrialization across different municipalities, towns, and cities, that's a state-driven. You will not be able to deal decisively with the collapse of infrastructure and create decent jobs, thus curbing the surge of rising unemployment in South Africa. But look, you will never listen to superior logic. Why? Because this is a GNU that is fixated on privatization. Agri the funders of Ramaphosa want their money back. They must get their return in investment. They must get their return in investment for buying the ANC conference and making Ramaphosa the president so that he could come back and facilitate this DA land coalition. Now it's payback time, so go on and privatize and outsource everything, but history shall judge you harshly.
The Honorable Khadebe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The IFP is deeply concerned about the ongoing delays in the completion of critical infrastructure projects. These delays have a detrimental impact on communities across the country. The IFP urgently calls on the department to prioritize and implement enhanced project management guidelines, accountability measures, and rigorous oversight to ensure the swift and efficient completion of all projects. Honorable Minister, we strongly recommend that these initiatives hinge on a firm commitment to transparency, as well as clear, enforceable timelines that leave little room for delays or resource misallocation. The IFP encourages the Minister to establish a system for regular progress assessment. This system should include consistent public updates to keep citizens informed and to foster trust in the department's efforts. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we urge the adoption of performance-based accountability standards that will require officials and contractors to meet specific milestones with consequences for underperformance. Implementing these standards will elevate project outcomes and reduce instances of delayed developments and excessive budgets. Through these proactive steps, the department can restore public confidence and ensure that community needs are met in a timely and reliable manner. Our new enemy in construction and particularly in the government infrastructure construction projects is the construction mafias. The impact of construction mafias is far-reaching. Their criminal activities include extortion, intimidation, theft, and the disruption of construction operations. It has caused delays, inflated project costs, and undermined public confidence in the sector. These actions deprive communities of the infrastructure they so desperately need, while enriching criminals who operate freely, exploiting the weaknesses within the system. In this regard, we urge the department to partner with law enforcement agencies to enhance security on construction sites and combat the growing threat of construction mafias, whose criminal activities disrupt projects and undermine progress. We urge the department to look within itself and see if there are no employees who contribute to the unnecessary delays experienced in the infrastructure projects. Mhlonishwa sekela somlomo siyazi ukuthi ubugebengu bukhona futhi kungenzeka ukuthi lama construction mafias ezwa ngabo abasebenzi bomnyango ukuthi umsebenzi ngamunye wokwakha infrastructure uyimalini. Ngakho ke siyakhuleka siyakhuthaza ukuthi kwenziwe uhlelo lifestyle audit okanye uphenyo olujulile oluzoveza uma abasebenzi bomnyango bengeyona ingxenye yobugebengu obudala ukugqoza kwama infrastructure projects. By addressing these issues, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we can ensure that South Africa becomes the developmental state we envisaged and the construction site we want. Thank you.
The Honourable Souls.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, I've come today to plead with you. I've come today to inform you about something that is very dear to my heart that I've experienced a few days ago. You have mentioned in your statement that there are many challenges or issues that causes delays of construction projects, such as construction mafia, etc. I've come to inform you about another thing that causes delay. Provincial governments that does not do public participation. There is a construction of a main road 533 in St. Helena Bay, a major road construction that is built through the houses or yards of people. It is also stopping people from going into their yards. They've got to park their cars at other places. And this is because provincial government in the Western Cape has not done public participation. We've attempted to peacefully deal with this and try to intervene, to call for public participation. It was agreed upon that they will do so, and they then cancelled on the eve of this meeting that had to take place. The big question that we are asking here today, seeing that we try to intervene, Honourable Minister, is what gives the Western Cape government the confidence to deny the residents of St. Helena Bay the right to consult with them? Why would they not consult with them? Is it because these are colored people? I want to believe it's not. People like Honorable Van Sale and people like Honorable Labakskagni gives me hope through the GNU that not every person with light skin is racist. I want to believe that that's the same with you, Honorable Minister. And therefore, I came today to plead with you to intervene, to show the country that the GNU is actually working. You are an honorable minister of every South African and not just certain people. This is what I believe. We talk about Sarki Bartman, the project that has been delayed for 8 years. The opportunity, the recognition, the respect of my people has been delayed for over 372 years. In this very house, the former Prime Minister Foster and Verwoerd said they can't see the end of the road for the colored problem. But they then said that they leave that solution to their children. We are their children, Honorable Minister. It's time for the end of the road for what is deemed the colored problem. My people matters. I thank you.
Honourable Van Staden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, South Africa's economic progress is currently being hampered because of incomplete infrastructure projects, and therefore investors do not want to invest in our country. The question must therefore be asked if you can blame them, and the answer is no, we cannot. Daar is verskeie redes hiervoor, en een groot probleem waarmee ons tans worstel is die feit dat die konstruksiemafia so buite beheer geraak het, dat ons ekonomie 'n massiewe plus minus 68 miljard rand kos. Dit is 61 miljard rand meer as die departement se skrale begroting van 7 miljard vir die 24-25 boekjaar. Beleggers is bekommerd oor die impak wat die konstruksiemafia op ons projekte het. 2 jaar gelede het die VF+ van hierdie podium gewaarsku dat tenderbedrog en geldvermorsing in die departement 'n tendens geraak het wat stopgesit moet word. Daar is verskeie voorbeelde hiervoor.
Honourable Van Staden, if you could perhaps just take your seat. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Interpreter again, please. Please, otherwise this house, I'm closing the door here.
Honourable members, Honourable Member. Honourable members. Honourable members, would you allow me to reply? The members to my left, to my right here. Honourable members, I am waiting for you. First of all, I will ask that they check whether the interpreting services are there. I have heard interpreters a while ago. We have, unfortunately, a hybrid sitting, and Therefore, the simultaneous interpretation is not working, although I did hear some interpretation a bit earlier, but it is something that I will take up. Honourable Member, and then also, you cannot threaten the House to be closed. That is not in your authority. Yes, Honourable Member.
Ngesintu ngisho ukuthi kunomsindo angisho lento oyishoyo. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard the interpretation a bit earlier. Yes, Honourable Montana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, for the past 3 days, we've been raising the issue about translation and everything. And I think that the honorable members on the other side should actually be ashamed of themselves, because the Language Commission, in fact, released a report recently showing that English and Afrikaans are the 2 languages that are being promoted in our own society. Parliament, that's supposed to be playing a leading role in making sure that particularly the indigenous languages are respected. Is at the forefront of, and we're given technicalities.
Honourable Member.
Let me finish, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member.
No, but Deputy Speaker, what point is this?
Controller, you were not recognized. Honourable Montana, we're not going to allow a debate now. I will reply. Please give me the opportunity.
Well, the past few days we've been told we're getting a reply.
Please take your seat.
I wanted to hear it in stronger. Maybe I should go outside until you have sorted it out.
Honourable Montana, please.
This is not a choice.
Honourable Montana, I have
got to
asked
do
you
it.
to take your seat. Please take your seat. Please take your seat.
No, but I think you must respect us.
You
must respect us.
Well,
We are really taking exception to this.
Honourable
You must
Montana,
respect us.
I would expect you to also respect me, to allow me to manage
No,
the
but you
House.
don't
So
respect
please
me.
take your seat and allow me to reply to you.
Hina vanhu va kaya lava nga hi rhumela va lava ku twa ku ri hi ri yini.
Yes, I know there's a problem with interpreting. Please take your seat. Honourable members, the matter of interpreting has been an issue I know for quite some time. And I have taken it, honourable members, it is really impossible to manage the House if everyone keeps interrupting. The matter of interpreting is extremely serious. It is a matter that I have now dealt with in a report, which has now been referred to the Rules Committee, which will be dealt with. Honourable Skosana, that is exactly what has been done. You cannot tell me I have not done that. And I'm not going to entertain any points of view now. The matter of interpreting is a problem. We acknowledge that, and we will be dealing with that. Honourable Member, I'm not going to entertain this point further. I have now made my ruling in terms of the interpretation. Honourable van Staden, if you will proceed, please complete your speech.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Die huidige minister is korrek as hy sê dat die agterstand van 75 vertraagde projekte tans gemiddeld 3 jaar en 2 maande beloop. Die minister het ook
No. Deputy Chair. Respect her.
Honourable Member, I have not yet recognized you.
Thanks, my love. Uyabona Deputy Chair njengoba usibona lana eParliament sinabantu abasithumile abafuna bezwe ukuthi sikhuluma ngani kanjalo no honorable lapho okhuluma iAfrikaans njengoba sila nathi funa simuzwe ngama language ukuthi ukuthini and angisiboni isidingo ukuthi why nithathe kancane lento yokuthi la eParliament sonke sibe namalungelo ukuthi sazane sibe namalungelo ngama language ethu ngoba la we are not visiting asivakashile lana sizosebenza la somela abantu bakithi and lento ama interpreter fanele uyazi ukuthi wena awungeni is not your problem. Inkinga ikulo okuyena ophethe la kufanele abeqashwa khona ngeke from 2014 sikhuluma into eyi1 even now wena nje awungene wena ngabe uthi manje akabizwe sila Akukhishwe kule position noba iyamhlula. Akakwazi ukubona ukuthi into wrong lenzakalayo. Lama language Afrikaans naye yadingeka yonke ama language. But kodwa phela sizwane la ngimanje noma uyasithuka noma wenze njani. No, ningadlali ngathi. Wena nje ungena kancane futhi.
Honourable Member, I have in fact followed you now using the interpreting service. So it is available, but we have a problem today with the Afrikaans English interpreter. And perhaps just to give you some information in terms of where this matter, honourable members, I am busy. Honourable members, I am busy now replying to the Honourable Makugule. It is my problem. It is my problem in terms of the fact that it is something that I have been given the responsibility to look after and which I am trying my best to solve. So I can assure you that everyone in this House has the right to speak any language, one of the 12 official languages, and we will make every effort to ensure that it is interpreted. Today, we have, unfortunately, a problem with the interpretation service because there are simultaneous sittings and we have hybrid sittings because we could not meet in the tent because of the weather. So please be assured we are paying absolute attention to it. Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, it's an insult that you don't take this matter serious. You don't even apologize. You have not said you are sorry that we have a problem, a consistent problem, and this matter has been raised with you many times. So it is clear that Black languages are not being respected in this House. You must apologize from where you're sitting because you should have made sure that the interpretive services are available for all.
Honourable members, please do not make any threats. It is very serious. You do not threaten anyone in this House. Honourable Dagmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think, Deputy Speaker, the points have been raised very strongly, and I think all of us are aware that...
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Someone on the floor, Honourable Reddy, and I will allow the person on the floor. Dagmore, please proceed.
And I think we want to underline that it is not acceptable that we have still not dealt with this issue. We must accept that, but we have a situation right now where the member has every right to speak in his language. But the problem is that the translation is not working and people cannot understand that. So I think the way that we need to deal with it, the member is going to address in Afrikaans, we need someone to translate simultaneously in a language that more people would understand for this situation.
Honourable Dagmore, we don't have the arrangements for consecutive interpreting.
I can translate from where I'm standing right here.
Honourable Dagmore, I appreciate your proposal. Could I also perhaps just say before I go to the Honourable Reddy, Honourable members, please also remember that we would have met in the tent today and the decision was taken at the programming committee this morning that we move here because yesterday the wind was blowing extremely hard. I know that the members of the MK at some point felt they had to leave the sitting and didn't want to sit in the tent anymore. We didn't want a repeat of that. So there was a crisis in terms now of immediately getting all the interpreters, the whole service, because we have a hybrid. Please note that we have a hybrid. Those of you sitting here are not the only ones. We also have people on the virtual platform, so we have to make provision for that. Members, I'm not going to entertain this matter any longer. We are now delaying matters. Everyone has the right to speak their language. And I absolutely apologize because this is not how it should be. And that is why I have undertaken this task to make sure that there is interpreting, but it is not something that you just do like that. We have to... Honourable Kalipi, I did not recognize you. Yes, Honourable Buthelezi, and that is now the last that I will take on this matter. Ready.
Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to assist you that from the moment we engaged in this subject, there are now more interpreters on the system. It was only English and Afrikaans. Now that we've complained, other languages are now there. So look into that too. Thank you.
I've just been informed there is interpretation now. Honourable Reddy, is it a critical point of
Yes.
order?
Yes, it is, Deputy Speaker. When Honorable Skosana there said he will close the door on the matter, I think it's important we need to clarify this so there's no repeat of it. Close the door is an idiomatic expression, which means that an item, we will close that item. I said close the door and you said it's a threat. It's not a threat. It means that the issue that you are raising, that we continue without interpretation, is an issue that must be closed because we must have interpretation in this House. I thank you, Madam
I
Deputy
absolutely
Speaker.
agree with you. We must have interpretation, but I will satisfy myself as to what exactly the Honourable Skosana said. Thank you. We will now proceed, honourable members. Honourable van Staden, please proceed.
Dankie, Adjunct Speaker. Die konstruksiemafia ruk boupersele tot stilstand wat veroorsaak dat die departement aan kontrakteurs geweldige verliese ly. Die VF+ verwelkom die minister se pogings om hierdie probleme hok te slaan en ons moet eers begin om iets te doen om van hierdie konstruksiemafia ontslae te raak. Versterking van die tender evalueringsproses.
It wasn't like boxes. Honourable Schikkerling, please mute.
5 boxes.
Honourable Schikkerling, please mute your mic.
What have I done now?
Honourable Mkalipi.
Why are you calling me?
Honourable van Staden, let's try to proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I'm not a boer, I'm Kalipi.
Die versterking van die
Honourable
tender
Mkalipi.
evalueringsproses, die verbetering van interne vermoëns en die verbetering van omkeertye en die herontwerp van interne prosesse, strenger kontrakbestuur, die aanstel van 'n paneel van kontrakteurs, vaardigheidsverbetering en die werf en aanstel van bekwame en professionele persone is alles wat nodig is om hierdie departement in die regte rigting in te stuur. Die VF+ verwelkom al hierdie pogings wat aangewend word om die departement van algehele ondergang te red. Die VF+ verwelkom ook die konstruksieberaad wat op 19 November in Durban gaan plaasvind, waar koppe bymekaar gaan sit geword om die konstruksiemafia hok te slaan. Dit is iets wat al lankal reeds moes plaasgevind het. Pogings wat aangewend word om beleggings na Suid-Afrika te lok om ons infrastruktuur uit te brei, sal altyd verwelkom word. The private sector must be involved in all new projects, but also in the maintenance of our current infrastructure on all levels of government. Ons het daardie kennis en ervaring van die privaat sektor brood nodig, dat sal lei tot werkskepping en groei van die landsekonomie, en dit is nou 30 jaar duidelik, dat die staat nie sonder die privaat sektor kan funksioneer nie. Dit was probeer, maar dit het duidelik misluk. South Africa's infrastructure problems are endless, and any real efforts to resolve these problems are welcome. Let's repair and rebuild. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable van Staden. We now proceed to the Honourable Kobe.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, infrastructure is crucial for economic growth and development. Yet, under this department, it has become synonymous with delays and cost overruns. Perhaps we should aptly rename it the Department of Infrastructure Delays. But knowing this department's record, it could also take 10 more years to implement. The minister's flowery words and obfuscation mask the harsh reality, a crippling failure of oversight and accountability. With 107 projects abandoned mid-construction, each and every one of them reflects the department's chronic dysfunction, jeopardizing the lofty vision of transforming South Africa into a construction site. The numbers do not lie, Minister. These delays cost billions in wasteful expenditure. This procurement disaster, marked by inadequate oversight, has turned public works into a taxpayer's nightmare. The absence of skilled personnel and bloated and skewed project to manager ratios are set up for failure. Yet your department has sent back 7 million rand that was meant for compensation. These funds could have been used to expand the workforce and curb project mismanagement. Perhaps the most scandalous failure is in this department's failure to implement policing infrastructure. Communities, especially those living in areas terrorized by crime, have been neglected and abandoned. With 5 incomplete police stations nationwide and a 10-year delay in the telecom towers, this department has failed. Let us not forget the state's inability to maintain even the most basic infrastructure. For example, just this week in Johannesburg prison, leaky plumbing has flooded the kitchen basement where food is meant to be prepared for the staff and inmates. These leaky pipes, according to your department, will cost the state a whopping 1.2 billion rand, 75 million of which is supposedly going to be paid to fees. The minister's inaction on consequence management is damning. The Auditor General's highlights the department's failure to discipline officials implicated in misconduct. This negligence fuels corruption, enabling errant contractors to thrive unchallenged. Action S.A. demands immediate decisive reform. We ask you to conduct a comprehensive skills audit to address shortages in project management, engineering, and financial oversight. We ask you to overhaul completely the procurement processes to ensure transparency, awarding contracts only to experienced, reliable bidders in line with cost benchmarks. And we ask you finally to implement strict consequence management, including blacklisting non-performing contractors. Chairperson, the time for Instagram posting is over. South Africans deserve infrastructure that works, not promises that crumble. The time is now for action to rectify this department's failures before more taxpayer money and lives are put at risk. Thank you.
The Honourable Thring.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, there can be no doubt that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is one of the most important government departments as the custodian of the state's immovable assets, responsible for the building and maintenance of these public assets from which all government services are rendered. The immovable asset portfolio under the custodianship of this department comprises of approximately 30,000 land parcels on which some 90,000 facilities are located. It is with this in mind that in the previous administration, I called for an accelerated public-private partnership to unlock the potential of the property portfolio worth hundreds of billions of rands. Minister, I'm happy, the ACDP is happy to hear that you are moving in this direction. This department, as the largest property portfolio holder in the country, has been unable to leverage its competitive as well as its comparative advantage that it has in the property sector. Billions of rands could have been added to government coffers if due consideration was given to this public-private partnership to eliminate inefficiencies, corruption, graft, and contraventions of the PFMA, all too prevalent in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. To underscore this point, the ACDP, one only has to look at the debacle of telecom towers purchased for 695 million in 2016 as SAP's headquarters, but has been virtually empty for the last 8 years. While we welcome the independent report by the Minister on telecom towers, it comes with a 215 million wasteful renovation too late. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ACDP was the only party to call for an external investigation into the 85 million rand Jersey barrier wall project along the South African and Mozambican border, which makes the Bait Bridge border fence fiasco look like a Sunday school picnic if it is left as it stands. The recommendations of the SIU, Honourable Minister, at the Causey Bay border investigation must be followed and consequence management applied. The ACDP has continuously raised the important issue of the state's immovable asset register necessary to contribute towards economic and social development and transformation of the built environment. This mandate will never be accomplished without a complete immovable asset register. The state cannot unlock land or property for social and economic development if it has no accurate record of what it owns. Minister, as you address the construction mafia and the issues that I've raised, the ACDP wishes you well in your endeavor to turn this department around. I thank you.
The Honorable Kwankwa.
Mr. Speaker, I was tempted to resist the temptation to start my speech by greeting the General here. Up until Honorable Doug Moore said he can do simultaneous interpretation of that, I would like you to do that for me in Xhosa. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Auditor General's briefing on the state of affairs within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has laid bare a series of alarming and persistent failures that threaten the very fabric of service delivery in our country. As already stated earlier, a staggering 107 projects have been delayed, racking up a cost of more than 3 billion rands, with 63 of them left hanging for over 3 years. These delays are attributed to substandard contractor performance, resulting in unutilized infrastructure and unmet expectations for the public sector. The situation, as you've already also highlighted and admitted, is not only outrageous, but is also unsustainable. Despite spending 86% of the allocated budget on service delivery programs, only 20% of the expected outcomes have been achieved. The systemic failure of the property management trading entity over 4 years highlights the inability to drive progress, and it is now essential that people be held accountable for this dereliction of duty. The ongoing wasteful expenditure on unfinished projects such as the unoccupied telecom towers and the incomplete wall at the Kosi Bay border post reflect inefficiency and mismanagement plaguing this department. I don't want to belabor the point. The presence also of construction mafias who engage in extortion has only actually served to worsen the situation, preventing contractors from completing their work on time. This, coupled with financial mismanagement, delays in critical infrastructure development, further hindering economic progress and inflaming community unrest. What's happening here in Parliament? We said there would be no delays when we bring a private sector DBSA, but now the delays are occurring here in Parliament right under our nose. We couch those delays in flowery and great English, Lega Queen Elizabeth. The other issue that we feel very important about and needs to be done is that public works, as you also indicated, must step up and ensure robust oversight, transparency, regular updates on project statuses rather. It is vital that they also intensify accountability measures and that are strengthened so that those responsible rather for delays and substandard work can be held to account. And timelines are adhered to when it comes to project, including layer parliament glossy presentations good DBSA Marcel.
Next speaker is the Honorable Zibi.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, I'm really glad that you are focusing on the basics, because what's been missing all the years, a lot of the time, is simple, effective management of infrastructure projects and consequences where targets are not met. But I'm going to share a few anecdotes with you, Minister, to illustrate some of the problems and what may need to be done or what urgently needs to be done to get even better at this. My son turns 18 next year in February. He was in diapers when the R61 between Mthatha and Ngobo was being built. It's still not finished. Can I please ask you to pay attention to that, to make sure that that project is complete, because people continue to die on that road because the work has not been completed. But I'll share with you an even crazier example. Fortunately, the problem has since been solved, but the road between Gqeberha and Utnake and Kariega today, when they cut the grass, it's a dual carriageway. When the grass was cut between the carriages, it was long on the outside. And when they cut it on the outside, it was long on the inside. And the reason is that's a provincial road. The two pieces of land, one belongs to the metro, the other belongs to the municipality. Could never cut them at the same time. Now, that's one symptom of the same problem they had in Buffalo City, where the road between the city and the airport towards Port Alfred was built. It's stunning, it's beautiful, but they couldn't tell to whom it belongs. That has an impact on the quality of the infrastructure people get, the lack of coordination between local government and the provincial government a lot of the time. So we need to work on that. But there is also a problem, Minister, that shows up in the committee on which I serve, which is an inability for entities at municipal level in particular to know which infrastructure assets are where, which gives huge problems for the completion of audits to the Auditor General. The Tshwane Metro 2 years ago hired a company to find even pipes that were installed that very year. Now, if we can't solve the problem between the national government, the provincial government, and the local government to make sure that there is sufficient coordination between them, we are still going to have a problem. So please speak to the Minister of COGTA. I'm glad that the chair of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, Honorable Mkhize, is also here. Let's fix these problems and make sure that people get the services they deserve. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Maimane.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, Bagais Dumela. Honorable Minister, I think we gather at a crucial time where South Africa's GDP growth in the last 10 years has averaged 1%. I think all of us can concede the very basic point which says infrastructure and the building of infrastructure is going to be crucial for our growth. I would argue that rather than equally looking backwards, let's think about what the future of infrastructure and what needs South Africa will have. Because in truth, if we fail at the project of building future infrastructure, the consequence and the pain is felt by every child who can't go to school. It's felt by every patient who goes to a broken hospital. It's felt by a police station that doesn't work, and the list goes on. I want to suggest a few, perhaps 3 interventions that are crucial if we're going to attend to the future of infrastructure built in this country. The first relies on the issue of accountability, and I think, Minister, you're on the right track on issues about effective policing, even around the construction mafia. I hope that the summit you are going to host is going to deliver the appropriate action steps rather than talk if we're going to achieve accountability in this sector. But the second is probably the more crucial one. It's a question of education. Because in truth, this country is under-educating its young South Africans, which means that naturally you have, as the President has said, a shortage of engineers, people who are involved in this sector to be able to build. The net consequence of it is that the same companies who have been gaining the same contracts will be the ones who will continue the work. So if we want to build multiple South Africas, where only a few participate and many are spectators to wealth, let us miseducate our kids and see what the consequence of that will be. I would urge that let's be deliberate about skilling so that more and more people can participate. I think the third aspect is perhaps maybe crucial, which is the question of financing. And I want to propose here that we develop a centralized and effective infrastructure fund. The fundamentals are there. Truth is, municipalities are underspending, provinces in certain instances are returning, municipalities are returning funds. The governance of this fund must be transparent, it must be independent, and I'm proposing that the board be composed of a composition of private and public individuals, that the financing be a blended financing model that attracts all centralizing of all funds so that we can yield the appropriate returns. And lastly, it will borrow from sustainable financing models such as ESG so that we respond to the question of climate change as infrastructure has been destroyed in that space. We achieve that, Honorable Minister, we can ultimately build the South Africa of the future rather than correcting yesterday's mistakes. Thank you.
And I'll call on the Honorable Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Assalamu alaikum to all. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for the information provided, and I do hope that your focus will be especially on the most marginalised who has been suffering from the crimes committed on our people due to lack of commitment to infrastructure, schools, housing, hospitals, sewage, roads, which has been sorely neglected. Incomplete infrastructure is a critical issue that continues to hinder progress and prosperity of our nation and affects our communities and burden our finances. Infrastructure development is the backbone of any growing economy. However, when these projects are left unfinished, they fail to serve the intended purpose, leaving communities without essential service and draining public funds. Eastern Cape, incomplete water infrastructure projects have left communities without access to clean drinking water, forcing residents to rely on distant, often unreliable water sources. Unfinished infrastructure places a significant financial strain on the state funds allocated for these projects and are often tied up, and any delays or mismanagement require additional resources to address issues like extortion, vandalism, and even the need to restart projects. The Maintain to Bridge project in the Eastern Cape was initially expected to ensure connectivity and stimulate the local economy. However, due to delays and financial mismanagement, the project has encountered repeated halts requiring millions more to resume construction and repair. These delays deter private investment and undermine the economic growth potential of affected regions. Communities near incomplete road projects experience limited access to local markets, making it difficult for business to grow and for residents to reach essential services like healthcare and education. In the Western Cape, there are several houses standing incomplete over the past 10 years. There is a housing crisis, but provincial government are dragging their feet to complete the houses, which have now been taken over by criminals. To address this crisis, we must ensure better oversight, accountability in the planning and execution of infrastructure projects. Collaborative efforts between government departments, contractors, and communities are essential to ensure projects are completed on time and within budget. Transparent project reporting, strict penalties for contractors who fail to deliver, and continuous community engagement are critical steps in restoring trust that our infrastructure investment benefits our people. Sarah Bartman is but one of many examples of how taxpayers are robbed by several stakeholders entrusted. Over 240 million spent on a project not even halfway. Honourable Speaker, incomplete infrastructure not only squanders valuable resources, but also denies our citizens their basic rights to service and opportunity. Key here is that there is a need for accountability, proper planning, oversight, and foreseeability. What is very concerning in this House is the amount of politicking and not realizing how many has failed in their responsibility of oversight. Who suffers? The citizens of South Africa. I thank you.
I now call on the Honourable Mashlatsi.
Thank you, Speaker. Unity, Africa. The infrastructure development is vital for enhancing the government service delivery, driving economic growth, and improving quality of life for South Africans. However, persistent delay have undermined these goals, leading to insufficiencies, poor job creation, stagnated economic development, which have significant consequences for the livelihood of our citizens. The UAT has identified 3 provinces that stand out in the severe impact of these delays on essential services and local economy. In Gauteng, the Pretoria Magistrate Court's modernization project has encountered significant procurement delay. This setback has contributed to severe overcrowding in courts, thereby undermining access to justice. This delay directly impacted judicial processes, obstructing the fair and timely administration of justice, which is essential for upholding law and order and maintaining public confidence in the legal system. In the province of Limpopo, Polokwane Magistrate Court has also faced considerable delay due to mismanagement of funds and payment issues. The postponement of this project has created a substantial backlog in the case of processing, which adversely affect the access to justice for local communities in the province. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the KZN Department of Education continues to experience severe funding shortages that has stalled necessary upgrades to educational infrastructure. this direct negative impact on quality of education provided to students in province. And further delay could result in the long-term damage to educational standards. The consequences of this delay are profound. They not only hinder the delivery of essential public services such as justice, healthcare, education, and public safety, but they also prevent citizens from accessing their rights and dignities. Moreover, the postponement completion of this project stifle local economic growth, limit job creation, exacerbate challenges in public service delivery. Minister, what steps are being taken to address and resolve these delays? Specifically, what measures are being implemented to ensure timely completion of this critical infrastructure project? Additionally, how is your office addressing an ongoing issue of delaying payment to contractors, which further exacerbate the challenges and extend the project timely? We wait for your response and the concrete steps that will take to ensure that this vital infrastructure project are completed without further delay. Kanimambo.
The next speaker is the Honorable Mashlangu.
Ngiyathokoza ke kusekela sihlalo ngilotshise ke amalunga wonke weParliament ngilotshise egameni le-ANC. Deputy Speaker, scholars and economists who have studied the relationship between investment in infrastructure and economic development have found that there exists a positive relationship between infrastructure development or investment in infrastructure and macroeconomic indicators like employment and economic growth. They argue that there are jobs in entire infrastructure development value chain, from building to maintenance, safekeeping and operating. The importance of infrastructure in the economic growth and development equation was succinctly put by the European Commission when they argue that all successful nations have delivered quality infrastructure for development to flourish. Here they are referring to countries like China, Singapore, Rwanda, and many more. Research from World Bank has revealed that infrastructure investment can have a multiplier effect on the economy of any country, meaning that for each rand we spend in investing in infrastructure, we can reliably measure the other sectors of the economy it impacts on and the quantum. In fact, the research reveals that investing in infrastructure can be useful in fighting against poverty, unemployment, inequality, and increased economic productivity. These were properly illustrated in a case of Senegal's increased access to broadband infrastructure, which improved households' quality of life, and it resulted in a 10% poverty decrease in Senegal. Moreover, the studies clearly demonstrate that a 10% increase in mobile broadband infrastructure access can increase the economy of the country by 2.8%. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this understanding of the impact of infrastructure development in the economy is extremely important when we debate the delays of completion of infrastructure projects in the country. It is important because it clearly demonstrates that we are not only delaying access to quality service delivery to beneficiaries of public infrastructure. However, we are also compromising the fight to reduce unemployment, which Stats SA revealed that marginally declined to 32.1%, and our efforts to grow the economy of the country at 5% per year, as envisaged in the National Development Plan. The ANC manifesto identifies investment in public infrastructure as a priority because we are accurately aware that if we implement infrastructure projects within time and budgeted amounts, we increase our chances of creating inclusive economic growth and jobs, as revealed by scientific data articulated above. The development of social infrastructure is to ensure that the quality of lives of the working class and the poor is improved. Economic infrastructural development is geared towards microeconomic development and local industrial development in both the urban and rural areas. Transport infrastructure in a form of rail, roads set to connect local markets is geared towards ensuring success of the district development model. Over several years, the country has experienced a number of challenges with infrastructure through vandalism of community rail infrastructure. The ANC government at the time dealt with this cause through law enforcement and several arrests were made. We must also appreciate the sixth administration through the then progressive minister, Honorable Sihle Zigalala, for initiating an investigation, in particular on top 50 delayed projects. Further appreciate the prosecution of those involved in corruption, such as bail breach case, where through courts there has been a judgment to recover losses. Furthermore, challenges in the construction industry also occurred through unrest, invasion of site, through blackmail of owners, site workers, as well as the role of construction mafias. State capture and corruption has plagued the construction of infrastructure projects. Also, these challenges negatively impacted on the construction of infrastructure, causes delay in infrastructure construction. These delays have an effect of cost overruns and also negatively impact the economy, which some estimate at 40 billion. In the report of the Department of Public Works, the Auditor General highlighted that there is a number of incomplete infrastructure projects for which budgeted has been expanded since 2012, some of which have created social problems in different areas. Forensic investigation are necessary. Law enforcement in a form of SIU, other agencies need to deal with this root cause of delays in infrastructure projects, need to take further action to root out the problems. These projects need to be investigated. There needs to be both consequence management, legal action taken to incomplete work. Incomplete infrastructure projects need to be costed and complete, because if we do not, the investment we have already made goes to waste. Above all, our people are deprived the services the infrastructure was meant to provide. The cost to the economy for delays in infrastructure projects is high as it disrupts the vital services, has a negative impact on citizens. Therefore, our government must take action against all sundry who have involved in delaying infrastructure, as supported by legal framework in the country. Moreover, delays increases the capital cost of project, as many results in cost overrun. This places pressure in the budget within tight fiscal environment. Capital-intensive infrastructure projects must be properly planned and implemented within time frame, completed within the allocated budget. This requires the state build capacity to implement project management capital. The building of capacity to deliver an infrastructure project as budgeted time cost cannot be a vote or project management or populism, as recently demonstrated by the minister when he announced the need of an advisory council on infrastructure without canvassing to cabinet and other relevant stakeholders. As the ANC were of the firm view that building capacity requires scientific study of the failure in the system of infrastructure delivery and the development of measures and tried and tested solutions. Parliament is not a forum to lobby for such. However, we are of the view that if the president agrees such a request, given that there is an infrastructure South Africa exists under the presidency, in other words, a compelling case needs to be made for such an advisory council. If such a structure is necessary, then in terms of reference needs to be clearly defined. It needs to operate transparently. It cannot be a decision-making body, but an advisory body, and it must be empower the department to implement infrastructure projects. As I conclude, I want to conclude by condemning all forms of criminality which delay infrastructure delivery and urge all law enforcement agencies to act without hesitation as these people rob the country, our future, jobs, and economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. That concludes party responses to the ministerial statement. I'll now recognize the honorable the minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me try and deal with those who came here to do nothing other than grandstand and make strange statements. You know, the Honourable already talks about selling out. There is no one who has politically sold out more than that man. He has joined 4 political parties, including the DA, and now he finds himself in camouflage. He has sold out one political party after another, and he will sell out the MK as well. And let me say, I'm glad that the Honorable Reddy has finally admitted that they are the shop stewards of the construction mafia. That's exactly what he said today. And even when you go to people who have been arrested for extortion activities, do you know what shirts people are wearing outside in support of them? MK shirts. Because the construction mafia and the MK are one and the same thing. And I understand why MK does not want to see transparency in tender processes. They hate the idea of getting value for money. They would rather have Black rural communities suffer because projects cannot be completed on time than ensure that they are completed on time due to infrastructure being delivered from transparent processes. You know, there is a party that understands and recognizes failed infrastructure projects, and that's the EFF. You'll recall On Point Engineering, a company that was linked to the previous or to the leader of the EFF that couldn't deliver a project in Limpopo. And talking of dysfunctional and power struggles within a political party, they know what that looks like. Mass exoduses of their own leaders. Their own
If you
members
don't have anything to
plotting
say,
to
just
form
finish, man. Just
MK
leave the podium.
in their own house. They were doing it. They plotted and formed this party while they were sitting at the dinner table.
When I just finish what you have written, when I
Please take your
matriculate.
seat for a moment there.
House Chair.
Honorable
Chair.
members to my left, I can only take order. I can only take one point at a time. Honorable Montana.
House Chair, is the Honorable Minister willing to take a question?
Honorable Minister, are you prepared to take a question at this time? Honorable Minister indicates no. Please take your seat. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
House Chair.
Please
House
just
Chair.
take your seat. Honorable Mahotwe, please don't unmute and speak. If you do want to be recognized, please raise your hand and I will be alerted by the table staff. For now, I'm recognizing the Honorable Reddy in the House.
Thank you.
But Chair, I'm here.
Acting
Recognize me.
Speaker.
And why you have a problem with me now?
Honorable
Acting
Mahotwe,
Speaker.
my apologies, Honorable Reddy. Honorable Mahotwe, I've just now indicated to you, please do not unmute and speak. Whilst we're back in the hybrid, it makes it very unmanageable. Please use the virtual hand raise function.
I did, House Chair. I did.
Thank you. Then I will get to you. Thank you. Honorable Reddy, please proceed.
Acting Speaker, the Minister is proving that he knows nothing about the department. He's
No,
not answering the
Honorable
question.
Reddy,
No,
that's
he's
not a
he's
point of
raising-
order.
He's not raising pertinent issues here.
No.
He's personalizing, playing
Honorable
the
Reddy.
ball and not the man.
Honorable Reddy, thank you. Please
Disgraceful.
take your seat.
No, you need to rule that he needs to keep
Honorable
to the
Reddy.
points that were
Please
raised
take-
by us. Answer issues. He makes
Honorable Reddy.
allegations that MK
Honorable
is
Reddy,
supporting construction
take your
mafia.
seat now.
It's a serious allegation. He
Please,
must
I'm
substantiate
going to give
that.
you another opportunity to take your seat. Honorable members, the rules clearly state that when we interrupt a speaker at the podium, it's either to request whether the speaker is prepared to take a question or to rise on a point of order. Honorable Reddy, what you now attempted to do is to react to the points the minister is making in response to your speech, and that's not permissible. Please don't do that again. Honorable Mahotwe on the virtual platform.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I want to bring to your attention two issues. One, that not so knowledgeable minister is casting aspersions on the person of the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the EFF, Honorable Malem. That is completely out of order. When he has got an issue, he must bring a substantive motion. That's one. He wouldn't know because he's just clueless generally about all the matters. One. Two, that matter that he's talking about is a matter that was ventilated in court. And the Commander-in-Chief was cleared from that. So let's educate him to know before he comes there and waste our time.
Okay,
He's
Honorable
supposed to be
Mahotwe.
responding to questions, not
Honorable
to be
Mahotwe.
saying wrong things, misleading this house. He must
Thank
be
you,
rude.
Honorable Mahotwe.
Withdraw, House Chair, please. He must withdraw.
Honorable Mahotwe, thank you. On your first point, I will look at the Hansard and see whether the minister has cast aspersions on the leader of the EFF, and then I will make a ruling. On your second point, that is once again an attempt to insert yourself in the debate, which you please must also refrain from. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Because the truth of the matter is, with every project and every rand that is spent on infrastructure, the EFF only considers what's in it for us, not what's in it for South Africa. House Chairperson, there was a bizarre speech given by Action SA here today that the Honourable Kobe said that the only contribution that we offered was flowery words, and yet she didn't offer a single contribution. But let's look at her party's contribution to infrastructure. In Action SA's coalition with the EFF in Johannesburg, they cannot fix a single thing in Johannesburg. Bree Street, water cuts in Johannesburg and now Tshwane. She clearly didn't listen to a single thing that I said, including transparency and tendering. But that's the problem when you come up here to—
Order, honourable members.
You actually don't listen
Honourable
to what
members.
said before you.
Honourable Minister, just one moment. Order. Order. Honourable members, it's perfectly permissible in terms of a lively debate to interject. But what we now have is a drowning out of the minister. The minister listened to all of the party responses and he now has a right to respond. Order. Honourable members. Honourable members, we can't have that. Please be orderly. Honourable member, I will now, if the minister is again drowned out, start identifying members who are acting in a grossly disorderly manner. Please give the minister an opportunity to respond. Minister, please continue.
Thank you very much. So I would really encourage the Honourable Kobe to, instead of just reading her speech, listen to what has been said and respond accordingly. Honourable Zibi, let me say that indeed you start an interesting conversation because this department must be held accountable for only what is within its responsibility. And unfortunately, the projects that you stated are not within our responsibility, but it's what we want to start getting involved in. We want to see a central focus of infrastructure planning within the country so that those projects can be delivered on time and on budget, and to use Infrastructure South Africa as that central point. House Chairperson, infrastructure, when it is done correctly, changes people's lives, it grows the economy, and it creates jobs. And I want to use two examples of where one is done correctly and where one is done incorrectly. If you look at infrastructure development and spending and prioritization within the Western Cape, you see the years of investment and prioritizing and spending on infrastructure led to an increase in 75,000 jobs within the last quarter, 75,000 jobs. But when you benchmark that against Gauteng, which has now become a wasteland for infrastructure development, where they cannot even fix a street in Bree Street after 1 year, it is because they don't care about infrastructure development. And that is where we are going to intervene. We are going to start intervening in provinces like Gauteng that cannot deliver infrastructure, cannot build infrastructure, and cannot fix the most basic of things like water, like roads, and to ensure that the electricity stays on. But we also have to recognize that when
Order,
parties
honourable
like the
members.
Thank you. We have to recognize that when parties like the EFF and Action SA get together in local government, it has devastating consequences for the electorate. So we will act without fear and favor, and we will ensure that we continue to turn South Africa into a construction site. I thank you so much.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, the next item on today's order paper is questions, oral questions. Firstly, there's an announcement. You would have noted that on today's question paper, there was questions that has been transferred from written to oral in terms of Rule 146(1). The written replies to these questions have been received in time, and as a result, these questions will no longer be addressed orally today. So we then move on to questions addressed to the ministers in cluster 3 governance. There are 4 supplementary questions on each question. Parties have given an indication of which questions their ministers, their members who are connecting to the sitting through the virtual platform. My apologies. Adequate notice was given to parties for this purpose. This was done to facilitate participation of members who are also connected through the virtual platform. The members who will pose supplementary questions will be recognized by the presiding officer. In allocating opportunities for supplementary questions, the principle of fairness, amongst others, has been applied. If a member who is supposed to ask a supplementary question through the virtual platform is unable to do so due to technical difficulties, the party whip on duty will be allowed to ask the question on their behalf. When all the supplementary questions have been answered by the executive, we will proceed to the next question on the question paper. The first question has been asked by the Honourable Kaba Mthaba to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The question is about the department's collaboration with the state technology entities to overcome connectivity challenges at several public service points and the professionalization of the public service. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair and honorable members. The Department of Public Service and Administration is committed to advancing service delivery by addressing connectivity challenges that impacts public service points and untimely inconvenience citizens. To achieve this, we have established strategic partnerships with key state technology entities to ensure that the public service is not only professionalized, but also resilient and responsive to the needs of our people. The department has collaborated with numerous state-owned entities, such as the State Information Technology Agency, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and the Center for Public Service Innovation. Each partnership, House Chair, is structured to address specific challenges as they arise, ensuring that solutions are both targeted and effective. In case of connectivity, DCDT, SETA, and PPI have completed phase 1 of SA Connect initiative, which seeks to provide broadband connectivity to various service delivery sites, e.g. schools, police station, and healthcare services, healthcare centers rather. But despite Proclamation 47 of 2014, which shifted SETA's oversight to the Department of Communications and Digital Technology, the department maintains a close collaboration relationship with the SETA due to recognizing that connectivity.
Chair, I've been raising my hand on the platform. You don't even recognize us.
My apologies, Honourable Minister. My apologies. Is it the Honourable
Mkhalipi?
Mkhalipi?
Yeah, Chair,
apologies,
we
I
don't hear
didn't-
what the Yeah,
Please
I raise a
proceed.
point of order, Chair. We don't hear what the minister is saying. Please, can you speak towards the mic on
Thank
the
you.
virtual platform, please?
We'll do so. Honourable Minister, yeah, you are one of the shorter ministers, but please sit down.
Thank you very much. Should I start from the beginning? Okay.
Yeah, maybe for the benefit of those on the virtual
Yes.
platform, please do so.
Thank you, Chair. I was saying that the Department of Public Service and Administration is committed to advancing service delivery by addressing connectivity challenges that impacts public service points and untimely inconvenience citizens. To achieve the following, we have established strategic partnerships with key state technology entities to ensure that the public service is not only professionalized, but also resilient and responsive to the needs of our people. The department has also collaborated with numerous state-owned entities, such as the State Information Technology Agency, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, and the Center for Public Service Innovation. Each partnership in this case is structured to address specific challenges as they arise, ensuring that solutions are both targeted and effective. In case of the connectivity, DCDT, SETA, BPI have completed phase 1 of SA Connect initiative, which seeks to provide broadband connectivity to various service delivery sites like schools, police stations, and healthcare facilities. Despite Proclamation 47 of 2014, which shifted SETA's oversight from the department to the Department of Communication and Digital Technology. The department maintains a close collaborative relationship with SETA due to recognizing the connectivity is an essential service for public departments. Our engagement are anchored in a quarterly review process with the Government Information Technology Officers Council. This session allows SETA to report on connectivity challenges affecting service delivery points and provide updates on remedial actions taken to minimize IT disruption and downtime. I must also mention, Chair, that legislation mandates that departments source connectivity through SETA. These structural requirements underscore SETA's critical role in addressing connectivity needs within the public service. The department also uses its position and influence to encourage SETA to enhance service reliability and ensure that all departments benefit from seamless connectivity. This legislative structure provides for a framework for the department to ensure that service delivery improvements remain a top priority. In our ongoing collaboration with the CPSI and the CSIR, we continue to push for innovative solutions, Chair, that streamline public service functions. For an example, our partnership with these entities has led to a creation of a digital fingerprinting solution, which is a groundbreaking tool that enables the identification of individuals, including unclaimed bodies in government mutualities through fingerprint technology. Department's collaborative effort with SETA, CSIR, CPIS, and all other entities are integral to our mission to build a modern, professional, and efficient public service, and we are committed to addressing connectivity gaps and developing innovative solutions that enhances accessibility.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Taban Chaba, you have the opportunity to ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, many households in Gauteng, Ivory Park, and KwaZulu-Natal, Msinga, are currently facing electricity challenges, losing their footy and productive time due to Eskom's upgrade of electricity meters system. Now, Minister, which impact the quality of the public services? Ngqongqoshe ohloniphekile nanku umbuzo. Ngabe yiziphi izinhlelo umnyango ozisebenzisayo ukuze uqinisekise ukuthi izinhlelo ze-ICT ziyawusebenzela umphakathi? Ngoba phela ngqongqoshe ngokomgomo kahulumeni kumele uhulumeni angenelele ukuletha usizo olusheshayo ukuxazulula izinselelo zobuchwepheshe nobuxhakaxhaka phakathi komphakathi ukuze kizo zonke izinhlaka zikahulumeni ngesikhathi. Ngqongqoshe ngithunywa lapha umama wasempindweni lenyandeni e-Eastern Cape uthi akanayo iselfoni enobucwebecwebe ekwazi ukumbonisa yonke into nokuthi alinde umnyuziki wakwa-Eskom omkhalela endlebeni azakhathale. Ngiphinde ngithunywe umama osemhlabi yalingana ejozini uthi angisho ukuthi uhola impesheni ngqongqoshe akanayo imali yokufaka i-airtime yokuthi kukhala umnyuziki for 2 hours endlebeni azakhathale. Nakhu-ke ngqongqoshe engifuna ukusho uMamthembu phansi kwentaba eMashunka uhola impesheni akanayo imali. Ake kwenziwe uhlelo lokuthi umuntu efonela u-Eskom
Honorable Member, your time has now expired. Honorable Minister.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Chairperson. I think to help to prevent the disruption in services due to ICT issues, the department has introduced several proactive measures in this regard. Firstly, there is an ICT policy framework. This policy framework was issued in 2022-23, which speaks to corporate governance of the ICT policy framework, which follows also international standards. This guides the department in managing ICT systems effectively while assisting them to prepare for and also handle any risk that may arise. Also, we have issued some directive which ensure that the department assess ICT risk and plan in advance for continuity so that services cannot be affected in case there are technical challenges. Also, House Chair, the department has launched a toolkit with 25 key risk areas that might impact ICT services. This tool therefore helps the department like transport to identify potential risks and plan solutions to prevent service outages. So these, chairpersons, are some of the steps that the department is taking to ensure that departments have right standards and procedures and processes in place to manage ICT challenges effectively while actually making sure that services are delivered reliably. Ngiyabonga, ngicabanga ukuthi ngizame ukumphendula umhlonishwa.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The second supplementary question is to be asked by the Honourable de Villiers.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the professionalization of the state is a stated goal of the GNU, and one of the biggest hurdles to overcome is ensuring efficient, dependable, and fit-for-purpose IT infrastructure to government departments, especially given all the frustrations around the monopoly SETA has on state IT services. Minister, if any entity under you wants to deviate from the monopolistic IT services controlled by SETA and follow normal procurement procedures to acquire IT solutions from the market, will you consider signing off these deviations so that these entities can urgently find the innovative IT solutions they need to professionalize our state? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. First and foremost, I think it's important to all appreciate that we need an efficient and dependable ICT in order to professionalize and to deliver on our mandate as the seventh administration. However, when it relates to the issue of considering giving a deviation when there are some government entities that wants to procure some services elsewhere, I think myself and the Minister of Communication, we are planning to have a meeting so that we first identify what are the real challenges that SETA is facing. And if there is a need to consider deviation, there must be first a standard which will direct as to what are the conditions under which such a deviation can be granted, so that we don't open ourselves to deviation which will undermine the very same purpose that we're trying to deal with. I think there will be that consideration, but before that, we must sit down and put in place standards according to which we have to refer when we want to consider any deviation, as it relates to other matters that seek some deviation. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Mkunu.
Ngiyabonga somlomo ohloniphekile. Ngongqoshe, yini oyenzile ukuthi izidingo ngangi zobuchwepheshe besimanje i-technology ukuthi ziyafinyelela eindaweni zonke even ezabantu laba abantulayo emakhaya, ikakhulukazi kumkhakha wezemfundo ezikoleni, emtholampilo, emaphoyiseni, ngoba kumele nabo bacijeke kwi-technology, ngoba lokhu kuyalekelela kakhulu ekutheni basize umphakathi. Inhloso siyazi ukuthi uhulumeni uthe izwe lonke alisebenze ngalobuchwepheshe besimanje. Siwumkhonto wesizwe phathi, awusichazeleke ngqongqoshe ukuthi njengoba senasebenzisana nontamo olukhuni nakhohlwa abantu, njengomnyango ke nidlala yiphi indima uqinisekisa ukuthi lokhu kuxhumana okusheshayo kuyafinyelela emakhaya lapho uhulumeni ehambisa khona izinsiza.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Okokuqala nje mhlawumbe ukuphendula ilungu ehloniphekileyo ukuthi ke noma kumkhonto ungahlukwazi kodwa afana abheke ukuthi ungakwazi yena siqu sakhe. Ngoba lokhu nje okokuqala kushoyo ukuthi sikhethe ukuhlwamuka abantu sisebenze noNgqiwankulu ukhuluma nje imbudane into engekho leyo futhi ngiyakholwa ukuthi nayo yazizwa ukuthi kokushoyo akukho. Kodwa ke iqiniswe ngelithi
Honorable Minister, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Manye, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair. The minister has used an unparliamentary.
Order, honorable members.
I'm rising on Rule 92, read with Rule 85. The minister has used an unparliamentary term and saying our member is talking in Bhutani. It means he's talking nonsense. It's an unparliamentary term. He must withdraw. Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Minister, that didn't come through in the translation, but I don't know whether you're prepared to maybe deal with the issue.
no, I think, Chair, I'm never interested in trying to educate somebody about my language. I'm an Nkosi, I'm a prince, I'm the custodian of isiZulu.
Okay.
If he does not understand isiZulu, it's not my business. His member there understands what I'm saying because he posed the question in isiZulu. Ngizoqhubeka lapho-ke.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Just hold on for a moment. Honorable Manye, order. In the circumstances, I will consult the Hansard and then make a ruling. Honorable Minister, please continue with your substantive answer.
Ngizoqhubeka ngoba sengilungisele embudane. Ngisho ukuthi ilunga elihloniphekileyo liqinisile uma lisho ukuthi noma kuthiwa ibuphi ubuchwepheshe esiza nabo ukuzama ukuprofessionalize i-public service nokuletha izidingo kubantu. Kufanele ubuchwepheshe kungashiyi abantu basemakhaya nabahluphekayo ngemuva. Yilokho kumnyango oqinisekisayo ukuthi yonke inhlobo yobuchwepheshe lobu i-technology kufanele ibe all inclusive. Rural people must be on board, they must never be left behind. Yilokho ke sikwenza ke sengichazile ukuthi phakathi kwezinye zezinto empilweni yokuqala kukhona ukuthi uqinisekise ukuthi endaweni lezo izinto zabantu ngezikole ngaba izibhedlela kube nokuxhumana okungamukiyo uhulumeni uqiniseke ukuze abantu bakithi bekwazi ukuthi uma befuna izidingo zonke ezidinga ukuxhumana lokhu kwe-technology bakwazi ukufuna kulokho. So ngikholwa ukuthi ke akathembe ukuthi lokho esikwenzayo kuyikho kanye lokhu naye akufunayo ukuthi i-development and also technology and our innovation is all inclusive, including people who are in deep rural areas, people living with disability. They must also.
Honorable Minister, just hold on for a moment. Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Ngicabanga ukuthi ungqongqoshe akaphenduli umbuzo ngoba umbuzo ubuthi yini aseyenzile not yini
Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member, but that's not how we deal with answers. The Minister has an opportunity to respond as it is. He still has 28 seconds left of his time and you've already made up your mind he didn't answer. Please don't do that. Let's pose our questions and then let's give the Minister a response, an opportunity to respond and to take the floor and just to state that the Minister is not answering. It's not allowed.
Honorable, to conclude,
Honorable Minister, please continue.
Yes, to conclude, I'm not sure whether 2022 and 2023 is in the future. I'm not sure of that. I'm not also sure whether 2021, 22 is in the future, as what the member is saying, to say she wants to know what we have done, not what we are going to do. So this is in the past, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sali.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable.
Order, honorable members. This is a smaller, more intimate venue than the Marquee. Maybe we've now become accustomed to just raising our voices at the Marquee. Please, let's give the Honorable Sali an opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, although the slow pace of connectivity can be blamed on the service providers, there's no doubt that the internet speed in South Africa have dropped drastically since a rockfall in the Congo Canyon broke the West Africa cable system and South Atlantic 3 subsea cables. Is the minister considering satellite internet as a backup to connectivity problems? I thank you.
The Honorable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Indeed, that is one thing that we have to and are considering because it's in our best interest to make sure that services are actually delivered without any interruption. We agree that most of the time you find that the internet speed is very low, and there's a number of reasons as to why that is happening. Also, it leads to the issue of cable theft and battery being stolen by thugs. But any intervention that seeks to mitigate and ensure that there is efficiency in our delivery of services is most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. Question number 639 has been asked by the Honourable Mahlatsi to the Minister for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is about the steps the department is taking to identify and address corruption in municipalities, specifically bribery of supply chain and finance officials, and steps to address such misconduct to uphold the integrity of municipal financial management. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. To tackle corruption within municipalities, our department is taking immediate actions. We are strengthening transparency and accountability by enhancing disclosure requirements for tender processes and promoting whistleblower protection. The immediate steps include the following. 1, investigations and audits. Conducting regular audits and investigation to detect and prevent corrupt practices, mainly focusing on supply chain and finance officials. 2, capacity building. Providing training and support to municipal officials to enhance their capacity in managing tender and contracts. 3, collaboration, working closely with law enforcement agencies, the National Prosecuting Authority, and other stakeholders to investigate and prosecute corruption. Preventative measures include 4 steps. That is robust supply chain management practices, ensuring municipalities apply sound supply chain management practices to prevent irregular expenditure and maladministration. Secondly, financial management enhancement. That is strengthening financial management and oversight to prevent corruption and ensure accountability. Thirdly, reporting channels. Establishing clear reporting channels for unethical conduct, corruption, and non-compliance. Fourthly, consequence management, ensuring swift action is taken against those found guilty of corruption, including disciplinary actions and prosecution. By implementing these measures, we aim to uphold the integrity of the municipal financial management and prevent corruption. Our department is committed to eradicating corruption and promoting good governance in municipalities. To promote a culture of ethics and integrity within municipalities, the department issued a circular on the adoption of the Code of Ethical Leadership in Local Government to all municipalities in October 2024. This code outlines the necessary action to achieve well-governed, efficient, effective, and ethical leadership in local government. Furthermore, in collaboration with the National School of Government and SALGA, the department will launch the Local Government Ethics e-learning program before the end of the current financial year. This training program will assist councillors and officials in understanding ethical standards and the ethical issues they may encounter in their environment. Through this initiative, Honorable Chair, we aim to enhance the understanding and application of ethical standards at the local government level and to equip participants with the skills to identify and respond to ethical dilemmas. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Mahlatsi, you have the opportunity to ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I'm glad, Minister, that you mentioned that one of the tools that we are using is preventative. There was a commitment to institutionalize the vetting process in the municipalities. Then my question is, what is the level of compliance to the vetting process in the municipalities? Moreover, the supply chain management and finance. The second question, are you supporting the vetting process in the municipalities? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Yes, the vetting process is what must be done if we have to combat corruption at any level of government. As I indicated in the response, the department is in a program of ensuring that these measures we are implementing are going to be instituted in our municipalities, and our focus is on the finance section where tenders and corruption at most appears. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, you would agree that this is a disaster of titanic proportions. Why am I saying that? It's simply because every single week we are inundated with calls from different service providers, abangabhatalwanga ngomasipala for various reasons. The process iqala kwi-deviation. Baqale ba-procure izinto abantu urgently, kufuneka beyibribile because you short circuit the processes. After that, baphinde bangabhatalwa, kufuneka singenelele thina sihambe sifona sithethe into esingazaziyo because we are trying to help and they have service providers and employees to pay. The question is it possible to at some point get an indication by imali lay over to especially the SMMEs that provide service to the municipality to get an indication of what is Zambanjanendo and how the processes can be fast-tracked to make sure that we meet at least the deadlines for payments? Thank you.
Honourable the Minister.
Honorable Member, the responsibility to fight corruption is for everyone, including the service providers. If a service provider followed a correct procedure during the tendering process, there is no need of running around wanting to be paid and not dealing with the relevant municipality which is owing him if he followed a correct procedure. If a municipality is not paying him, the next step is to report the matter at a provincial government where there is an MEC responsible to see to it that what has been procured is paid for. If there is no joy at a provincial level, the government at a national level, COPTAM, is available to come on board. There is no reason why service providers should talk to everyone on the street if they follow the correct tender process.
The point for me is not about deviation.
No, Honourable Kwankwa, no.
It's about the amount of money
Honourable
service
Kwankwa.
providers we went through them. No
Thank
matter-
you, Honourable Kwankwa. Honourable Minister, are you done? You're done, Honourable Minister? Thanks. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Thring.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, a close friend of mine, business friend, or rather a man who has a business, is a man of integrity with high moral and ethical values. Refuses to do any contract work for municipalities. Why? He says to get a tender, a bribe is asked for. To keep the tender, more bribes are required. There are friends of mine who have served as municipal employees who have been sidelined and victimized in the workplace when they refuse to contravene the MFMA, Supply Chain Management Acts, and other municipal legislation. A whistleblower in a corruption case in eThekwini was shot and killed in his driveway. It seems that in many municipalities, corruption pays. Minister, noting that corruption in municipalities—
Honorable String, your time has run out.
taxpayer and the indigent, what plans have you put in place? to
Thank you,
protect
Honorable String.
businessmen and whistleblowers and municipal employees from harm? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, please take care to stay within the time allocated for supplementary questions. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It is not true that all tenders, whoever have a tender, got through wrong procedures. It cannot be true. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Order, honorable
will
members.
be-
Allow
we
the
will be
minister to
able-
respond.
We will be able, Chair, we will be able to deal with corruption if we say some of the tenders are engulfed with corruption. Now, the advice is when a service provider is requested to pay upfront, the service provider, as you rightly say, Honorable Member, is an ethical man. He must report that I was tendering for a particular project and they wanted me to pay money upfront in order to be given this project. That is the only way we can clamp down corruption if we take responsible action as citizens. To complain and not report anywhere will never bring it to an end.
The Honorable Maimane will have the opportunity to ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and to the Minister. Minister, the ecosystem of corruption is such that you find municipal-owned entities who have acting executives in one instance, and in other instances, when the decisions are taken and lifestyle audits take place, they are not always made public. Would the Minister, in the act of preventing corruption over a long period of time, support the view that for municipal-owned entities, CEOs, and their political principles, those lifestyle audits must be made public so that when decisions are made, they can be cross-referenced against that and legislate for that? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Indeed, Honorable Maimane, the lifestyle audit to critical officials who have an influence in deciding as to who at the end of the day gets a tender should be done and be made public. We support that.
Thank you. Honorable members, question number 588 has been asked by the Honorable Ndamase to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is about plans to support the National Treasury and the Department of Water and Sanitation to resolve the debt of municipalities to water boards, which remain a risk to efficient water supply. The Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, the problem is more and bigger than between municipalities and water and sanitation. This is a vicious cycle. Municipalities are owed by departments, national and provincial. If you want municipalities to pay what they owe water, departments must pay municipalities. Municipalities are owed by business people. If you want municipalities to be functional and able to pay what is due to ESCOM, due to water boards, business people must pay municipalities. Municipalities must firstly conclude indigent registers so that all of us who are working and should be paying for services we receive from municipalities, we pay for those services. So now, in order to address the problem of water boards and ESCOM, we need to do it as a comprehensive approach. All departments should pay what is due to municipalities. The amount owed by departments is about 29.4 billion. How do we expect municipalities to be able to pay ESCOM and water boards if the government at a provincial and national level are not paying what is due to municipalities? The Department of Water Services is actively involved in the Debt Relief Program Committee, which is working diligently with the National Treasury to finalize a debt write-off mechanism. This mechanism aims to allow water boards to forgive historical municipal debt contingent upon municipalities establishing a solid payment record for the current obligation. We believe this initiative will foster financial sustainability within municipalities by encouraging a commitment to stringent fiscal discipline as a fundamental requirement for continued participation in the program. For municipalities that are currently under intervention, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Regional Affairs intends to collaborate closely with the Municipal Financial Recovery Service Unit within the National Treasury and other relevant stakeholders. Together, we aim to ensure that financial recovery plans prioritize long-term sustainability and are effectively implemented. Moreover, the department has identified that non-revenue water losses are significantly impacting municipalities' ability to service their debt to water boards. In response, there will be a heightened focus on enhancing infrastructure and prioritizing repairs and maintenance. With respect to grant funding, several water services authorities have been granted a permission to allocate up to 10% of their municipal infrastructure grant funds towards repairs and refurbishment project, starting in the 2024-2025 financial year. This allocation will become a mandatory requirement and will encompass not only water infrastructure, but also road, stormwater management, and wastewater.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Initiatives.
Your time has now run out.
Thank you.
Honourable Ndamase, you have the opportunity to ask the first supplementary question.
Honourable Minister, households and communities are negatively impacted by the billing system challenges and high water costs, which are also caused by water losses. With high rates of non-revenue water, estimated at almost 47%, was written off as non-revenue water in the municipal water reticulation system and due to illegal water connections. The debt owed by municipalities to water boards includes water which was not consumed due to leaks or illegal consumption. Then the question is, what measures is the department implementing to ensure all municipalities are adequately address the problem of water billing and non-revenue water, as it is inappropriately inflates municipal debt and household water bills? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. COGTA recognizes the severity of water billing challenges and non-revenue water impacts on households and municipalities. To address this, we have implemented various measures. Through the Municipal Infrastructure Grant, we have allocated 14.6 billion for water infrastructure upgrade and non-revenue water reduction initiatives over the 2022-2025 medium-term expenditure framework. Additionally, Our water reticulation master plans have been developed and implemented in 135 municipalities, resulting in a 10% reduction in non-revenue water losses. To further strengthen our effort, the Department of Water and Sanitation established the National Water and Sanitation Framework, which outlines clear guidelines for municipalities to improve water billing and non-revenue water management. Our partnership with the Department of Water and Sanitation has yielded the development of the Water and Sanitation Master Plan, a comprehensive guide for water infrastructure development. Furthermore, the Department of Water and Sanitation trained over 5,000 municipal officials in water management and revenue protection through their capacity building program.
Honorable Minister, just hold on, please, for a moment. Honorable Manye, why do you want to be recognized? Honorable, please assist to mute members on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the coalition is cheating the system. The minister is reading a typed, not something that he prepared now. He is reading a typed response on a follow-up question. How is that even possible?
Thank you, Honorable Manye. You know, I think we must put this thing to bed. If I was a member of the executive, I would have a team before I come here to look at the original question and to help me with prepared responses for possible follow-ups. So that's also a possibility. If this House feels that ministers should not be allowed to read anything when they answer questions, then the rules must be changed to that effect. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Can I conclude, Honorable Chair? The initiatives that I have responded to above demonstrate government's commitment to supporting municipalities in providing affordable and sustainable water services. We will continue monitoring progress and providing support to ensure effective implementation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. The second supplementary question is to be asked by the Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable House Chairperson, I'm going to take that one.
Proceed.
Honorable Minister, the Mahalis and Val water boards face imminent bankruptcy due to municipal debt, water debt, which poses a substantial risk to efficient water supply in their service areas. What measures are being implemented to prevent the attachment of municipal accounts under these boards, as this could severely impact service delivery? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, the response will be similar to the one I gave before. The issue of the water boards that are on the verge of collapsing due to being owed by municipalities needs a decisive action. And I do want to share this one, Honorable Chair. At a cabinet level, we agreed that I must write letters to all departments and provinces specifying the amount they owe a municipality, and I gave them the end of December to pay what is due to municipalities. Come January, together with National Treasury, the departments who would have not complied to pay the municipality, we will engage National Treasury to tap in the allocation for those departments and redirect them to municipalities that are being owed, so that the equipment of municipalities is not going to be attached by the water boards they owe, because they too are being owed by the departments. A collaborative approach is going to be a solution in this matter.
Thank you. Honorable Kwankwa, you may ask the next question.
Ngifuna ukubuyela kulaa mbuzo. Minister, the point earlier was about the extent of the problem. Ukuthi ingakanani and what you are doing ngoba masipala. Ndifuna nje unixelela abantu be-constituency xa bengabhatalwa kumasipala besiza kuthi asingabahoyi and asizuthatha nesenta apha kwa-UDM. Ndifuna nje unixelela. You are aware of the fact that you've already stated the escalating municipal debt to water boards. The question I want to ask you is whether your department is doing anything to fast track or initiate any debt restructuring agreements that obviously Pindi Jongwe in conjunction with the money that ESCOM owes. They owe to ESCOM, for example, collaboratively so that a strategy can come out of government comprehensively.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, Honorable Member, we are in the process. A practical example at Mfuleni. Honorable members will be aware there was a deadlock a month ago, which eventually resulted to workers not being paid. As COGTA, we intervened and an agreement is in place between Mfuleni and ESCOM, and a similar agreement also has been entered between Mfuleni and the Water Board, and that is the approach we are doing. But we do not want to make this problem a problem of municipalities and ESCOM versus Water Board. We must handle it as a comprehensive problem. Municipalities must be paid by departments. Business people is a second category that will be engaged, that they must pay what is due to municipalities. And lastly, the ordinary citizens, those of us who are working, should be proactive in paying for services that are being rendered to us by municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Ghana, you may ask the last supplementary question.
I agree with you in terms of everyone that uses the services must pay. Since your appointment as a minister, have you found in your interaction with municipalities that there are municipalities that they are collecting from residents and business and government departments, but they are not paying to the water boards? If so, what are you doing about that practice of municipalities not paying the money that they collect from residents, from businesses to the water boards? Thanks very much. You can see.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, we are aware there are municipalities who are collecting but are not paying either ESCOM or water boards. And we are engaged with ESCOM and Department of Water and Sanitation, all the municipalities that owe these two sections. We have a list of them. And the amount they owe this either ESCOM or water boards. Where municipalities have an ability to pay, let me make an example. eThekwini municipality can have many problems, but they don't even owe a cent to a water board. That is a good thing. A municipality that is able to collect is able to meet what is due to be paid by the municipality. And that is what we encourage to all other municipalities, right from government departments. Pay municipalities, municipalities pay ESCOM and water boards, and all of us who are working, who are not indigent citizens, we must pay what is due to municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, question number 612 has been asked by the Honourable Van Zyl to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is about the steps being taken to ensure that funds allocated for emergency water delivery are used transparently and efficiently, and measures to prevent overcharging and or service manipulation by contractors. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you again, Honourable Chair and honourable members. Our department takes allegation of corruption and mismanagement in water tanker service seriously. To address these concerns, together with the National Treasury and the Auditor General oversight, we are strengthening financial management and oversight by ensuring the compliance with the Public Finance Management Act and the Municipal Finance Management Act, and conducting regular audits and investigation to prevent overcharging and service manipulation. We continuously support the municipalities in implementing stringent procurement processes with clear performance metrics and penalties for non-compliance. We also encourage municipalities to ensure that contractors comply with the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act and develop and enforce stringent contract management framework. Our department collaborates with law enforcement agencies to investigate and prosecute corrupt elements. We are committed in eradication, corruption and mismanagement in water tanker services and ensuring transparent, efficient and accountable delivery of essential services to our communities. On ensuring transparency and efficiency, we are strengthening financial management and oversight to prevent misallocation of funds, implementation of robust monitoring and evaluation system to track expenditure and service delivery, on preventing overcharging and service manipulation. Following measures are being taken: conducting regular audits and investigation to detect and prevent corrupt practices, implementing stringent procurement processes to ensure competitive bidding and fair pricing, establishing clear performance metrics and consequences for non-compliance. The integrity of municipal finance management will be upheld through performance turnaround plan as per the Cabinet Resolution of 21 August 2024. The inter-ministerial task team that was established is overseeing the activities related to the implementation of the turnaround. The issue of fighting corruption is top amongst the items that we want to combat so that our municipalities, every cent benefits people accordingly. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Van Zyl, you may ask the first supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, thank you for your response. In the Ugu District Municipality...
Honorable Van Zyl, maybe just move closer to the mic, please.
It's being tall, Chairperson, thank you. In the Ugu District Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, the water tanker business is quite alive. The CFO admitted to using 20 water trucks per month, costing 120,000 Rand each, totaling 2.4 million Rand a month. This is 28 million Rand a year. You spoke, Minister, about the audits, the regular audits, what is being done by the department. I'd like to find out, based on the audits and what it had shown you, how many successful prosecutions has there been? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I am having a scheduled meeting with the Special Investigating Unit as we have established the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum that is chaired by the head of the SIU. I'm yet to receive a comprehensive report that include the findings involving municipalities throughout South Africa. I'll be in a better space to respond once I have met the SIU head. Thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Dereku.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, water challenges occur in different areas due to various reasons such as the maintenance and also natural disaster, which requires the government to have sufficient internal capacity. What is the minister doing to build internal capacity by investing in a water tanker fleet that will be dispatched to communities with water challenges and to address the negative impact of the water tanker cartels who are alleged to be sabotaging water distribution for their businesses? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Direcom. The water tankers are an interim measure, especially when there is a crisis. I do agree that when disaster has struck, the infrastructure gets disrupted, because ordinarily, the money we spend on water tankers should be invested on infrastructure that will be able to provide permanent water services to our people. To build internal capacity, to have a gap measure during times of crisis, COGTA proposed including the purchase of water tankers in the Municipal Infrastructure Grant framework under the Division of Revenue Act in 2024. This proposal is part of the Division of Revenue Bill, which was introduced in the National Assembly in February 2024. This process remains now in the hands of the National Treasury as a solution during times of crisis. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mkalipi, have the opportunity to ask the third supplementary question.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I think me and you, we agree that the money we spend on the water tankers is exorbitant. And you've just admitted now that that money should be used to build infrastructure and to repair the infrastructure in these municipalities. But why is that not done? And currently, out of the water tankers that are trading with these municipalities, how many of them are actually owned by municipalities and how many of them are private? And how much is the municipality paying per private water tanker?
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, we agree water tankers should not be a permanent solution. But the truth is, when a disaster strikes, the infrastructure is blown away. You will need something to provide water to people as an interim measure. That is where I think we agree that at a certain stage, we do need water tankers owned by municipalities so that there is no extra cost when you use them. On the question of how much municipalities are paying, it is 257 municipalities in the country. Really, I can give an odd figure in terms of how much those who use water tankers pay. All that we are encouraging is that this must be regulated because we know they are a source of corruption. The prices are exorbitant. That is why we ensure that we play an oversight role together with the provincial level, that the prices that are charged are not exorbitant. The other truth of the matter, when there is a project of water under construction, it cannot be concluded within a day, a week, or a month. It takes some time. You will need a water tanker in the interim to provide water, but it must be controlled so that it does not become a source of corruption.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Swart, you may ask the last supplementary question.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, rising from your response, the ACDP steps that you are taking to address corruption. However, one of the issues that is arising is the malicious damage to critical water infrastructure by the so-called water mafia in order to profit from selling water to residents after that infrastructure has been damaged. Honourable Minister, what steps have been taken to ensure that the provisions that Parliament passed in the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act of 2019, which allows for up to 30 years imprisonment or even 100 million rand fine for companies, is being implemented? And is the department working closely with law enforcement and the NPA to ensure that these persons or companies that maliciously damage critical water infrastructure to profit from the provision of water to residents are being brought to book? I thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Indeed, COGTA is working closely with law enforcing agencies to ensure that where there is clear evidence that the infrastructure was deliberately destroyed so that municipalities remain with no option but to go to water tankers that will charge exorbitant fees. If there is clear evidence, proper actions are taken, and we are working closely with the law enforcing agencies to ensure that such service providers found having been part of destroying the infrastructure are charged accordingly and given proper sentences.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, question number 631 has been asked by the Honourable Motubatse to the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. The question is about measures being implemented to improve transparency, reduce corruption in municipal tenders, and the specific control mechanisms that are mostly compromised when such transgressions take place. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The recent asbestos contract controversy in KwaZulu-Natal highlights the need for enhanced transparency and corruption prevention in municipal tenders. To address this, our department is implementing several measures. One, strengthening transparency. We are enhancing disclosure requirements for tender processes, ensuring that bidding information is publicly available and promoting whistleblower protection. Secondly, improved oversight. Regular audits, investigations, and monitoring will be conducted to detect and prevent corrupt practices. Thirdly, capacity building. We are providing training and support to municipal officials to enhance their capacity in managing tenders and contracts. And fourthly, collaboration, as I said before. Our department is working closely with law enforcement agencies, the National Prosecuting Authority, and other stakeholders to investigate and prosecute corruption. When transgressions occur, compromise control mechanisms often include the following: lack of competitive bidding. That is what we look at closely. Insufficient oversight. That is what we promote from national up to local government, that there must be sufficient oversight in order to close the gap. And lastly, inadequate disclosure. That is the failure to disclose conflict of interest, financial information, and other relevant details. To address these vulnerabilities, we are reviewing and refining our regulatory framework, ensuring alignment with international best practices and South Africa's anti-corruption policies. Our goal is to prevent corruption, ensure transparency, and promote accountability in every municipal tender. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Motobatsi, you have the opportunity to ask. Honorable Motobatsi is here in another camouflage. Honorable Reddy, proceed.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. The question raises a very important issue, and that is, of course, the risk that asbestos plays in posing a health threat to communities. Honorable Minister, given the government's clear prohibition of asbestos use and the ongoing exposure of the communities to this hazardous material, how do you justify the continued delay in resolving this issue? What tangible accountability measures will be implemented if your department fails to meet specific deadlines for asbestos removal? And how will you ensure that this life-threatening situation is not neglected any further?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Indeed, we all agree the issue of asbestos is a problem that must be arrested within the reasonable time, for it is a hazard to the health of our people. We are committed where we are due to ensure that the removal of asbestos is done without further delay, because it places the health of our people at risk. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honorable Sompa Masiu.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
Yet another member acting on behalf of one, but please proceed, Doctor.
Yes, indeed. I am taking the question on behalf of the Honorable Sompo. Thank you very much, Ulawaya, for the responses. Arising from those responses, the issue that raises concern is that the Auditor General has identified a high level of non-compliance with supply chain management regulations, as well as in local government, as well as the weaknesses in financial controls. Now, a number of the municipalities have been found to transgress on the same issues repeatedly. The question is, what is the Minister and the department doing to ensure that local government sphere implements the recommendations of the Auditor General? In particular, what steps will the Minister take to those municipalities who fail to comply, and thus the Minister is able to prevent repeat offenders? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. In the 7th administration, we have adopted a turnaround plan where the 257 municipalities have been classified. The first category are functional municipalities. In most cases, they get clean audit or good audit outcome. The second category are medium or risk municipalities. In most of them belong to a category of unqualified as well as qualified audit outcome. But there is a group, which is a third group, composed of 35 municipalities. Most of them receive bad audit outcome, disclaimer or adverse. We have decided to work on a targeted approach. The 35 municipalities have been further broken down to 10 worst performing municipalities in South Africa. We have taken the Auditor General's report and we are analyzing each municipality amongst the 35 where we need to give support. And these 35 municipalities, in a period of 4 months from September to December, we are doing a skills audit in them. Who is the municipal manager? Who is the CFO? Who is Director Technical Services? And who is Director Corporate Services? You will hardly get a municipality with good audit outcome if they employed a CFO with no competencies for that position. So now the first thing as an intervention is to diagnose the problem, do skills audit. Where we need to give support, we will give support.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is now run out. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Van Zyl.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, we are very aware that 2 officials were suspended after this corruption scandal with asbestos was exposed. In fact, it was the DAMEC for Public Works and Infrastructure in KZN that took the measures to do that. He has since taken steps to ensure that all tender and bid adjudication meetings are recorded visually and audio with audio. Similarly, the Western Cape government has their bid adjudication meetings open to the public as well. Minister, would you commit to approve regulations to have this best practice rolled out to the whole of South Africa? And what would the time frame of such be to have those approved? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, the truth of the matter, we are dealing with the vast area that has been previously disadvantaged. It could be a good thing what the honorable member is making reference to, but we better firstly invest the resources that are available in advancing the basics that our people do not have in a number of provinces that were previously disadvantaged. A good thing where resources are allowing, but to concentrate to roll it out while people still do not have the basics in life. Really, it might have been the misappropriation of resources. Good as it may, but basics must be met first in the previously disadvantaged provinces where you find municipalities who cannot have such an equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Maimane.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, whistleblowers are often the most vulnerable when it comes to cases of corruption such as this. Yet in dealing and talking with whistleblowers, as I've had to, you often find many of them are unprotected. Secondly, that when they report the case, they end up living in the same municipality and face difficulties. When you ask the police to look into the matter, the payment that they are offered so that they move away from the municipality is limited. Can I ask what practical steps is the ministry undertaking to further protect whistleblowers? Because wishing it doesn't protect them. They end up dead or end up being suppressed in their work. Can we find a better mechanism to protect them in practical terms? And have there been examples that the ministry has already undertaken? Thank you very much.
The Honourable the Minister.
Honourable Maimane and honourable members, this is a truth which we face in our daily lives, where the lives of whistleblowers are put at risk and some of whom eventually lose their lives. I do agree the limitations we have even in our policing system in terms of the resources to ensure maximum safety place the life of whistleblowers at risk. This therefore makes a call to all of us as citizens, because the majority of us are quiet, yet we see corruption happening in front of our eyes. If we can all take a collective action to fight against corruption wherever we see, and most of us, we are respected people in our societies. When we have indicated instances of such, there will be a better approach in dealing with them. Anything that one can commit here as an extra protection to whistleblowers really will be a promise that cannot be met until the nation stands together to fight against corruption. But thanks to bold men and women who have that eagerness to stand out and report what they see as wrong. And this is an example that we must follow, all of us.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Question 592 has been asked by the Honourable Adams to the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The question is whether, considering that many women and persons with disabilities are facing income disparities, the Minister's office has utilised its monitoring powers to advocate for Cabinet to address and/or close the wage gap amongst women and persons with disabilities. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair, honourable members, and thank you, Honourable Adams, for the question. The mandate to address the gender wage gap between men and women lies with the Department of Employment and Labour as the custodian of the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998 and the Employment Equity Amendment Act number 4 of 2022. These pieces of legislation provide for the equal remuneration between men and women for work of equal value. This is in recognition of equality under Section 9 of the Constitution, the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the various ILO conventions, including Convention of 1958 on Discrimination, 1951 on Equal Remuneration, among others, which South Africa has all ratified. The Minister of Labour issued a code of good practice on equal pay or equal remuneration for work of equal value in 2015. Also, the Commission for Employment Equity is making a concerted effort to address the challenges faced by persons with disabilities in the workplace in general and wage gap in particular. Just want to report that as the department, we are advocating for the removal of the wage gap in the country, especially in the private sector or corporate South Africa. Of course, in the public sector, equity in pay between men and women at the same level is in place and it is fully implemented. I thank you, House Chair.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Adams.
Thank you so much, Chair and honourable members. I'll be asking on behalf of Honourable Adams. Chairperson, in 2021, there was a research conducted by the Southern African region. This research came out in research to ensure the inclusive economic development. The research found that in South Africa, women earned 78 cents for every rand earned by their male counterpart, in comparison to 2008, where earning 89 cents. This shows a clear decline. Now, Minister, what has been put in place in terms of advocating to ensure that employers are making intervention plans to ensure that we are closing the income gap and ensuring that we do address unfair pay that goes towards women and persons with disabilities in comparison to their counterparts to address the challenges that are faced by members of our society?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Megan, for the follow-up question. In the country, we have entities such as the Commission for Employment Equity, which is a strategic structure and which also has a mandate to ensure that employers have tangible plans to address and narrow the income gap between male and female employees. They do this through convening or hosting stakeholder engagement, but also they do it together with structures such as CCMA, structures such as labor courts, but of course ourselves, we participate in those stakeholder engagements so that we can actually begin to see the narrowing of the gap. And as I indicated, the numbers that you are talking about, indeed, they are in the private sector or corporate South Africa. Sometimes they fluctuate, sometimes they become better, but sometimes they become even worse, like you have indicated. Thank you very much.
The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Spies.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, what research initiatives are underway to investigate and address wage disparities, particularly in rural areas where wage gaps reach up to 24%. Who conducts this research and what methodologies do they employ?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much again for the question. Like I've indicated, the Commission for Employment Equity, it actually does conduct research on these issues. And that is why when it releases statistics, it will be based on the work that they will have done. But also Statistics South Africa, they do release these figures based on the work that they will have done, whether in the form of research or by gathering data from the people or going to the employers to actually see as to whether there is a gap. And therefore, we know for sure, for instance, that between 2014 and 2022, the total median earning gap increased from 4,000 to 5,417 between males and women because of the research that gets conducted by the CEE and of course by bodies such as the Statistics South Africa, but of course your CCMA as well as the Labour Court to find information and get information on these issues from people that come to complain about the gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Could we please just ask that the Honourable Shongwe's microphone is muted? Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Gaza.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, noting that the Employment Equity Act is a constitutionally approved mechanism to address imbalance issues such as income inequality, underrepresentation of women, youth and persons living with disabilities, especially Africans, and in particular, the Khoi and the San. Minister, to give effect to your expected role of advocacy on these issues, what have you done to persuade Mr. Ramaphosa to sign into law the amendments to the Employment Equity Act, which has been stuck in his office since April 2023? So umkhonto wesizwe siholo ubaba ugedle ihlekisi umhlanganyela uZuma kuyasikhathaza kakhulu ukuthi lo mqulu namanje usaduve usukela ngo-April 2023. Sikubeke eqhulwini thina.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Honourable Gaza. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Honourable Gaza. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Honourable Gaza. Umthetho okhona njengamanje wanele ngokusemthethweni. Yes, wanele ukuthi ama-salaries nokukholelwa kabantu ulingane kwanele. That is why la eParliament, for instance, sithola imali elinganayo. Yingakho uthisha wesifazane nowesilisa benza umsebenzi ofanayo bathola imali elinganayo. Inkinga njengoba ngishilo ilapha ku-private sector. You will know ukuthi they will resist lezo zinto and kunzima kancane ukufinyelela kubo. Kodwa nabo siyaya kubo njengoba sishilo sibabizele ema-meetingini sizobanikeza lama-statistics. Ngesinye isikhathi benze kahle, ngesinye isikhathi baphinde baphumule because bacabanga ukuthi kakhulukazi umoya kwi-question. Uma uqasha umuntu noma owesifazane kodwa onokukhubazeka kusho ukuthi kufanele ukhokhe more. Lokho ke asikuboni kuphela ku-private sector, sikubona even la eParliament nje ukuthi uma ngabe ungahlahla ubheka ukuthi bangaki abantu abakhona abakhubazekile abala abasiyinamba eyanele njengoba sifanele. Remember sithe kufanele babe u2% i-representation yabo, sikhuphulile sathi 3%. Kodwa uma ungahlala ubuke la ayikho low number because people think ukuthi bona bafanele. So i-question oyibuzayo for me is important kodwa kayihlanganisi lutho nobawo.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Kaula.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, we have known about the gender gap pay in the country for so long. Yes, I just arrived. I'm back. And further, we known about the use of sex for jobs in the Eastern Cape in recent time. Taking into account the most recent case of the HOD of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in the Eastern Cape, in which he used his position to elicit sexual favors from the intern. Have you engaged with the woman affected in the Eastern Cape? If not, when are you planning to do that? And what will be the repercussions thereafter? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I think I want her to hear me because it's an important question that she's asking. I heard about this.
Order, honourable members.
I heard about this during the debate on 16 days of activism against gender-based violence and femicide. I heard it. I have it in my exercise. And I intend going there and check as to what is happening. Remember, the public service, the Minister Pteles, will know that there is a policy on how public service should deal with sexual harassment. But believe you me, it is not implemented as it is supposed to. As a result, GEMS, when it gives statistics, it says interns, they join public service, and when they test them, in fact, when they go for testing, they test negative when they join the public service. But as they continue to stay in the public service, then they test positive. And the reason for that is this very abuse that you are talking about. And it is in our interest as a department to ensure that the public service implement that policy as is, so that young people, when they join public service, they do not become victims of older men in the public service. This is an issue that touches us as women. It touches us as mothers, because I don't want my child, your child, who qualifies to be at work, but has to pay with her body to an old man who has a wife who is positive, for that matter, when it comes to HIV positive. So it's a matter that we do not hide, and it's a question that is very emotional. And definitely, in the near future, we will be going to Eastern Cape to check on that one. The problem again about the fact that they get suspended on full salary will be the issue of the legislation, that even if you suspend a person, you've got to follow a particular process. Believe you me, many people who get suspended and fired without following processes, they get reinstated because they go to court and challenge those. Honorable Stopper will know about it.
Question number 624 has been asked by the Honourable Gilishe to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The question is about progress that has been made in the appointment of ministerial support staff since the start of the 7th administration, and the measures that the department has implemented to prevent the appointment of unqualified individuals to senior roles, given the reported cases of unqualified individuals being appointed to high-paying positions within the ministerial offices. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In response to the question on recruitment, compliance, and ensuring that appointments of qualified ministerial support staff, I wish to emphasize our commitment as department to uphold integrity and professionalism within the public service. Since the start of the 7th administration, which is a government of national unity, the Department of Public Service and Administration has been proactive in setting stringent standards for recruitment, especially in the offices of executive authorities. To this end, Deputy Speaker, we issued Circular 47 of 2024, which reinforces the inherent requirements for appointing ministerial staff as outlined in our directive on human resource management and development for public service professionalization. This directive, members, has set clear qualifications and experience criteria to ensure that all appointees meet the standards required to perform their duty in as far as assisting the EAs is concerned. To safeguard against unqualified appointments, we implemented the directive on public service professionalization effective from April this year. This directive mandates specific qualifications, including an NQF level 7 requirement for senior position alongside with necessary years of experience in management. It also mandates completion of a Nugela pre-entry certificate and competency assessment for all SMS. Further to this, all other posts, Deputy Speaker, have standardized job descriptions, clearly stipulating salary levels and inherent requirements. These measures are crucial in ensuring that ministerial offices are staffed by individuals who bring both capability and integrity to the public service. Additionally to that, the department has initiated analysis to assess recruitment compliance across ministerial offices. Should any case of non-compliance surface, these will be dealt with according to Section 16A of the Public Service Act, which deals with accountability and consequence management. Also, we've got a memorandum of understanding with AG, where AG will further ensure that compliance with this standard will be closely audited, strengthening our commitment to accountability. Requests to deviate from requirements have been declined so far, as allowing exceptions would compromise our professionalization agenda. I thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Gilishe.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, sibabonile abahlonitshwa abafana no Johnston Hazen beqesha abasebenzi abacalucalula abantu abamnyama kwizikhundla eziphakamileyo kubasebenzi abamxhasayo nangona bengaqualify for ezi positions. Ubhengezile ke uJohn ukuba umcelile lo Roman Cabernac uba arhoxe. Ngoku ke Minister ndiyabuza uba ingaba uyakwazi na ukusiqinisekisa ukuba uCabernac lo uselilungu labasebenzi bakaJohn or ukuba Niyanphazamisa. Ukuba
Honourable member,
kunjalo
please
ke,
take your seat.
inga-
There's a point of order.
Oh, okay.
Honourable member, your point of order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I would like to request on point of order that the member refer to the minister as the minister, not as John. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable member. Yes, that is in terms of the rules that you do not refer to a member only by the first name.
Mr. John, Minister, uyambona mos laputi usandu register pa UNIS. Yeah, lo unemetric Minister. Thetha ngayo. So ngicela ubuza Minister
Honourable
uba
member,
ingaba
Honourable member,
uyakwazi na
Honourable member, I have said that we refer to members in a respectful way. You can either say the Honourable John Steenhuisen or Minister Steenhuisen, but not Minister
I said
John.
Mr. I said Mr. Deputy Speaker. I said
said-
Mr. John. I said
Mr. John Steenhuisen, to be specific.
Mr. John Steenhuisen.
Correct. Thank you very
Mr.
much.
John
We
Steenhuisen.
proceed.
Don't worry, Deputy Speaker. He's easy to identify, I'm sure. Laputi wasem UNISA. Sandu registerisha. Ebetati photo pa na bantu. I'm sure Minister aka uyayiqonda banithetha ngabantu. Minister mandi gqibezela umbuzo wami. Ingabe uyakwazi usiqinisekisa na ukuba uCabernac lo uselilungu labasebenzi baka Mr. John. O ukuba kunjalo ngaba uBus John wayexoka nangoku wayesithi umsusile uCabernac phaa kwi-office yakhe.
Honourable member, Honourable member, Honourable member Gilisha, please, I am addressing you. Your last remark in terms of Bas John is disparaging and against the rules. It is unparliamentary. Will you please withdraw that?
In African culture, okhokho bethu babebabiza uBus. Bendicinga mna ndiyahlonipha Deputy Speaker xa ndizambiza uBus John. Kodwa ke uBus John luhlobo esihlonipha ngalo ngobu-African bethu wena Deputy Speaker, ungakhathazeki.
Honourable member, please don't disrespect my ruling. I have asked you to please withdraw it. It is deemed to be unparliamentary.
Mr. John, Deputy Speaker, Mr. John Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed. Honourable Michalakis.
Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Matwe, I have another point on the floor.
Okay.
Honourable Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Although the member did correct herself, I did not hear her withdraw, firstly. Secondly, I do want to maybe advise that when the EFF at this rate replaces their members, that they at least train them before they bring them to the House. Thank you.
Out of order. You're out of order now.
Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable Matwe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to find out what is unparliamentary about bus. I don't know. Can you just enlighten us? I have not had a sitting where the word bus was called to be unparliamentary. So I don't think that, Deputy Speaker, you should entertain anyone who suggests that the word bus is unparliamentary. I don't think so. Unless if there's been a previous ruling that suggests that it's unparliamentary, but there's nothing wrong. Bus is like saying, like when you say madam is for a woman, bus is for a man. So I don't see anything wrong, unless if I can be educated otherwise. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Matwe, I have ruled on this. It is unparliamentary, and I'm not going to go into the further linguistic reasons why the word is not acceptable within the parliamentary context. That is my ruling. And other members, if you want to challenge the ruling, you know that you can write to the Speaker and challenge it in the Rules Committee. Honourable Ntlangwini.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if we are seated in that seat and you do your own rules and you make up your own rules, it's wrong. Because in the rules, it doesn't say we must refer to the minister to minister. There's no rule like that. It say honorable and or mister. That is the rule. You come here and you make a remark, we must now say to ministers, minister. There's no rule like that. So don't sit in that chair and make up your own rules. That is not your duty. And secondly to that guy, Mukalakas, is, Mukalakas, Mr. Mukalakas, Bas John's friend. So that one, we train our members very well, and our members have degrees.
Honourable Ntlangwini, please address me. Firstly, I would invite you to go and listen to the YouTube recording of this particular sitting. I did not say only Honourable Minister. I said, or Honourable Minister or Honourable John Steenhuisen. I said by his name and surname, Mr. or Honourable Minister John Steenhuisen or Honourable Minister. And on a second point, in terms of the rules, again, it is within the discretion of the presiding officer to determine, Honourable Ntlangwini, I am speaking to you. I am in my full rights to determine whether anything is unparliamentary or not. And you are welcome to please write to the Speaker, refer it to the Rules Committee, and that is my ruling. Yes, Honourable Kwela.
Please recognize us on the platform as well, Madam Speaker.
I'm Honorable Mukweli, you must call my name
Mukweli,
properly.
yes, please proceed.
There's a court judgment with this regard of calling honorable members or master. So you must go and read that judgment. You were not yet a deputy speaker by then. And Ekvelmet Afrikaans praat. As I say, Bas John, am I wrong? As I say, Bas John, there's nothing wrong with that. It's actually, yeah, I'm calling him a Bas, he's Bas John. So it must be taken as such. There's nothing wrong that Honorable Siko has done to call that friend of yours, Buzz John. Yeah, there's nothing wrong.
Honorable Makwele, first of all, you are now starting a debate on a ruling, which is not allowed in the rules. And perhaps you should also just remember what your experience in the previous term when you were here. Honorable members, I'm now closing this matter. Honorable Michalakis, this will be referred to the Rules Committee. I have now ruled that this is unparliamentary and you can take it. Honorable Kalisha, I am not going to.
Sutikwa, Deputy Chairperson.
Just relax, man. Relax, Mrs. Relax. Relax, Mrs.
Honorable Kalisha, please don't tell me how I should feel about anything. Honorable Nkalipi, I have not forgotten about you. Please proceed, but you cannot now go into a debate on a ruling that I have already made.
No, Deputy Speaker, it's your duty to explain to members like Honorable Maotwe wanted to know which rule are you applying. You can't rush and say that you have ruled. You have ruled based on which rule? Because all of us were guided by the rules of National Parliament. So there's no rule that empower you to make your own rule over members of Parliament. So you must be patient when you take a decision, explain to members on what basis. That is your duty, unless the chief whip of the DA is saying that we must train our members. She must train you as well.
Honorable Kalipi, I have ruled on this matter and I have said that I will now not go into the reasons. It is quite clear and you know full well what the reasons are, and we will now proceed. Honorable Michalakis. Honorable Michalakis, I cannot hear you.
Deputy Speaker, it's a new point of order. Deputy Speaker, you have ruled earlier on the use of the word boss. I was just referred to myself by one of the members after that. And even after your ruling, 2 other members of the EFF, just after your ruling, also made themselves guilty of exactly that. I would submit that in terms of Rule 69, that those members who have transgressed the exact same point you ruled on just now have now made themselves guilty of grossly disorderly conduct in terms of Rule 69. I would request a ruling on that, please.
Honorable Michalakis, I'm not going to rule that it is now grossly disorderly. I am going to appeal to the decency of these members to let us please proceed. I have ruled on the matter and you can take this further in the Rules Committee. We will now proceed with the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I confirm. As to what this chaos has made members not to remember, so in terms of the question posed, I confirm.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We then continue to the second Honourable
On a point of order, House Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, let me listen to the Honourable Ntlangwini.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. If the minister don't have an answer or he don't know what to say, he must not use what have just happened in terms of fully how a parliament is being run. There is point of orders that can be called, is not chaos, sir. So if you don't know or you want to re-hear the question, ask that. But we take time of preparing these questions and for you to come here and say, because of this chaos, I'm not gonna answer. This is not your house. This is the House of Parliament. You don't get to choose what you answer and what you don't answer. We have given you a question and it's you must answer it.
Okay,
Unless you need to give us
Honourable Ntlangwini, you have made your point.
This is not your house.
Honourable member, I am still busy with Honourable Ntlangwini's point. I will refer to the Honourable Minister to reply. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I want to demonstrate to you that we are decent as follows. The member has asked me to confirm whether the person in question is still in the employment of the state. Then the answer is simple. I don't want to be drawn into all this, what I can term, I don't even know. So I'm very decent. I have given the precise answer. I don't want to meander and waste my own time here. I have confirmed as per the question.
You guys can change
Thank
people,
you,
eh?
Honourable Minister. We will now proceed with the rest of the questions. The Minister has confirmed. The second
Confirmed what?
supplementary
Confirmed
question
what?
will be asked by the
Minister said he
Honourable
was going to
Pulwane.
answer.
Honourable Pulwane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, what is the attributes and skill required for the person to serve in the Minister's office, recognizing the different risks which are inherent in the national executive function? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Here I give an answer according to the question posed. The attributes required for people that are working in the EA's offices, the person must have the individual must possess unique blend of skills, attribute and acute awareness of the risk associated with the office of the executive. Also, the same individual must possess key competencies in governance, policy issues, risk management, and public accountability. And the individual must be resilient and under public scrutiny. These are among many requirements that are expected from a person that should work in the office of the executive authority. Thank you.
On which point do you rise, Honourable Member?
Thanks, Chair. I just indulging you, sorting advice.
No, Honourable Member, it is not now the time to ask your chief for advice, please.
Let me demonstrate by standing up. Is it correct
All is asking for
for the
advice.
minister to address us sitting down?
Honourable Member, he probably took the lead from your members who sit down when they speak. We will proceed. That is frivolous. We are now proceeding to the Honourable de Villiers for the third supplementary question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, the professionalization of the state requires a new state culture of appointing skilled professionals based not just on qualifications, but also on the relevant experience. What new measures contained in the professionalization framework will be implemented in the new financial year, 1 April 2025? And in each measure, which department will be responsible for the implementation? Thank you, Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. All departments will be responsible for implementing this professionalization framework. Already, the department is rolling out integrity assessments across departments. We are also rolling out psychometric assessments across, and we have established a central discipline database regulation, which also include now local sphere and all state-owned entities. So government also will continue to do a skills audit to make sure that wherever there are gaps, we are able to mitigate, and wherever there is good performances in terms of those that are employed with qualifications, we reward them as such. The NSG also is playing a critical role wherever there are gaps in terms of training those that are within the system, as I also related to this point in my previous what you call answer. There is also a policy in place which seeks to eliminate violence and harassment, as the minister in the presidency alluded to that, in the world of work, not necessarily at the workplace. We are taking even outside the premises of government offices, everywhere people are gathered, and whether they are in workshops or whatever, such elements do actually pop up. So we have developed a policy that deals with them across. So these are the issues that are included in the framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sitole.
Angibonge mhlonishwa mphathi sekela somlomo. Mhlonishwa ngqongqoshe, inkinga mhlambe engathi khona abantu masebeqashiwe. Ungathi akaqeqesheki ngendlela ngoba ubathola kwesikhathi umuntu ulayini mkhulu kodwa ababanceda abantu. Umbuzo ukuthi mhlawumbe abantu sebeqashiwe, uqeqesho lwabo luhamba lufike kuphi, nanokuthi ama-department ayabika yini ukuthi abantu abaqashayo ayabaqeqesha. Uma bebaqeqesha mhlawumbe bangakanani ke mhlawumbe ngokomasipala nangokoma-provinces nangokwe-national? Ngiyathokoza.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Honourable Minister.
So, Deputy Speaker, thank you for the question. Yes, when people are employed, there are a number of interventions that each department come up with. You'll find that there are inductions in different departments to induct those individuals into the system.
Honourable Minister, just a minute, please. The Honourable Reddy has a point.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 58(1), which says every member desiring to speak shall stand while addressing the House. Would you please enforce the rule? Thank you.
Honourable Reddy, I would have enforced it if your members have all stood up.
Madam Speaker, you are misleading the House. I hate to bring a
No,
rule against
point
you.
of order, Chair.
All MK members.
Point of order, Chair.
Standing when addressing this House.
Point of order, Chair.
Includes me.
Member
Point of
on-
order.
Honourable
Point of
Member,
order,
there is
Chair.
a point of order at this particular time that I am dealing with. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, the Honourable Minister tried to stand at the start of the question session. He was then advised that people could not hear him, and he was then requested to sit and answer so that everyone can hear the question. So
No,
this
point of
is
order,
a frivolous
Chair.
point. The Honourable
No.
Member on the platform, what is your point of order?
I'm raising an order on you, Chair. The minister was never requested to sit down. He was requested to pull the mic towards him. Don't misinterpret the request. Apply the rules consistently and don't create your own rules, please. The minister must stand up. Stand up, minister. Stand up.
Honourable Members, Honourable Member, the point was that the Honourable Minister is tall, and therefore he stood and then he sat down because he can't pull the mic closer if he's so tall. So Honourable Minister, please proceed, and I will not entertain any further frivolous points of order.
No, but Chair, the
Honourable
minister
Deputy
must stand
Speaker.
up. Stand up, minister.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Vessels.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On a point of order. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Reddy said that you are misleading the House. It is unparliamentary to say that another member is misleading the House or lying. And I ask you to rule on that matter. We are allowing members to use unparliamentary language in the House, and it's unacceptable. And I ask you to rule on that.
Thank you, Honourable Vessels. That is indeed so, that it is unparliamentary to say to another member that he or she is misleading the House. So we will proceed. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. You know, members, I was responding to Honorable Sithole here. It also depends on why we are here. Some are here for a clear mandate, which is to destroy. And that is why they've got nothing to offer except to cause havoc and be destructive. And they try by all means to derail us. And
Just
Deputy
answer the
Speaker,
question.
I was going to prove to the honorable members that
The honourable members. Please proceed, Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I was going to prove to the honorable members that those who have some serious issues which they can't declare here, me standing up does not take anything. It doesn't take anything, and I hope they are happy now. But it shows that they are not good listeners. All of us here from the starting of this session, ministers have been sitting down addressing them. So because they choose to be so selective, that is why they are like this. I hope Raymond Disege, I was saying that there are inductions within departments. Also, the School of National Government is also playing a critical role in helping those that are being brought on board. And also, we all understand that the issue of learning is continuous. So there shall never be a time where people don't need to be capacitated, because as we build the state continuously, building an ethical and developed state, we must also make sure that our servants are educated and they're developed on a daily basis. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. There is another point. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, mhlambe, ake sichaze ngesintu lena. Ama-members ebekhona la endlini, uma u-Honorable Mkhaliphe complaina ngokungazwakali ka-minister, ngoba mude kulo, akazikhuluma-ke ethe. That is why the chairperson was granted minister to sit down, because the people who are in the visual, they are not hearing what the minister is saying.
Honourable Member, thank you, but that is exactly what I had said and what my ruling was. We will now proceed. Honourable Members, question 617 has been asked by the Honourable Sitole to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is asking about steps the Government Communication and Information System plans to take to enhance reader engagement with the Vuk'uzenzele to encourage community feedback and interaction with the publication and the specific digital transformation initiatives GCIS intend to prioritize. I have been informed that the Deputy Minister will be answering the questions on behalf of the Minister, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In ensuring a result-based Vuk'uzenzele that is responsive to the information needs of its targeted audiences, a qualitative and quantitative research was undertaken in January towards April 2022. The empirical undertaking gauged Vuk'uzenzele's readership readiness for consuming the publication digitality. The research revealed that target audiences were willing to access Vuk'uzenzele via SMS or WhatsApp on their mobile devices. The research further revealed that popular content included employment and job opportunities and information about government programs. The GCIS has a multi-pronged plan to enhance reader engagement with Vuk'uzenzele and encourage community feedback. In the first instance, we would want to make sure that there's interactive digital content. GCIS will increase the interactive nature of Vuk'uzenzele's digital content by incorporating polls, quizzes, and reader-submitted stories, as well as competitions to increase engagement. There'll be targeted social media campaigns. GCIS will leverage social media platforms like Facebook, X,
Honourable Reddy,
and WhatsApp
Honourable
channels.
Deputy Minister, my apologies, but the Honourable Reddy has a point of order.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm raising my hand. I'm listening to your instructions which said, don't press the button until you recognize us. And for some
I
reason,
have now done.
I don't think you can see me because of these, my camouflage.
Absolutely.
Yes. So Speaker, I once again rise in terms of Rule 58(1). The Speaker has not been granted permission as per your own rules because he doesn't seem to be very tall, but he still sits and he addresses you, but while sitting. That is against the rules, Speaker. Let's be consistent in the application of the rules. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Reddy. I will give permission to the Honourable Deputy Minister to sit down, as I know that he is a tall person. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, for protecting us against this short member of Parliament. The GCIS will leverage social media platforms like Facebook, X, and WhatsApp channels to initiate targeted campaigns to boost engagement and promote Vuk'uzenzele. Readers will be encouraged to show opinions and feedback directly to those channels. We will create a dedicated hashtag for Vuk'uzenzele and promote it consistently or daily. On localized content and events, through the GCIS segmentation model, a research tool developed for targeted communication, content will be tailored to resonate with different audience segments to ensure relevance. Translated content is key to achieve these objectives. Additionally, activations and public participation programs will bolster use of Vuk'uzenzele as a platform. Upgrading Vuk'uzenzele to be in a mobile-friendly format for mobile devices is critical to ensure accessibility of readers with limited internet access. The design also needs to be responsive and have multilingual support and accessibility features. Feedback mechanism and commenting features. Adding user-friendly commenting features on the Vuk'uzenzele website and digital platforms can provide a direct line for readers to share their thoughts and engage in discussions. We will also ensure that there's regular survey and focus groups. This will provide necessary insight on content preference, engage the effectiveness of interactive initiatives, allowing GCIS to refine content based on reader feedback. SMS marketing, in collaboration with network providers, GCIS will ensure an SMS platform to regularly promote the Vuk'uzenzele website. Smart bulk email system, in collaboration with network service providers, GCIS can secure database to regularly send updates on key campaigns with a particular focus on promoting Vuk'uzenzele. This demonstrates how GCIS plans to enhance reader engagement with Vuk'uzenzele with a view to encourage community feedback. GCIS actively expanded its digital footprint with government's first podcast series, Book Talks, available on YouTube and Spotify. SA News remain a valuable source of current news and information on government priorities, programs, and interventions for the country. The GCIS prioritizes the following.
Honourable Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
First supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Sitole.
Angibonge kakhulu Sekela Somlomo. Ngibonge Sekela Ngqongqoshe. Sekela Ngqongqoshe ngiyayibonga incazelo yakho kodwa into engiyibona ukuthi uVuk'uzenzele ubumthola ema-ofisini omasipala. Ubumthola ema-post office. Ubumthola na community centers. Na government entities. Na constituency offices ama political parties. Manje ukungabikho kwawo ngiyayibona ukuthi mhlawumbe kuzothwa imali. Kodwa umbuzo ukuthi uhlelo lwakhona olwalune feedback ukukhombisa ukuthi abantu mabaya kwamasipala bayakwazi ukuthola information, abantu mabefika kwamasipala babuya nezinto abayiphethe ukuthi nazi izinto esizithole la uhulumeni esebenza khona. Umbuzo ukuthi kwenza kwahlehliswa yini ukuthi iVuk'uzenzele asebenze njengoba kade ekwenza i-GCIS ifike iyafeyila kuphi noma kukuphi la ifike yalimala khona ukuthi umsebenzi engawenzi emkhaleni. Ngiyathokoza.
Well, thank you very
Honourable
much.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. GCIS discontinued the distribution of hard copies of Vuk'uzenzele in April. And there were a number of reasons associated with this discontinuation. In the first instance, the Auditor General opined that we were unable to measure the distribution of those 800,000 copies that were sent to various institutions of government, as you said, municipalities and other government departments. Secondly, in keeping with the digital era, GCI has resolved that there's a need for us to have an online publication of Vuk'uzenzele, and this is to allow for readers across different sections of our society to have access to Vuk'uzenzele. We've also applied us to have our content zero rated, so that citizens do not have to pay data for government information and for programs that are offered by government. They can access this information without having to pay for data, so that government must be able to continuously provide reliable and accessible information to the public. I thank you.
We now proceed to the second supplementary question, which will be asked by the Honourable Mgweba.
No, thank you very much, House Chair, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Minister, we note that the government's second phase of Operation Vulindlela will focus on digital access to enhance public services. Many South Africans face challenges which can be easily resolved through various government programs, but the limitation is the lack of information. Honorable Deputy Minister, what is the potential positive socio-economic impact that all government websites have at a zero cost
to enhance access to information. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The ComTask report, which gave rise to the establishment of a government communication and information system, enjoined us to provide the citizenry with information that is, as I said, accessible, reliable, and timely. And that is why the zero rating is important, because citizens, as I said, will not have to pay data to access government information on government policies, on products and services that are offered by government. And that is why we are promoting these online publications, so that we allow the general citizenry to have access to these programs that are offered by government on a continuous basis. I thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Vilakazi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister confirm whether Vuk'uzenzele is now only available in digital format since early 2024? If yes, how are the many citizens who do not have internet availability or cannot afford the high cost of data meant to get news about government activity? If no, what is the number of copies printed and how has this number of copies changed over the past 5 years? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Well, as I said, GCIS was only able to distribute about 800,000 copies on a bi-monthly basis, and you and I would agree that it would not have been enough to reach out to all citizens. So even the distribution was not effective. The second thing is that, as I said, we've applied to ICASA to have all government GCIS content zero rated, so that the citizens, especially the economically marginalized citizens of our country, would not have to pay data to have access to government information. I thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Ndlela.
Minister, last time we discussed, you were not audible, you were actually online, so welcome. Now, Minister, noting, the distasteful, acrimonious posture, policy posture, between yourself and this DA-led coalition of yours, where it has been demonstrated as it pertains to the Bella Act and the NHI, for instance. I want to know, with our members and so do the people at home, how do we expect our people to get access to content when, one, they don't have connectivity, two, the cost of data itself is gone through the roof. And by the way, the same GCS and the Department of Communications has stated that they wanted South Africa that by 2024, it must be the top 10 cheapest in terms of data access. Unfortunately, that's not the case. The same GCIS has said that they're going to hit 180 million screens.
Your time has expired.
Only 2% of that have penetrated. How are you going to do it?
Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much. There are quite a number of questions compressed in one question. As I said, government is committed to bridging the digital divide. You would know that in 2013, we introduced SA Connect, which is a broadband policy of government, which is supposed to roll out broadband infrastructure to our communities through BBI, broadband infraco. And I'm sure the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies will continue to keep the country abreast on the development of this program. We must also indicate that the first phase entailed rolling out broadband to facilities that are government owned and controlled. The second phase would be to roll out broadband to our communities. We hope that this will enhance access to information. But as I said, with respect to government communication, we've applied for zero rating, which means ordinary citizens who under normal circumstances will not be able to afford data, will be able to access government information without having to pay for data. Thank you very much.
Question number 594 has been asked by the Honourable Apiri to the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. The question is asking about the progress the government has made in developing the medium-term development plan 2024-2029 and the measures in place to ensure state organs' plans align with the NTDP goals. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. As we are all aware, of course, the Cabinet Lekgotla that took place in July 2024 agreed on a minimum program that gave 3 priorities as a draft for our medium-term development plan. Later on, the President, during the State of the Nation address, also outlined those 3 priorities that have then now assisted us to be able to further move the progress as it relates to the development of the MTDP. What we are actually still busy with now is that we had a second Lekgotla as Cabinet that have now discussed the priorities and the targets of the MTDP. At the moment, the MTDP draft is now being processed in FOSA class and cluster of the Cabinet, so that priorities can then now be fine-tuned, so that we can then now know that at the end of the day, we will then now be putting targets that can be able to be reachable. During that particular process, of course, stakeholders were engaged, and some of them were in provinces, and some of them were also in business, including in universities. And we have been able to gather information that have now given us a draft that can then now be able to reflect what the nation would like to see and what is achievable. So where we are is that by the end of January 2025, we would then now be presenting MTDP that can give the President a way forward as it relates to the kind of State of the Nation address that would then now give direction as it relates to the 7th administration budget and the 7th administration budget that will start as of the new financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The first supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Apiri.
Thanks very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Minister, recognizing that the government is seeking to implement a central state-owned enterprises model through a holding company, and that the minister visited China to focus on their S.O.E. ownership model, how will the lessons from China help to develop a strategic objective for state-owned enterprises in South Africa in the medium-term development plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, indeed, the team of government that was led by myself did go to Beijing, the People's Republic of China, to go and visit the State-Owned Asset Supervision and
Honourable Chair, my hand
Administration
was up.
Commission.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Gamede.
Honourable Chair, ngaphambili amalunga ake yabuza amalunga esihlalo ukuthi kungani osekela minister no minister namhlanje bekhuluma behleli phansi. Wasuchaza ukuthi bade abalingani nama microphone. Ngabe nalo deputy minister na uyalinga mude kakhulu yini naye? Noma nje namhlanje inhloso ukuthi siyadeleleka.
I'm a minister.
Oh, uminister. Ngabe siyadeleleka namhlanje.
Never.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order and it is not sustained. Honourable Minister, please proceed and please take your seat so that we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, we did go to the People's Republic of China to go and learn on other models that can actually be used to support the centralized model that we are trying to actually introduce in making sure that we bring in improving of efficiency of our SOEs, structural adjustment, as well as innovation in systems and mechanisms. Now, the honourable member have asked, how are we going to ensure that what we have learned from this particular process is actually going to improve what we're doing and planning for the 7th administration? Indeed, the seventh administration have got three priorities that I've spoken about, which is driving inclusive growth and creating jobs. And within that, if we are able to do what we need to do as it relates to what we have learned in China, this would then now assist us to then now be able to speak to the industrialization of our economy, but also strengthen the critical components that then now drives our economy, so that all the economic components that are supposed to actually drive this growth that we're talking about can actually have all those logistics that they need to be able to operate effectively, so that they can then now reach maximum profit that they need to actually reach. But equally so, job creation will then now grow when the economy grow. But equally so again, if we then now are able to ensure that we do bring the centralized model that is supposed to be able to bring effectiveness of our SOEs, we will then now be able to put in targets that would force and direct our SOEs to create certain jobs, and that will then now deal with unemployment. But equally so—
Honourable Minister, that your time has expired. The second supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Bergman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, a lot of wasteful and fruitless expenditure was picked up by the AG in many portfolios. Notwithstanding what has already been uncovered through the Zondo Commission, will the Minister be pushing to throw the book at some of these prime suspects so that we can loosen the noose on entities already burdened by interest on debt payments and put more meat on the bone of our MTDP? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
We are working, of course, together with the Department of Justice to be able to ensure that what was raised by the Zondo Commission is actually being implemented. There is a system or a team that have been put in place in presidency, and that is being led by the president himself, to then now be able to say what are those things that have been put in, that have been raised by the Zondo Commission, and we are assisting in monitoring to ensure that those issues that were raised are actually implemented, and if need be, the assets that needs to then now be taken away from those that have broken the law, lack of a better word to say, are actually expedited, those particular process. So I really do believe that we're doing well as it is right now, because we have seen efforts for features being done as it relates to ensuring that that which was not supposed to be taken from the state is actually recovered. So I really do believe that all is going well, and those targets that have been put in place for the president to oversee are actually being implemented. And I do believe that in time, we will be able to give a broader report that would then now tell you where we were and where we are right now. Thank you.
The third supplementary question will be asked by the Honourable Gama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, notwithstanding the absence of the medium-term development plan, which you say is now expected in January of 2025, we have observed poor cohesion, dismal integration, and a pathetic lack of cooperation within government in as far as not only long-term planning, but also measuring progress towards execution, as well as accountability. What has been the impact of the absence of the MTDP on the execution of the district development model, the national infrastructure plan, and also on the lived reality of our people? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson of the session. I think there's a confusion between what is happening and what should happen. The MTDP that is being put in place is going to be the MTDP of 2024 to 2029. Now, yes, listen, relax. Now, what is actually happening is that this 2024 to 2029 MTDP is...
Madam, Acting
Honorable-
Speaker. the-
Honorable Member, I was still going to recognize you. Yes, Honorable Reddy.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Acting Speaker, the Minister knows she needs to address the Speaker. That's the rules. She's just looking across at the member and saying, you. That is not allowed in terms of the rules.
Honorable Reddy, that is not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the session. Honorable Chairperson, the MTDP will start being in effect as of the new financial year. That's how it works. What we are actually implementing right now is the 6th administration plan. It is for this reason that we came to this particular parliament to then now present budgets to finalize the 6th administration plans. Now, the new plans will now start being put in place and being in effect and budgeted for, and it will start with the new financial year of April. It is for this reason that we are saying that by January 2025, the MTDP will be finalized, and we are in line with what should happen, because you cannot implement a plan that is not budgeted for. And the budget of this new particular plan will then now come in the new financial year, which will be starting in April. So there is absolutely no anomaly, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with what is happening. It is for this reason that this particular parliament had then now been able to adopt and process the finalization of the 6th administration plan and budget. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Beasley.
Minister, greetings. As you're aware, we have the most bloated and expensive cabinet in the history of our country. As part of the medium-term development plan, will performance targets be set for individual ministers and their deputies? If so, will they be made public, and will the ministers and deputies be held to account, i.e. be fired if they fail to meet their targets? It can't be the same old of targets not being met and no accountability.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The President will be signing a performance agreement of both ministers and deputy ministers. So delegation of responsibilities process is already in place, and that signing process will then now be taking place. It is then now accordingly going to be our responsibility as monitoring and evaluation to monitor the priorities and the plans, strategic plans and APPs of departments. And of course, those strategic plans and the APPs will then now be utilized by the President to evaluate and monitor if ministers and deputy ministers are actually implementing the priorities that they have discussed and agreed upon and signed upon. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question has been asked by Honorable Podlani, Minister in the Presidency. The question is about how the Minister will address the racial and unqualification allegation within the Executive Committee of the Media Development and Diversity Agency to ensure stability. The Honorable Deputy Minister.
The board of MDDA has processed the allegations of racial discriminations leveled against an MDDA board member. The minister has been informed. The MDDA recognizes that diversity and inclusion are fundamental to fostering a productive and harmonious working environment. Any allegations related to racial bias are prioritized, and MDDA is committed to addressing them with integrity. The MDDA human resource policy and procedures are clear that such behavior will not be tolerated. On the matter of qualifications, allegations in the media regarding the MDDA CEO, the MDDA has communicated openly with both internal and external stakeholders. A media statement was issued to clarify the processes followed in the appointment of the CEO regarding her qualifications and the agency's commitment to diversity and fairness. On ensuring stability, transparency, and accountability within the MDDA, the following measures are currently in effect. The MDDA follows a rigorous and transparent recruitment process, which complies with all relevant legal and regulatory frameworks. These include adherence to the Department of Public Service and Administration regulations, For any appointment, candidates are required to meet or exceed the minimum qualifications and experience specified in the job profile. A comprehensive assessment ensures that only candidates who meet these criteria are shortlisted and appointed. The recruitment process for the CEO position was conducted with full compliance to these standards, and the CEO's qualification and experience align with the requirements for their role. The MDDA is reviewing its human resource policies, including the recruitment and selection policy, guided by current DPSA regulations, other relevant legislations, as well as feedback from staff consultation. The aim is to further strengthen the HR framework to support fair, transparent, and merit-based appointments within the MDDA. Communication Workers Union has been engaged in relation to the policy review process, and a session with them will be scheduled in due course. The MDDA values open communication with its employees and has established channels for staff to raise any concerns or grievances internally. An environment is encouraged where all staff members feel empowered to engage with management. In ensuring continuous professional development for its leadership, MDDA executives have undergone an intensive 6-month executive coaching program to ensure leadership skills, improve decision-making processes, and ensure effective governance. I thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Podlani.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Deputy Minister, you paint a picture of a different MDDA that we as South Africans are exposed to. From reading negative media reports about rape allegations, whistleblowers, as well as receiving emails from union representatives sounding their alarm on HR practices costing the MDDA over 2 million rands in legal fees and payment to officials to act in executive positions while the appointees remain on suspension with full pay. One can only conclude that not all is well at the MDDA. Minister, Deputy Minister, do you believe that the executive is doing enough to oversee the work of the MDDA, also to ensure that the MDDA is only concerned with its core business and not the side shows that we are hearing about? Thank you, Slab.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, I undoubtedly were convinced that the MDDA is concerned with its core mandate. And that is to ensure that there's media diversity and development. There are challenges in the MDA, but those challenges are not insurmountable. There are reports that we have read about in the media, and we must indicate that during our interactions with the MDDA board and its executives, we have yet to verify some of the allegations that have surfaced. But as I said, on the question of the CEO, we are convinced that the requisite process has been followed to the latter with respect to the selection process. And if we need to provide further details in writing about the extent of the process and how the process has ensued, we will do so at an appropriate time when Parliament requires to do so. But at the moment, we are convinced that the MDDA is seized with its core mandate, which is to diversify media ownership, ensure that we support small and commercial media, and ensure that we give our people, especially from marginalized community, the voices that they would not have had under normal circumstances. I thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Kumbaka.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, what are the achievements, progress, and milestones of the 20 years of the MDDA's mandate to strengthen the community media and small commercial media sector and to advance the transfer of ownership, control, and access to media by historically disadvantaged groups?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much. From its inception in 2003, the MDDA has supported 586 projects for both small and commercial media. We have supported 361 community radio stations and community television stations. And this is quite a commendable output from the work of the MDDA. We've also been able to purposefully support media practitioners across the country. We've been able to roll out skill development programs that are aimed at empowering these media practitioners to run these community radio stations and community TV stations successfully, including ensuring that we provide them with technical broadcasting skills. This is a formalized qualification. We've also provided them with skills such as marketing and sales skills so that they are able to generate their own revenue and that these community radio stations are able to grow. I was in Inanda the other day to witness a state-of-the-art equipment that was donated to community radio stations by MDDA. And we must say that this goes a long way towards giving our people a voice that they would not have had under normal circumstances in their own language, and for them to be able to impart relevant information that is customized for their own communities. I thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Ndlela.
Minister, Deputy Minister, thank you, sir. I don't want us to waffle. Let's get to the point. Two questions, basically one. The MDDA, have they submitted an employment equity plan to you? And what have you done to address non-compliance in terms of employment equities? And I'll repeat, the MDDAs, have they submitted an employment equity plan to you? And if so, what have you done to address the issues of non-compliance? Because otherwise we wouldn't be having the issues that we're having. Thank you.
Well,
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. We must indicate that we have enjoined MDDA to develop an employment equity plan, basically because we are unhappy with the fact that it's unable to meet its target. And that is why, as you say, there could be challenges that are related to a transformation. So we are awaiting the plan, and we hope that it will go a long way towards making sure that our marginalized communities or individuals continue to find work opportunities in the MDDA. I thank you.
The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Montwedi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Deputy Minister, you may struggle answering this question since we all know that the ANC has sold out and collaborating with apartheid apologists in the GNU. Considering the history of the racial hierarchy adopted by apartheid and the real racism perpetrated by South Africans of Indian descent on natives, have you thoroughly considered the impact of what Mr. Mpakati calls Indianization of the MDDA? 1, 2, what steps have you taken to ensure that there is no Indian cabal tendency developing out of the MDDA? Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
I don't think that these intimations are worthy of responding to. I really don't think that there is what do you call it? India what? India what? What is that? What is that? What is that? All we are saying is that all we are saying is that this is not in keeping with the notion of building a nation as diverse as South Africa and with its historic past. We have already responded. We have already responded.
Point of order, Speaker.
I'm on the platform responding to the same member.
Please take your seat, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let's hear the point of order. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I asked the Minister the impact of what Mr. Mpakati says Not what I'm saying. I'm saying, has he considered the impact of what Mr. Mpakati sees as the Indianization of the MDDA?
Okay, let's afford the minister an opportunity then to answer the question.
Chairperson, I'm going to conclude my response by saying that we are convinced that there are challenges in the MDDA. They are not insurmountable. They are not of in the nature of racism as other members would want to purport them. Allegations of racism would be nipped in the bud. We will investigate them, and those who are found to be in the wrong will be accordingly dealt with according to policies and regulations. I can assure you, Chair, that we are not going to glorify or dignify racist connotations with continued responses that seeks to suggest that they do exist and so on. I thank you very much.
Thank you. The next question has been asked by Honorable Tikana Otiwe to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The question is about measures the department is implementing to enhance information sharing, which will enhance decision-making in public service. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, the House Chair and members. The interoperability of information and communications technology system in the public service is essential for effective information sharing and better decision-making. So the department therefore recognizes the importance of interoperability in enhancing decision-making process across board. In 2007, the department issued the minimum interoperability standards to establish a baseline for information systems integration across departments. This standard serves as a guide for the acquisition and the use of ICT solutions, while ensuring that all systems are interoperable and fostering a consistent and coordinated approach to data sharing. Compliance with the MIOS as required by Section 97, subsection 4 of the 2016 Public Service Regulation. This is monitored by the heads of department during project approval and procurement processes. By aligning, Chair, the departmental systems with MIOS, the public service can enhance the efficiency of information sharing and decision-making processes. To support this, the corporate governance of ICT policy framework version 2 was issued during the 2022-23 financial year to improve IT governance and planning. When implemented effectively, this will promote interoperable systems, preventing duplicate ICT investment across all departments. And by the end of 2024-25, the public service data governance framework will be released, emphasizing role of data management and ensuring that personal data security under POPIA. Likewise, input from various private and public institutions is being consolidated and finalized. So to finalize the framework, despite many challenges, Chair, progress is being made in data integration across public service. For example, the integrated justice system enables data sharing within justice, crime prevention, and other security clusters, while departments like social development, basic education, NS and NSFAS are integrating data to learners who move from grade 9 through to grade 12, and many apply for tertiary support, financial support. Recently, Chairperson, we have been involved in the launch of the National Data Strategic Hub, spearheaded by COGTA, which is also something that strengthens our commitment to collaborative data integration. I thank you.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Tikana Otiwe.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister. The professionalization of the state and the adoption of digital solution will require public servants to be equipped with the skills and knowledge to monitor and operate digital systems. Honorable Minister, what initiatives or programs is the department and the National School of Government implementing to reskill and skill public servants with the skills in the leveraged digital technology? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. The department and the NSG have implemented several initiatives, which include the one that I'm going to mention now. We have had the ICE-Gov conference this year in October, whereby in partnership with the CPSI and the Wits University, we hosted this international conference focused on ethical digital governance, data management, and digital services. Public servants attended this conference and they gained so much insight in digital solutions. And last week we hosted a Google cyber security training where Google South Africa launched a cyber security skills program, reserving 1,000 posts for public servants to enhance their knowledge and skills in digital security. So in terms of global partnerships, the NSG has partnered with international institutions like the INSP, which is in France, and IDOS in Germany to provide training in digital transformation, cybersecurity, and sustainable digitalization. I thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Considering the challenges that the department faces, such as legacy ICT systems, limited resources, and resistance to change, can the Honorable Minister provide details on the delays affecting the implementation of an integrated human resource management system, with specific reference to the findings of the Special Investigating Unit regarding disciplinary and criminal issues pertaining to the IFMS or Integrated Financial Management System framework, which the department has been requesting an exemption from since 2005? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. It is true that we have, as government, limited resources, but that does not make us not to do any efforts extra to make sure that we achieve our goals and our ambitions. We have learned to cut our coat according to the cloth we have, and also by integrating different departments and coming up with our own innovation, we are also trying to make sure that we maximize on whatever that we are doing. Yes, but in relation to the second part of the question, which speaks to resistance to change, I'm not sure whether there is such within government departments. I haven't seen any resistance to change. What I know is that public servants are willing to change, they are willing to adapt, and we all agree that technology is the only way to go in order to professionalize and create more efficiency in how we serve our public. Only thing that needs to be done is that we capacitate, reskill, and assist our employees to make sure that they're up to speed in terms of the modern technologies and also delivering our services. Thanks.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Minister, the Public Service Commission released a roundtable report as far back as November 2022, bemoaning the poor use of ICT services by the public sector. These include the continued reliance on Z83 forms for job applications in the public sector. Minister, in the light of the answers that you've given already, what initiatives have you taken to address some of the recommendations made in that report? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yes, there is a slow pace in as far as the progress that we want to see in relation to IT. Hence, as the department, we have come up with some interventions, and also what the member is saying that it is true that we are still continuously using Z834, which many people feel it's not helping and it's not necessarily going in pace with the modern technologies. And as a department, we are trying to do away with that and make sure that all applications are done electronically to try and improve the system. But also we have to appreciate the fact that most of our employees do not have the necessary skills in relation to technology. Hence, we try to partner with even private sector to assist our own employees to get more experience, as I have mentioned with the issue of our, our launch last week with Google, where they will try to assist in terms of cybersecurity and also many areas of ICT. And the conference that I mentioned, which speaks to our partnership with international organizations in also trying to make sure that we've got what you call employees that are up to speed. And also our endeavor to try and bring new young people into the system. We are trying to attract the skill that is not there in the public service. But also the fact of the matter is that we should also try to capacitate those that are there, reskill them so they are able to use the modern technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Mchunu.
Sibonge, Somlomo. Honorable Minister, Integrated Information Management System was conceptualized to inter alia help government departments to improve their interoperability through technological means. DPSA was part of this process at its inception. As we all know, National Treasurer dismally failed to implement this system. What has your department done to ensure the revival of this important information management system within departments? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. The question relates to some of the issues that I've tried to address. To say in trying to assist the department, besides being actively involved in helping different departments, but also we have brought in the issue of the private sector. I mentioned the issue of the NSG in partnership with global partners in trying to assist in the transformation of in this regard. And also I did speak of the ICE government conference, which took place this year. That was also one of the platforms we're trying to use to expose our what you call servants to gain some more insight on digital technology. Efforts are being made. Yes, we may not be up to speed in relation to the outcomes that we want, but that does not mean that nothing is being done. We're trying our best as a department to intervene wherever it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question has been asked by Honorable Gama to the Minister in the Presidency. The question is whether, recognizing that Statistics SA is experiencing intense competition and a significant reduction in its essential human resources due to poaching by multilateral organizations and or commercial banking sector, leading to a high vacancy rate that may hinder its future capacity to achieve its mandate. What reasons have employees of Stats SA frequently cited for departing from the organization? The Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Noting that Stats SA is currently faced with stiff competition and its critical human resource being depleted because of poaching by either multilateral organizations or the commercial banking sector, which results in huge vacancy rates at Stats SA that may in future impede its ability to execute its mandate. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's fine.
You still have time.
It's fine, I have enough time. Look, what we have done, Chair, is to disaggregate the response to respond to the reasons for staff attrition. And we've looked at it with respect to percentage. Between the period 2021 to the period 2024, 10% of our employees left Stats SA as a result of death. Between the same period, we had 33% of resignation. In the same period, we had about 28% of expiry of the contracts. Dismissal on operational challenges were 0. Dismissal on misconduct was 2%. Dismissal on inefficiency was 0. Discharge due to ill health was 1.9%. Retirement was 19.6%, and transfer to other public service department was 5.2%. I thank you.
The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Gama.
Thank you, House Chair. maybe I'll combine the question because I need you to answer the question, not to create other things. The question was, there is a lot of attrition as a result of poaching of Stats South Africa employees by multilateral organizations as well as commercial banks. I don't want the statistics in terms of what happens in this department. So what I need you to do also is, given the current strategic posture and context of Stats SA, which does not lend itself to Stats SA being able to deliver on its mandate in the future when the top executives are being poached, what has been the impact of budget cuts on Stats SA? If not, what are the relevant thoughts towards creating a new value proposition for Statistics South Africa so that it can deliver on its mandate going forward, given that it's an information management organization and there are people are being taken by other information management organizations such as the IMF, the World Bank, the OECD. Thank you.
No, thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. We've continuously maintained that the work of Stats SA is quite critical for the collection, the production and dissemination of data, of statistical data. We further said that that role is also important for aiding the country for its planning and decision-making processes. And we've also said that budget cuts have got huge implications because Stats SA produces over 250 reports annually. Those are social, economic, and population reports. So undoubtedly, Honorable Gam, the budget cuts obviously have implications on the ability of Stats SA to produce more reports that will be able to help the country with respect to planning and decision-making. I thank you.
Thank you. The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Apiri.
Mohlomphehi modulasetulo a ke go leboga. Honorable Deputy Minister, recognizing that Statistics South Africa is ranked amongst the best in the world, many global institutions value the professionals that are developed and acquired experience in the States South Africa. What mitigation strategies is the minister implementing to retain staff, and what developmental programs are needed to develop a pipeline of technical professionals for the entity and the statistic ecosystem? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much. The first thing that we have enjoined Stats SA to do is to identify gaps by conducting a skills audit. We've also said that there must be a skill development program which has been recently approved, which will focus on areas such as data science, data management, data engineering, business process management, and so on. We've also said that we need to, working with Treasury, look at the compensation regime so that we must continue and look at attracting more skills that are required by Stats SA. So these are processes, as I said, that are underway. We've also said in the past that the discussions are continuously ensuing between the minister and the Minister of Finance, our minister and the Minister of Finance, to look at the need for us to deal with the impact of budget cuts, especially with respect to the retention of Stats SA staff. I thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Pegman.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, according to the experts, it takes about 2 decades to develop a university graduate into a solid and reliable statistician. The cost of losing one and not having the means to replace them with our current vacancy rate can render dangerous consequences to a vital department and the reports that they must produce. What can the Minister do to ensure that there is no compromise on the quality of reports and that we can ensure a successful census in a few years to come? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much. Chair, we've indicated in the past that the quality of the work of Stats SA has not been compromised, regardless of the limitations that and the weaknesses that I've spoken about. We will continue to ensure, Honorable Member, that quality is not compromised. We are, however, worried that we are losing requisite skills to multinational companies and banks, as it has been stated. And they will go a long way towards not compromising quality, but on the quantity of the reports that must be generated by Stats SA. I thank you.
Thank you. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Zibi.
Thomas Dolna-Kens, I'll ask the question on behalf of Honorable Zibi. And to the last point you raised, Deputy Minister, because it might not be that the quantity is, the quality is not compromised, but you'll accept that as you lose staff, the number of reports that you can produce will have to reduce. Have you had a conversation with Stats A in terms of the critical reports that must be produced on a quarterly basis and annual basis that have to be, that helps the government to plan the delivery of services and other plans that it has to do? And what are those critical reports that you can say that the government cannot do without, that by all means necessary, these reports must be produced by Stats SA?
The Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much. Two key reports comes to mind. The first one is a quarterly labor survey, which is a report that is continuously issued by Stats SA uninterrupted. The Stats SA has got a schedule where it issues this report, and that schedule has been continuously met. The other one is the GDP. You and I are kept abreast on a quarterly basis about the extent to which the economy is growing. And this work is done by SA. So these reports are generated on a quarterly basis, some on an annual basis. As I said, there are 250 reports that are more than 250 reports. In fact, I can assure you that there were 280 reports that were issued in the past financial year. There's been no disruption, none whatsoever, regardless of the limitations that we're finding ourselves in. I thank you.
Thank you. The next question it has been asked by Honorable Telisha to the Minister of Public Service and Administration. The question is about the total number of vacant funded positions in the public sector and the main reason for the failure to fill the vacant positions. The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. And also the member for asking the question. The answer to the question is that as of the second quarter, which was 2024-25 financial year, information from Postal system reveals that there are 91,874 vacant funded positions in the public service. And the responsibility for recruitment lies with each department executive authority as stipulated under Section 3, Subsection 7 of the Public Service Act. Despite, therefore, this decentralization, the department actively supports other departments to enhance recruitment processes and overcome the barrier that delays filling of critical roles. Our engagements with department chair have revealed several common challenges. Key among them are the budgetary constraints, particularly in light of the continuous budget cuts that impact on hiring capacity. Also, the lack of electronic recruitment system, as the rollout of integrated financial management system is still ongoing, also adds some delays especially when manual processing of high volume applications for entry-level posts. In response to this, Chair, the DPSA has implemented control measures to help departments manage fiscal sustainability and departmental mandates. Additional to that, the 2023 revision to the public service regulation ensures more efficient, transparent, and recruitment process. These changes encourages department to prioritize posts based on operational requirement, helping to speed up hiring where it is most needed. Looking ahead, also, Chairperson, we also proposed amendments to the Public Service Act with the proposed amendment rather to the Public Service Act will vest greater administrative powers to heads of department in order to enhance their ability to make timely decisions on streamlining and recruiting process and address litigation issues. Our goal has always been to remain a fully staffed, effective public sector that meets the demand of our citizens and that delivers on government priorities with the highest level of professionalism. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The first supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Diale.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, your coalition partners have long argued that there's a need for trimming of staff in the public service. Is your reluctance to fill these vacant positions part of fulfilling the DA's dream of firing almost everyone in the public service?
The Honorable Minister.
Can the last part of the question, I didn't understand, if the member can just repeat that.
Honorable Diale, can you just repeat the last part of your question?
The last part of the question is whether the reluctance to fill these vacant positions, is it part of fulfilling the DA's dream of firing everyone in the public service?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. There's absolutely no reluctance in filling this vacant post. And the member must be aware that every single day, departments are filling funded posts. We do that daily, and there's no moratorium in relation to that. The only thing that the department is doing is to assist the department to make sure that they prioritize, they fill those posts that are critical and where there is maximum impact. That's all that we are doing. The rest doesn't exist. That he related to in the first part.
The second supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Xaba Ntshaba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, recognizing the gaps in the public service due to vacancies and the current financial position of the country, the National Treasurer is implementing a strategy to reduce the wage bill in a sustainable manner. Now, Honorable Minister, what is the impact of placing the moratorium on the capability of the public service? I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just touched on this question when I was answering the previous one to say there is no formal what you call moratorium in filling of public post. But all that is there is that the Department and National Treasury are working together to balance the need for a capable public service with fiscal sustainability. Vacant posts rather are still regularly advertised and filled every single day, following a structured approach as outlined in the directive on controlling measures and circular number 20 of 2024. So these guidelines, what they do merely assist departments in managing the process of recruitment while prioritizing essential roles that are directly supporting their strategic objectives. And also this structured approach means that the department focuses on fulfilling critical positions aligned with their clear human resource plans that ensures that resources are directed towards high impact roles. That's what we're doing. And the department also provides an ongoing support to the department by guiding them in terms of the recruitment process, verifying also whether there are funds available in that midterm expenditure framework to make sure that people don't simply employ people and at the end of the day, they find that there is no resources or like budget to do that. That is what we are doing as the department. Thank you.
Thank you. The third supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, in line with your responses on the number of vacant funded positions and the measures that the department is implementing to combat this, can you take us into confidence on what the full financial impact is of vacant funded positions on the public sector wage bill? And whether or not there are any cost-saving measures that could be implemented that will not result in compromising service delivery? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. I would like to request from the honourable member if he can allow me to give that answer, because the full financial impact, I can't simply give it here. I need to go back and collect that information and submit it to herself. Thank you.
The Honorable Potgieter is signing that she's agreeing to that. The last supplementary question will be asked by Honorable Matutu.
Honorable Chair, I'll take that question on behalf of Honorable Matutu.
Please proceed.
Yes, Honorable Minister, in view of the high vacancy rate in your department, how do you justify the fact that unemployment levels in our country stands at 32%, and in particular for our youth, the unemployment rate exceeds 60%? The youth of this country, Minister, is in serious trouble. And this government does not show any serious attitude towards addressing the youth unemployment. As a consequence of this, there's social dislocation of the youth. They're involved in drug abuse, they're involved in alcohol abuse, and there is also violence. That violence sometimes meet the middle class. When they hijack you, they shoot you even when you don't resist, because their lives are so devalued, they don't value life. So we ask you, Minister, whether you'll consider radical economic transformation to bring the youth into the mainstream of the economy.
Honorable member, your time has expired.
Of our country. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I fully agree with the member to say the youth of our country is not employed, and that is not something we are proud of as government and as citizens. But I do want to say that the issue of vacant positions will not necessarily alone address the problem. The problem needs to be addressed in a different, what you call, ways and interventions. In the main, we should also try and put our efforts together to try and ignite our economy, because if our economy is not growing at the rate that it should be, youth unemployment will forever be there. And the state cannot be seen as the only employer that should address the issues of unemployment. Private sector also should play their part, and everybody else should play their part. It's also true that some of our young people are actually dying on the street. They are abusing all sorts of drugs and alcohol. That's a fact. But also I want to plead with members and South Africans to say that is our collective responsibility. We cannot take that responsibility and only push it to government. It begins from our own homes as to how much role do we play in nurturing and growing our kids, to the community at large and the country as a whole. So some of these areas can be addressed by taking collective responsibility and acting as responsible citizens. But the points that the members is raising are very valid. Young people need to be employed and all that. Hence, the department is trying to bring some new young people into the system, as I said earlier on. That is also one way of trying to address issues of unemployment, and different government programs, including the ones that reside in the presidency, seeks to address the issue of youth unemployment. But at the end of the day, government alone cannot afford, and government cannot be seen as the employment agency. But here's a duty and responsibility to address some of these issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, the time allocated for questions has expired. Outstanding replies received will be printed in Hansard. Honorable members, yesterday on the 13th November 2024, during questions to Cluster 2, Social Services, Honorable MK Muntwedi said, the House Chair, I hope this rogue minister of the madam is going to respond to this question as honestly as possible and not undermine this House as she undermined President Ramaphosa. After a point of order was raised by Honorable Michalakis, I asked Honorable Muntwedi if he referred to the Minister of Basic Education as a rogue minister. Honorable Muntwedi replied and said, no, I never said that. Having studied the unrevised Hansard, the record reflects that Honorable Muntwedi indeed did refer to the Minister of Basic Education as a rogue minister. I therefore ruled as follows. According to Collins Dictionary, the word rogue refers to someone who behaves in a dishonest or criminal way. Rule 84 states that no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming or unparliamentary words or language, nor offensive, unbecoming or threatening gestures. Rule 85 states that no member may impute improper motives to any other member or cast personal reflections upon a member's integrity or dignity, or verbally abuse any member in any other way. Honorable Muntwedi, it is a very serious misstep when a member, upon being called on to clarify if they said something that is unparliamentary and which was clearly heard by a large section of the House, bluntly denies his own words. Such action undermines this House and can lead to processes where the House may sanction you for willfully misleading the presiding officer. Honorable Muntwedi, we have contravened Rule 84 and 85, and I now request you to withdraw your remark referring to the Minister of Basic Education as this rogue minister of a madam. Honorable Muntwedi, it is now your opportunity.
Thank you very much, House Chair. You did explain the meaning of the word rogue. And you mentioned.
Honorable Muntwedi, I said now it's your opportunity to withdraw.
As my opportunity.
Yes.
Yes, allow me my opportunity.
No, I don't want a statement, Honorable Muntwedi.
I draw.
Honorable members, please, I don't need your assistant. I don't need it. I am well capable of taking care of this issue. It is under my hands. Please, can we all keep quiet? I am now addressing Honorable Muntwedi, and I don't need anyone who will speak to Honorable Muntwedi or say anything. Honorable Muntwedi.
I must say it again.
You must say what? You didn't say anything. No.
Okay, I draw speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. The secretary will read the first to third order together. Okay, I have not recognized you.
Okay.
Sit down.
Yes. Honorable Matlaudu.
I stand on a point of order. Honorable Muntwedi stood up and say he draws, not withdraw.
Said withdraw.
Go to hindsight, you will see it, you will hear it. He's saying he draws. He's being
Okay.
taught, Honorable Muntwedi.
Honorable,
Yeah, he is telling it to you. He said withdraw.
I heard withdraw. And the table just informed that he withdrew. So we are moving on from this matter. The secretary will read the first to third orders together. Honorable members, please.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on vote 12, Public Service Commission. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on vote 7, National School of Government. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on vote 11, Department of Public Service and Administration and Center for Public Service Innovation.
I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the reports be adopted.
Requests for declaration of vote have been received. I will allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so on all the budgetary review and recommendation reports that the House will consider. I now recognize DA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, compliance rates with the public service policies remain unacceptably low. Despite the Department of Public Service, the Public Service Commission, and the National School of Government being tasked with professionalizing the public service, there is still a lack of commitment across government. It has taken over 2 decades for government to realize what was already evident. South Africans deserve better services. We can continue pointing fingers, or we can confront this challenge head on and fix past mistakes. The DPSA faces the monumental task of transforming the public service, but a lack of urgency and coordination has previously made this difficult. Consider 19 years since the DPSA requested an exemption from the IFMS to build an HR system, yet it still cannot support 155 departments. 13 years since the National Development Plan identified a skills crisis leading to an over-reliance on external consultants. 10 years since the Public Administration Act was enacted to streamline government administration, and 8 years since public service regulations were phased in, yet both were never fully realized. 9 years since the IFMS investigation began, which cost the state over 822 million rand with minimal consequences, and DPSA again still hasn't got exemption to get an integrated HR management system. 6 years since the Zondo Commission highlighted a lack of professionalism as a key driver of corruption and mismanagement. The professionalization framework was approved by Parliament 2 years ago, but major challenges remain. The AG has pointed out that professionalization is not included in departmental scorecards, especially in Treasury, COCTA, the Security Cluster, Public Enterprise, and DPME. Furthermore, the lack of consolidated plans and IT strategy further worsens the crisis. It is clear to South Africans that the government has historically failed to properly deliver efficient services, with many cities in financial distress. And the wage bill 1% of the wage bill is allocated to training. The outcome has been senior managers with MBAs who leave for better opportunities. We cannot continue with the appearance of reform. We need all hands on deck, and we must act with urgency to restore professionalism and trust in the public service. I thank you.
Thank you. MK. MK.
Thank you, Somlomo. The Umkhonto weSizwe MK Party has noted the budget review and recommendations report of Public Service and Administration. I should make it clear upfront that the MK Party will not be voting in support of this report. The report makes the important recognition that Parliament, inclusive of its committees, derives its mandate from the Constitution of the Republic. It makes further reference to Section 5 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedures and Related Matters Act of 2009, which empowers Parliament to consider and report on the annual report of government and its public entities. However, this is also where the weakness of the process lies, with Parliament not having the desired impact to shape budget despite being empowered by law to make budget recommendations. Despite reference at the beginning wherein the report mentions the the constitutional mandate as the starting point. The method used in the assessment of government performance is, however, still based on various instruments adopted by the executive, such as the medium-term strategic frameworks. Rather than measuring performance or the use of financial resources using the Constitution as the measure. In this way, Parliament is unable to shape the agenda and determine strategic priorities in an effective way. The DA ANC coalition is on fast drive to destroy public services across the country. The MK party is opposed with what the DA ANC coalition with townships and rural areas impacted negatively by the freezing of critical posts.
Honorable member, your time is expired. EFF. EFF.
House Chairperson, the EFF expresses its strongest disapproval of the proposed budget for the Public Service and Administration Department. The EFF views the current budget allocation and expenditure priorities as grossly inadequate and out of alignment with the pressing needs of the public service and the people it is meant to serve. The budget does not allocate sufficient resources to address the pressing issues of wage inequality, poor working conditions, and the lack of sufficient training and development for the public servants. Public service workers, particularly in the healthcare and education sectors, are facing severe challenges, including understaffing, lack of resources, and poor remuneration. The failure of the budget to address these concerns is unacceptable. The budget fails to prioritize service delivery to the most vulnerable sectors of society. There is little to no increase in funding for critical services, all of which are essential to improving the living standards of the majority of South Africans. The EFF demands a budget that guarantees that these essential services receive the financial backing they need to thrive. The EFF calls for the prioritization of public sector workers and for the government to make necessary adjustments to ensure that public service remains effective, efficient, and well-resourced. Government must allocate more funding towards essential services. Funding should be also earmarked for improving public infrastructure, particularly in underdeveloped areas, to ensure equitable access to services. The EFF urges government to reconsider this budget and to ensure that all future allocations are made in the interest of South African people, prioritizing workers' service delivery and anti-corruption measures. Until these critical issues are addressed, the EFF will remain firm in its opposition to the budget. Thank you very much.
IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Ministers. The IFP, in reviewing this report, has emphasized the importance of professionalizing the public sectors. We fully support the recommendation that for the department to work collaboratively with key stakeholders to address the Auditor General audit outcomes concerning the national framework towards professionalization of the public services. The IFP recognized the strategy goals of translating the vision of a capable state into action, with intent transition to a more effective and collective government. This transition requires a workforce of professionally responsive and merit-based public servants to enhance efficiency and strengthen relations. Furthermore, the IFP welcomes development of high quality courses and programs that set in relevant values and workplace applicable, thereby enhancing the National School of Governance, reputation, credibility, and trust as they indicators of its success in achieving planned outcomes. We commend the CPSI on its impressive performance, achieving 100% of its target across both programs. Administration and public sector's innovations. This milestone is further underscored by the Center Clean Audit, a testimony for its comment to transparency and operational excellence in public service. The IP also welcomed the National School of Governance for its 98.7% budget expenditure and for achieving 21 out of 24 planned performance targets. Considering all the state issues, the IFP in general support the recommendation.
Thank you. PA.
Thank you, House Chair. As the Patriotic Alliance, we note the recommendations of the report and commend the National School of Government for achieving a clean audit outcome for the 2023-24 financial year. But we are concerned that fewer targets was achieved while spending was registered at 93%. It is concerning to hear that the department's expenditure is not aligned with program performance. NSG needs to address the issue of incomplete training programs. Furthermore, we urge for the completion of the skills audit and strengthening leadership in the professionalism of the public sector, expanding compulsory training programs and the re-accreditation process. It is essential that learners follow through on their training commitments, and those who abandon their programs should be held accountable for reimbursement of the state funds. We propose that the department institutes proper control measures to ensure expenditure aligns with the departmental performance. In conclusion, we note that the report tabled and propose the acceptance of the report with the expectation of improving on performance and instituting the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. It is important to note that this is only a report and not the budget, but the Freedom Plus has no declaration. We support the report. I thank you.
Thank you. Action essay.
Thank you, House Chair. Professionalization of public service is essential. Depoliticization of public service is a must. And protection from political interference is paramount. This would require retraining of our public servants. And as such, we support the National School of Governance, but we'd encourage them to network with our tertiary institutions so that those students that go to universities wanting to come into public admin would be ready for public service. It should not be an aftermarket fitment when you already have a degree and you have a job, and only then do we want to panel beat you to be appropriate for the job to be done. We also hope that there would be right sizing. We have a lot of bloated public service whose key performance is attending meetings and not delivering on services. We hope there will be realignment of the key performance areas for public servants, and that should relate to delivery of services to the people of South Africa. We hope the department will leverage on technology. And more importantly, it is important to ensure that there's oversight over this department. So the Public Service Commission should be made independent, should be properly resourced so that it can monitor whether we get value for money. Action SA, we support, but we expect a changed environment and proper action to fix the challenges that we face.
Thank you. ACDP.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM. Rise.
No declaration, House Chair.
Rise. Honorable Nontenja.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, do you have a declaration?
No, I said no declaration from the UDM
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Osa?
Honorable House Chairperson, as Build One South Africa, we support this particular report and take note of notionally the objective that simply says that we need to professionalize the civil service. I rise to make this declaration in the light of the fact that I think that it is going to be crucial that in going forward, we align the objectives that are stated post the national dialogue to the skill set that we'll need. To professionalize cannot be just simply an abstract term. It must be a term that is aligned, that simply asks the question, what is the objectives of the state in the medium term, and how do we align those skills? It is going to be important that we do likewise in departments, particularly in some of the state-owned enterprises. I welcome the report, and as Build One South Africa, we support looking forward to a better partnership with other public institutions as we grow and develop the manpower. It must be noted, honorable members, the cost of employees as far as the public service budget now sit at, for every R1 that is deployed, 38 cents of it is spent on public service. And therefore, it's going to be important that we get full bang for buck as it relates to that. And therefore, as Build One South Africa, we urge that we strengthen the capacity and the professionalization of the state in order to ensure that we lead a world-class public service in the future. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. ATM? ATM? Al-Jama? NCC? PAC? UAT?
No declaration from UAT.
Thank you. Good. ANC?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress adopts the report. The public service and administration portfolio is critical for the advancement of an ethical and capable developmental state. In the sixth administration, the department made significant progress in developing the professionalization framework and having it adopted by the government. This has resulted in organs of state having to implement the pillars of the framework. The National School of Government has seen a massive expansion of access to training for public services due to the online opportunities offered by the National School of Government. We have recommended that the department and its entities continue to develop innovative solutions to improve e-government services, especially with regard to human resource business operations, such as e-leave, e-recruitment, and e-performance management solutions. This requires increased funding for the Center for Public Service Innovation. We recognize the finalization of critical legislation by the department's portfolio by tabling 3 critical bills in 2023, the Public Service Commission, which were revived in the 7th administration, the Public Service and Administration Bill, and the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, which are before the National Council of Provinces. We are concerned with the fact that the Department of Public Service and Administration, out of 34 annual targets, of which 24 were achieved as of end of March, resulting in a 67% achievement. We also recommend that a mechanism has to be found to enable the South African Revenue Service to fully explain the tax structure that applies to the two-pot system. We also welcome the policy shift of reducing precautionary suspensions through precautionary transfers where possible to prevent offenders from staying at home over a long period while drawing a salary. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
House Chair.
I'm not sure, Honorable Reddy, were you giving us a signal? Are you bringing cows to the GNU?
House Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Bengisacela sihlalo hloniphileyo ukubuza ukuthi lokho kade sikubona kwenziwa ilungu ehloniphileyo ingabe lokhu ngesizwe lesithi ingwidla ngamabala.
I also saw a signal. I'm thinking that Honorable Manyi will be the leader of bringing the cows to the GNU. Honorable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections to the reports? EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. With that objection, the reports are agreed to. Honorable Mani?
MK Party objects.
With those objections, the reports are agreed to. The secretary will read the fourth to sixth order together.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on Armscor and Castle Control Board. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on Department of Defence. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on Department of Military Veterans.
I now recognize the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the reports be adopted. Thank you.
Requests for declaration of votes have been received. I will allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so on all the budgetary review and recommendation reports that the House will consider. The DA?
Honorable Chair, Armscor plays a vital role in the procurement value chain as the primary acquisition agent for the South African National Defence Force, with a focus on local production, which also extends into the local armaments industry. Armscor is doing this in very challenging circumstances. As the SANDF budget annually fell further behind, with the compensation of employees escalating from 40% of the budget, as was envisaged in the 2015 Defence Review, to 68% currently. This had and is still having devastating effects not only on the maintenance and procurement of our military equipment, especially primary mission equipment, but also on Armscor and the South African arms industry. The current state of our Navy, with only 1 of 4 frigates, 1 of 3 submarines serviceable, the fact that our soldiers in the DRC are without close support due to the sad state of our Royvalk attack helicopters, that only 2 of 26 Gripens are combat ready, the loss of our Oryx and C-130 fleets, coupled with the loss of our marine patrol and surveillance capability, or inter alia, all consequences of the extended budgetary squeeze experienced by the SANDF. The conflict landscape is constantly evolving, while the SANDF's budget is consistently shrinking. The root cause of it all can be found in the implementation of the 2015 Defence Review, which was not properly funded for even a single year, and of which after 9 years, not a single milestone was achieved. The re-evaluation of the 2015 Defence Review, which should have been completed by the end of October, seen with the announcement by the Minister Nieuwmeester that the SANDF budget will be increased to 1.5% of the GDP, may still rescue the SANDF, but it should be realistic, implemented, sustainable, and effected sooner rather than later. We support the DA supports the report.
MK?
Honorable House Chair, it is with great disappointment that we must address the persistent failures within the crucial department, which is consistently mandated to provide combat-ready land forces to ensure national defense, to defend and protect the Republic, its people, and its territorial integrity. Unfortunately, Armscor continues to fail in maintenance and spare parts procurement, which severely impacts the operational readiness and performance of both South African Air Force and South African Navy. For instance, flying hours in the South African Air Force have fallen below 20% of the required target, and the Navy has seen a reduction in the hours over 30% in recent years. Affecting both force preparation and deployment. The ongoing issues include extended lead time, outdated equipment, and dependence on denial for critical components, all of which prevent the Defense Force from effectively carrying out its military operations. The medium-term budget policy statement allocated only 2.1 billion to South African National Defense Force, deploying in the DRC, Operation Tiba, and 750 million for Operation Vigela. Yet nothing was allocated for modernization and procurement of new equipment. And the question still remains, in whose national or class interests are these deployments for? The Military Health Services still has not digitized its administrative systems and continues to use outdated equipment. Some lack adequate ambulances, has insufficient medical supplies, and suffers from infrastructure maintenance defaults due to the Department of Public Works. Over 40% of its budget is allocated to outsource services, further straining the department's resources. Additionally, for several years, the Department of Military Veterans has incurred irregular expenditure, primarily overspending on compensation of employees. Now, the South African Military Veterans Act, enacted in December 2011, aimed to establish standardized standards for managing military veterans affairs, yet DMV is still not
Honorable
developed.
Member, your time has expired.
In the light of these failures and porous borders, high levels of crime, illicit
EFF.
mining,
Honorable
we don't
Member,
support.
your time has expired.
Thank you very
EFF.
much.
EFF. Press the, yes, thank you.
Honorable House Chair, I rise to register the opposition of the EFF to the Defence Budgetary Review and Recommendation reports. As the EFF, we do so in pursuit of honestly stating that these reports do not reflect the harsh reality that the SANDF is collapsing and unable to carry out its constitutional responsibility to protect the national sovereignty of our nation. In terms of the oath of allegiance that honorable members have taken, we are duty-bound to tell the truth. The reality is that all three of these reports fail to tell the truth about the perilous state of the Department of Defense. Concerning the Castle Control Board, it is an aberration to fund a colonial relic. Armscor has failed to ensure a defense acquisition program. It does not protect our intellectual property and fails to appreciate the importance of cybersecurity. The Armscor dockyard is a crime scene and the Hawks must act. The DMV is in its entirety dysfunctional. It must immediately be placed under administration, and again the Hawks must be called in too. The Department of Defense has failed in its most basic duty to develop a strategic plan about what kind of defense force South Africa requires. Critical issues regarding force rejuvenation and managing cost of employment remain unaddressed. House Chair, the intention of these reports is to mislead the National Assembly. The EFF is duty-bound to warn that to deliberately mislead the National Assembly by adopting these manipulated reports is criminal, a very serious and punishable offense. The EFF rejects all three, the Defense Budgetary Review and Recommendation reports, with the contempt that they deserve. Thank you.
IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Armscor faces challenges in improving South Africa's defense capabilities due to budget.
Honorable members, I'm sorry, Honorable Hatem. The noise is now getting too much. Can we please keep it low? Continue, Honorable Hatem.
Nevertheless, it is making progress by entering civilian markets and focusing on economic advancements for SANDF. The IFP recommends public-private partnerships to leverage Armscor's technological expertise for national safety. The Council Control Board struggles with budget constraints impacting its ability to preserve South Africa's military heritage. The castle outside walls are overgrowing with shrubs. Increased funding from private donors is encouraged for maintenance and educational outreach. The Department of Defense reported overspending on employee compensation alongside inefficiencies in travel and supply expenses. We call for better resource allocation and reassessment of travel costs to focus on essential defense training. The Department of Military Veterans underspent its increased budget on socio-economic programs for veterans due to administrative delays, raising concerns over the lack of a finalized military veterans database. They must streamline processes to ensure funds effectively support veterans' needs. The IFP appreciates ongoing efforts to support the military and veterans, but stresses the importance of efficient resource management and collaboration with the private sector to prevent wasteful spending. In consideration of the issues we have raised, Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you.
Thank you. PA. FF plus.
No declaration, Chairperson.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Speaker, the report on the Department of Defense and Military Veterans highlights several key concerns, painting a picture of a defense force in disarray. Firstly, the Department of Defense received a qualified audit from the Auditor General due to the incomplete and inaccurately recorded irregular expenditure, inadequate asset management, and discrepancies in financial disclosures. This underscores the long-standing weaknesses in internal controls and financial oversight. Consistently, there's been significant under-expenditure across various programs and a failure to utilize budget allocations. The department's budget management increasingly reflects erratic and, frankly, poorly financing planning, with funds being transferred between programs in an increasingly disorganized manner. When a department has a vacancy rate of 27%, leaving critical senior positions unfilled for extended periods, it inevitably leads to management inefficiencies and hampers strategic initiatives in an already struggling department. Significant issues that are often less reported on were also flagged, such as delays in pension payments, poor support for military veterans housing, and the failure to provide comprehensive support services. But again, in the absence of consequence management, which continues to be a significant gap in this department, highlights the ongoing lapses in accountability and governance within the Department of Defense. It is clear that the findings collectively paint a picture of a department struggling with deep-seated financial, operational, and managerial challenges, severely impacting its ability to meet its mandate effectively and secure South Africa and her people. We ask for action to be taken because our lives depend on the Defense Force.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you.
Support with improvements.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of these reports, and there can be no doubt, as other speakers have indicated, that the SANDF is mainly due to severe budget cuts becoming increasingly unable to carry out its constitutional mandate. And as was pointed out in the 6th administration and in previous years, there is very limited progress in addressing the spiraling compensation of employees' budget, with 68% of the total budget being spent on this item. This means that only 32% can be spent on operational needs, on maintenance and upgrading of equipment. Chairperson, there appears to be a slight improvement in budgeting for maintenance, but there is still a huge backlog, as has been indicated to the Portfolio Committee. The challenges at the Armscor dockyard remain and are a cause of major frustration for the South African Navy when we visited that in Simonstown. And it is deeply concerning that the Navy could only achieve 2,641 sea hours out of an already low targeted 8,000 sea hours. And of course, when it comes to the Air Force, while some of the maintenance contracts are now in place, it will take a long time to return the aircraft to a semblance of operational duties. There's no maritime surveillance capacity, which places our coasts, our maritime resources at risk, and of course is also a major threat to our search and rescue duties and capabilities. And so whilst there are these severe financial constraints, it is deeply concerning, as pointed out in this report, that travel and subsistence expenditures almost doubled from 1 billion rand to 1.9 billion rand, representing a staggering 3.5% of the total budget. Chairperson, the committee has made a number of recommendations which we in the ACDP trust will be implemented to turn around and help assist the South African National Defence Force.
Honourable
We cannot
Schwartz.
afford to fail them.
The
Thank
time
you.
has expired. Thank you. UDM.
Thank you,
Rise.
Honorable House Chair. The United Democratic Movement supports the report on the budgetary review and its recommendations. The department still faces challenges with many of its key performance and management processes. While there is a dire need for the department to improve financial management and budgeting, this adjustment for DOD and DMV is misaligned. The departments need additional funds to improve our defense capabilities by procuring modern military equipment, fixing and maintaining of frigates, submarines and aircrafts, as well as funding force rejuvenation. National Treasury should move away from prioritizing DRC and Mozambique and focus more on our defense force. The majority of the SANDF prime mission equipment is old and is suffering from increasing obsolescence. On Program 2, socio-economic support, which is aimed on service delivery, cooperation, agreements on compensation for injury in military service, counseling, education, healthcare, public transport, pension, and housing benefits to military veterans eligible for such support. The DMV is itself 8 performance indicators to achieve, of which it achieved only 4, making a concerning 50% performance rate. Only 133 veterans were approved for access to newly built houses against a target of 480. And only 615 veterans and dependents received the pension benefit against a target of 1,000.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rise. Bossa.
Honorable House Chairperson, it is undeniable the fact that the financial management of the Department of Defense needs a thorough review and ensure that it upholds the standards that this House expects of it. I rise to ask the very fundamental question. In this current midterm budget policy statement, we've made an appropriation of multiple billions to the same Department of Defense. We live with a department that is undercapacitated, poor skills in certain areas, an army that is aging. Yet for the life of me, Honorable House Chairperson, I cannot understand what the South African Defence Force is doing in the DRC. We can note the report, we can endorse the report. That is not the question. The question is, we're taking money from teachers, from healthcare workers, from social services, and as the midterm budget policy statements indicate, our expenditure in social services over the medium term is decreasing. Yet, we still allocate the same limited resources to a department that is not working to its optimal space and sending South African soldiers to the DRC for reasons that I have not been able to get. I would like to ask if we can, this House, be satisfied with a briefing about what we are doing in the DRC. I leave that question, Honorable Member. Will support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM. Al-Jama. NCC. PAC. UAT.
No declaration from UAT.
Good. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Greetings to the members of the National Assembly. The ANC supports the budget review recommendations report on the Department of Military, Veterans and Defense and its entities. We stand firm in our commitments in ensuring that our veterans receive the respect and services they deserve. The ANC endorses the Portfolio Committee's call for a comprehensive turnaround strategy to address dysfunctionality within the DMV by filling the critical senior vacancies, improving communication systems, digitalizing the military veterans database. We also support strengthened partnership with relevant departments for effective service delivery. While we commend positive strides, such as timely burial claim payments, the ANC emphasizes that the urgent transformative action is required to stabilize and improve the DMV's functionality for the benefit of all veterans. Honourable members, the report also on the Department of Defense identifies critical issues that require immediate attention, such as persistent compensation of employees, over expenditure, and the need for a rejuvenated and modernized SANDF human resource strategy. This includes addressing force rejuvenation and creating a structured and human transition mechanism for retiring personnel. It further emphasizes the necessity of financial discipline and improving the operational effectiveness of key partners such as Armscor and Denel. We as the ANC are particularly committed to ensuring that
Honorable
the department...
Member, your time is expired.
Is it?
Yes. You support, or I will give you that opportunity.
Thank you. We support the report on Department of Military Veterans, Defense, and the entities. There are two departments.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I put the motion again. Are there any objections to the reports? Honorable Manye.
Controversies with the government in waiting rejects, objects.
We note the objection of MK. Honorable Muntwedi.
Vote. Thank you, House Chair. The EFF objects.
We note the objection of the EFF. With those objections, the reports are agreed to. I will now allow the Secretary to read the 7th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and entities.
I now recognize the Deputy Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
The requests for declaration of votes have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so. DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, we debate this report with most ordinary citizens still waiting to benefit from the work of this department. The DA recognizes that this department provides critical services through entities such as the Post Office, SABC Post Bank, SITA, and others. For the DA, the success of this department will be felt by all South Africans when the department fast-tracks the SA Connect project, providing internet access by connecting communities and government departments. South Africans will appreciate this department when regulations are amended to lower the high cost of smartphones, as well as lowering the cost of data in South Africa. Over the years, the DA has warned that the South African post offices has been mismanaged and that there was no political will to do otherwise. We also warned that endless bailouts would not be a panacea for the SA Post Office. Sadly, we are vindicated on this. We were shocked to hear that SAPO faces day zero by the end of October 2024. We call on the minister to take this country into confidence on what the state of SAPO is, considering that we have passed the envisioned day zero, also noting that in his mid-term budget, the Minister of Finance was sensible enough not to provide further bailouts to SAPO. House Chairperson, we stand to support Minister Malati's proposal for SAPO to go to the market and find private sector investors. SAPO remains a strong South African brand with a footprint across the country, a dream for any investor. The DA calls on the urgent restructuring of the entities to address the overlapping mandates, which leads to a duplication of services within the department. House Chairperson, we call on this House to increase the number of statutory meetings for the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is, with a meeting once a week. This portfolio committee is unable to do proper oversight over the executive because we just do not have enough time to do the work that we are supposed to doing. I thank you.
Thank you. MK.
The Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, led by an eager weaver bird minister, Malati, has performed dismally. I refer to the minister as an eager beaver because of his short-sighted, sudden withdrawal of the SABC bill without reasons given to the portfolio committee, let alone the public. The SITA board is a mess, and the minister has further perpetuated the mess by bringing back a board and procurement executives through the back door that are implicated in a report of over 1.2 billion rands of fraud. Post Office continues to be under the business rescue and with no growth or solid revenue generation strategy, let alone laying off of thousands of jobs under the current atrocious economic climate. Honorable Chairperson, the department has not fostered a vibrant and competitive ICT ecosystem for innovation, entrepreneurship, job creation to bridge the digital divide that is glaring when it comes to connectivity in the rural and the township communities. Our schools and healthcare facilities continue to be technologically dormant. Our people's rights and interests aren't safeguarded in this digital sphere. Data costs continue to be exorbitant, and so forth. Chairperson, the department's role is to unlock digital technological advancement that seek to advance increased employment opportunities leading to reduced poverty levels, ultimately contributing to an enhanced Gini coefficient. Cybersecurity, data protection remain as a risk to our sovereignty. With that, let's highlight some of the failures. Have they ever delivered the cheapest data? No. So, Chairperson, with that, let me close up by saying ICT ought to be the catalyst for growth and digital economy through initiatives that promote skills development through entrepreneurship and the adoption thereof. Minister, don't bring Starlink in our country without BEE. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF,
It's obvious I reject.
EFF,
Thank you, House Chair. The report is a diluted reflection of the department's true state. It's clear that we are not seeing genuine progress, but a repetitive cycle of recycled reports that gloss over the real persisting problems. We note the fundamental failure of the department to give direction to ICASA that has demonstrated its uncontrollable appetite for business by its refusal to reduce the data cost. South Africa pays over 26.89 more than Malawi for a gig of data. Today, we need to focus on a significant revenue losses of billions of rands suffered by the SABC due to the department's severe sabotage of the analog switch-off process. The failure in oversight resulted in widespread signal blackouts, directly impacting the broadcaster's ability to reach audiences and secure advertising revenue. If this transition has been managed effectively, the SABC would not be facing severe financial shortfalls that now necessitate yet another government bailout. The SAB troubles have not only worsened by a DA minister who appears to prioritize media influence and business interest over responsible governance. With a blatant disregard of due processes, the minister unilaterally withdrew the SAB bill without consulting the portfolio committee, undermining the essential restructuring process of the SABC, particularly in terms of securing sustainable funding model. We see privatization in full swing under the GNU, with the DA minister having failed to protect the intellectual property of the South African Post Office. The same thing that we see with Buzz John doing with failing to protect the intellectual property of OBP, an entity of the
Honorable
Department of
Muntwedi,
Agriculture.
please take your seat. There's a point of order.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, we had a few rulings by the Deputy Speaker earlier on. Then the members of the EFF continued to still use the exact same expression. I then indicated to the Deputy Speaker that the members of the EFF make themselves guilty of gross disorderly conduct in terms of Rule 69. And I want to read to you, House Chairperson, if I may. Members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House and its forums, including in any manner whatsoever, repeatedly undermining the authority of the presiding officer, or repeatedly refusing to obey rulings of the presiding officer, or repeatedly disrespecting and interrupting the presiding officer, and then persistently making allegations against a member who is without adequate substantiation or following the correct procedure. Madam House Chairperson, I would submit that the ongoing use of that derogatory term against the Honourable Minister of Agriculture actually by the EFF actually does constitute gross disorderly conduct in terms of Rule 69, and I would request your ruling in this regard. Thank you.
Honorable Muntwedi, can you refrain from using the word pass? It has been addressed before, and it is in the unparliamentary expressions. If you look at 2005, it is the first word that says pass that is ruled unparliamentary. It is wrong to say it, and you cannot continuously repeating the same ruling that has been made by the Deputy Speaker. Please refrain from doing that.
We see private sector operators like Postnet, DHL, and Courier Guy providing services that only the South African Post Office is licensed, to do. And only SAPO is mandated under law to deliver parcels of 1 kg.
Honorable Muntwedi,
And yet
please
this is
take
not the
your
case.
seat.
House Chair, with respect, and my apologies, but I did not hear the member being requested to withdraw in the first place. And in the second place, I did not hear, sorry, I'm on the floor, and I did not hear a ruling. House Chair, and I did not hear a ruling with regards to my point of order on Rule 69. May I request that you ask the member to withdraw, and may I request a ruling in terms of the gross disorderly conduct? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Muntwedi, please withdraw past John.
Had you said that initially, I would have done it. You never said so. You said avoid. I'm avoiding. But I draw, it's fine.
No, don't draw, don't draw. Don't draw. Honorable Muntwedi, don't draw. Do not draw.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you.
This has contributed to a massive loss of income that SAPO could have generated and reduced, if not eliminated, the need for business rescue and bailouts. The EFF reject this BRR. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP,
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
honorable members, no, the noise you are making is too much. I requested that can we keep it low, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The IP acknowledged the Department for its commitment to advancing South African digital and communication landscape as outlined in its 23-24 budgetary review and recommendation report. Out of the 34 targets set by the department for the financial year, 28 were achieved, reflecting on 82% success rate. This performance demonstrates progress toward fulfilling critical mandate and policy objectives.
Honorable Reddy,
The IFP further
please can you keep it down?
commitment to financial diligence as evidenced by the third unqualified audit opinion. The improvement in compliance and performance informing reflect the departmental effort to address recommendation from previous audits, showcasing an earnest approach toward refining financial reporting. However, while these positive outcomes are acknowledged, the IFP urges the department to enhance its audit action plan, ensuring it remains responsible for ongoing challenges. Effective implementation of this plan is essentially to address gaps in achieving the departmental annual performance targets. As the IFP, we continue to advocate for strengthening accountability, innovations, and capacity building within the department. A robust digital and communication infrastructure is vital to development of our nations. In considering of this matter, we raise the IFP accept the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. PA, FF plus.
No
FF
declaration,
plus.
House Chair. No declaration.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA is seriously concerned about the imminent death of the South African Post Office. We are concerned about the threats to the South African Broadcasting Corporation. These are essential institutions for ordinary people, for access to information, for being able to communicate. And we urge that there be efforts to stop the political manipulation that prevents these institutions from surviving, because they are essential. We were nearly blown away by the wind yesterday in the tent. Today's session has been saved by technology because a few members can sit in here, others can connect digitally. But when these things happen in our clinics or in our societies, we are unable to leverage technology. Access to the internet should be made a basic human right in this country. The costs of data should be brought down because that will enable small businesses to survive. That will enable departments like education, like health, to be able to provide services whilst we have the austerity measures of budgets being cut. We need to have common ICT platforms across departments. You can't have every department having its own procurement of an IT system, trying to identify South Africans. When we have a system in Home Affairs, why do we need one in public service? This department has to ensure that we are enabled through technology and we are able to save costs and provide essential services to ordinary citizens. We support, but we want this department to work.
Thank you. ACDP?
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP notes that with the final appropriation of some 743 million, this department's revised strategic plan for the medium term is to empower South Africans through communication excellence. With that said, neither the department nor the agency can achieve communication excellence with a lack of internal controls, a lack of monitoring of contracts and tracking contract payments, all of which has resulted in irregular expenditure as identified by the Auditor General. Issues such as limited resources, skill shortages, and the rapid evolution of cyber threats pose ongoing challenges to this department and the country as a whole. The ACDP calls for continuous collaboration with private sector partners and international bodies to effectively counter cybersecurity threats and ensure robust protection for South Africa's digital landscape. The ACDP cautions this department to be unambiguous and uncompromising in the implementation and rolling out of its mandate to ensure that citizens are informed about government's policies, programs, and projects in a manner that enables informed decisions to improve the quality of life for all South Africans. The integrated, coordinated, and clear communication between government and South African citizens to enable the public's involvement in transformation, particularly through the public participation process, must never be seen as a tick box exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM? Rise?
No declaration from the UDM chair, sir.
So much to won't declare on this one. We had indicated that no declarations from us this evening.
Thank you. Bosa?
Thank you, Chairperson. There will be no declaration for us on this.
ATM? Al-Jama? NCC? PAC? UAT?
UAT object.
Good. ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. Good evening and assalamu alaikum, everybody. The National Development Plan envisages that in 2030, seamless information infrastructure will be universally available and accessible, providing access to the creation and consumption of a wide range of converged services required for effective economic and social participation. Through the SA Connect program, the department continues to roll out broadband infrastructure across the country, including in the most rural areas which lack terrestrial networks. As members of the Portfolio Committee, we bear and attest to this, and we have personally witnessed the connectivity in the rural areas of Eastern Cape during our oversight visit last month. To propel our efforts forward, the ANC believes that greater alignment across all spheres of government of a single national ICT strategy as defined in the master plan and recommendations of the Presidential Commission for the Fourth Industrial Revolution is needed with utmost urgency. House Chairperson, we are concerned about the approach that is being taken by government to address and arrest the challenges in entities such as the SABC and SAPO. Deeper conversations need to take place with the Portfolio Committee regarding the Minister's intention to withdraw the SABC bill. The ANC's position is very clear, and as mentioned by Minister Nshaveni, the bill, the SABC bill, is a cabinet bill. The minister cannot withdraw it. It is not a private member's bill. It must go back to the cabinet. It must get cabinet consent and discussion before it is withdrawn. We also caution the minister that he has alluded towards private equity funding for the South African Post Office. The ANC remains firm that it is a public institution and we must endeavor to find solutions to that. Chairperson, I also want to acknowledge and appreciate this.
Honorable members, I'm sorry, Honorable members, I have requested, I know that we are all tired. Can we please be tolerant and listen to one another, please?
Chairperson, as I conclude, Chairperson, allow me to compliment the patriotic men and women as SABC who, despite this decreasing licensing fees, have managed
Honorable
to turn
member, your time has
it
expired.
around, and the ANC supports the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I put the motion again. Are there any objections to the report? Honorable Manyi? Honorable Manyi?
Sorry, we vociferously object.
We note the objection of MK, EFF.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted. Honorable Mahlatsi?
UAT object.
We note the objection of UAT. With those objections, the report is agreed to. The secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation reports of Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on Government Communication and Information System and Media Development and Diversity Agency.
I now recognize the Deputy Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration an opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. The GCIS plays an important role of nation building through ensuring that the country's population feels connected to the work of government. As such, it is crucial that the department collaborates effectively with other government departments and is able to spread its messaging as far as possible. To this end, the DA has noted the increased use of digital platforms by the department, which should help enhance its reach. However, the DA is concerned that the Vuk'uzenzele publication is now only released digitally. In spite of what the Honorable Deputy Minister says, zero rating the internet makes no difference when there is no internet to zero rate. There are literally millions of South Africans who are not reached by internet connectivity, primarily in the rural areas. Furthermore, South Africa has a worryingly low penetration of smart devices, which citizens would need to access the online copy. Again, rural and low-income communities are the worst affected. This step by the department is tantamount to denying these communities the opportunity to access news and other information, thereby exacerbating the digital and economic divides. We urge the GCIS to reconsider its move to distribute Vuk'uzenzele exclusively digitally. The Media Development and Diversity Agency is trying its best to fulfill its mandate with limited resources. Many deserving community media projects are unable to survive without support from the government. In addition, there is little, if any, support for print media within communities. The DA urges the minister to ensure that government departments abide by their mandate to direct at least 30% of their media spend to community media. This will ensure the sustainability of this very important sector and fulfill a key requirement for marginalized communities to participate fully in our democracy. The DA supports the report.
Thank you. MK.
Deputy Speaker, Chairperson, the GCIS disinformation strategy of the DA-led coalition government, with its programs which are neoliberal and infused in our communications and aimed at confusing our people, let alone reaching our communities, are dismal. Our people do not have access to government communications due to the cost of data, extinct radio frequencies, lack of connectivity, and gadgets. Let's not forget that they're also marred by continuous budget cuts. For instance, advertising in the GCIS's budget went from the spending of 47.8 million in 2022 to 23 million in 2024. Yet travel costs have increased exponentially from 12.9 million to 19.7 million. This year alone, GCIS has implemented 20% of its digitization strategic projects, which has further impacted the ability for government to build a community-based communications platforms that should be benefiting our people. DISMA. The Mkhonto weSizwe Party calls upon the so-called government of national unity of weaverbirds, whose DG also in GCIS and other staff members are still enacting in their roles. This cannot be a formula to ensure a robust communications system that provides timely, relevant, and accessible information to our citizens. We believe, as Mkhonto weSizwe, that such interventions of a robust communications platform, which are asynchronous, to bridge that gap between our people and their rightful service delivery programs, will be beneficial. Mkhonto weSizwe, before it rejects, has got a message from President Zuma. He says, if you need a substitute, he is available. Thank you.
EFF.
House Chair, the EFF rejects the GCIS and the MDDA report. The reality is that if you examine all the reports of the past 5 years in the 6th administration, they all read alike and single report that gets updated every year in terms of dates and peripheral administrative issues. Cut and paste. We will continue to address this in committees. Issues such as failure to finalize the key appointments on time, particularly in the case of GCIS, the position of the DG, issues of weak internal control, failure to plan for audits, lack of impact in ensuring government transitions to digital era persists. We have failed to digitize even the Z83 form, despite hiring public servants on a daily basis. We reject particularly the MDDA because South Africa has dismally failed to diversify media. Instead, the same individuals who own finance, control politicians, and now even control emerging podcasts that post us as independent, offering supposedly independent content. Yet they are funded by George Soros, the banks, and the Stellenbosch cabal. They don't even tell us how these funds are channeled. We just see them as part of the emerging organic media diversity. While this is happening, Chair, we are dismantling SABC due to austerity budget cuts and failure to ensure that despite its capacity to serve as a foundation for media diversity. We need to seriously examine the relationship between these budget cuts, how they impact on media diversity and corporations that are sponsoring media platforms to be their paid mouthpieces. The EFF vehemently rejects the report.
IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The IFP acknowledge the significant progress of the department. With the 98% achievement of 22-23 annual target and an impressive 89.9 budget expenditure, the department has demonstrated a commitment to effective communication and responsible fiscal management. However, one unachieved target with that highlights the importance of continuous improvement, and we welcome the corrective measures outlined in the 24-25 APP, including the breakdown of complex indicators into manageable, measurable elements. We commend the effort of media development and diversity agents in advancing the media landscape that reflect all South Africans' voices, particularly through community radios, has become an essential tool for amplifying marginalized voices, fostering inclusive and promoting local discourse. Nevertheless, the IFP is concerned with the MDDA qualified audit opinion for the 2023-2024 financial year. The lifting of offset from the closed radio station without adequate control raised issues around financially accountability. We urge the agents to implement stringent fraud measures to prevent further audit qualifications, as this undermines the mandate to support disadvantaged communities through transparent, effective governance. In considering of these matters, we have raised the IFP accept the report. I thank the Honorable Chair.
Thank you. PA. FF plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. Action essay.
House Chairperson, honorable members, the Government Communications and Information Systems report highlights serious concerns regarding budget cuts, procurement issues, poor monitoring of contracts and payments. The report notes a significant decline in funding allocations, which restricts resources necessary for crucial communications and digital technology initiatives. This raises serious concerns about the department's ability to adapt and innovate in an increasingly digital landscape. An increasingly digital landscape. Honorable Chairperson, I need some support. There's some members having a tea party across the aisle. Sugawena.
I'll protect you, Honorable Trolip, when it is needed. Proceed.
A troubling trend of procurement without approval, lack of contract monitoring, poor tracking. In fact, I can go on and read this the whole evening. The fact of the matter is, the report is poor. This department's not functional, despite its importance. They haven't had a DG, permanent DG. They can't run their affairs. The report indicates that. And you know, sometimes when you go to the bank and you want a loan and you have the best intentions and you have the best potential, they turn the loan down because it's not bankable. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. In this particular instance, we cannot support this report because the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and the mother department needs to sort that out. Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
No declaration, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. Rise.
No declaration, Mr.
Posa.
No declaration, House Chairperson.
ATM. Al-Jama. NCC. PAC.
Honorable Chair, on a point of privilege, I was given minutes by PAC that I can speak on their behalf.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to allow the minister in the executive to speak on behalf of another political party. UAT.
UAT rejected.
Good. ANC.
Evening, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Government communication and information system remains central to our broader developmental agenda to unite South Africans behind a vision, eliminating poverty and reducing widespread and widening gap in inequality. A well-informed citizenry is better placed to make well-versed decisions and pave a better future for itself and generations to come. For the 2023-24 financial year, the department was allocated 750.746 million, which was adjusted estimates of national expenditure for 743.547 million, culminating in a reduction of 7.2 million. The ANC support the call from GCIS for an increased budget so as to intensify its support to the MDDA
thereby enhancing support for the community media and creation of an enabling environment for media development and diversity, amongst other things. Community radio stations are the bedrock of our communities. They contribute to social cohesion and help us to build active and more engaged citizenry. We are against the closure of community radio stations, and we believe that more should be done to ensure that more stations are operational, particularly in our township and in rural areas. GCIS must do more to ensure that government information, campaigns, and individuals reach out to the most rural areas in all official languages, while other also increasing its reach on digital platforms to modernize and reach diverse audiences. In conclusion, Chair, we implore on the executive to prioritize the appointment of the DG and the finalization.
Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thanks, sorry. The
Thank
ANC
you.
support the report.
I now put the motion again. Are there any objections? Honorable Manye,
Maybe I should go and assist the GCIS. Who objects?
Honorable Muntwedi,
Please note the objection of the EFF.
the objection of the MK, the objection of the EFF noted. Honorable Mahlatsi,
UAT object.
the objection of the UAT is noted. With all those objections, the report is agreed to. Honorable members, I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.
Long live the chair. Long live the chair.